Hello. Hi friends. Hello. How are you guys? How are you doing? So, hold on. I actually have my camera on today. So, if you guys missed it, I actually ended up streaming very late last night. Actually quite happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you. Yup, it's my affiliate anniversary. Thank you. It's been actually quite a while. I forget the exact date I actually started streaming. Um, but yeah, thank you, Yuri, thank you. But yeah, if you guys missed it, I ended up streaming very late last night, which I actually enjoyed a lot more than I thought I would. It was really fun. So like I think expect more like late night streams where we kind of just like do some cooking or just whatever. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. So today we're gonna play a little bit of chorion, probably the same thing. I actually have a list of things that I want to do. Um, Let me actually pull up my list of things. Hold on. Um, mm, 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 mm. My list of things that I want to do. Okay. So the list of things that I have written down is I want to finish gathering all of the appliances that I need that when it comes to like some of the cooking mods. So we're gonna lock in and we're gonna do that. I there's the so previously I don't know if you remember but on previous servers we had like a whiteboard and we would write down like kind of like I guess you can say the menu, but instead of that I had the cute idea of writing like little messages, like putting one up but writing little messages on them. Like think about like how in The Sims 4, if you guys know The Sims 4, hello, hi, hello, hello. If you guys are aware of The Sims 4, in The Sims 4 they have in Sims 4 Parenthood, they have the chore board. And the idea that I had is what if we made the tadpoles have like chores to do, but like very like quality of life type of things, such as like clean the bathroom, sweep the floor. Hello, hi, welcome in. Thank you so much. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, so like chores such as like cleaning the bathroom, sweeping the floor, like picking up your toys, and so like having a board there of like chores and just like little messages I think could be cute. And then I also had the idea of getting string, not the string lights, but the string of words, and have three different ones that say breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I thought that was cute because then I can set them up. Here, I'll show you guys when we get in game. Um, but here, I'll show you guys now, actually. Oh, wait, the server. Never mind. The server freaking crashed. What the freak? As soon as I was gonna show you guys. Of course, that's what happened to me. Of course. I guess we wait. I guess we freaking wait. But yeah, so after we played Corian today, we will also be oh, thank you. Hi, Yale. Hello, viewers. Welcome in. Hi, hi, hi. How are you? Um, thank you so much for the raid, Yale. I appreciate it. Server's taking the day off for Father's Day. Yeah. Oh my God. I forgot. I keep forgetting that it's Father's Day, and then like things happen, and so I'm like, yeah. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. Yali, I appreciate it so much. We're currently waiting for the server to come back up. I fear it crashed as I was explaining the things that I wanted to do. But basically, after we kind of finish all the things that we do, actually, I'm gonna say this. It's going to depend, honestly, uh, if the server comes back up in a timely manner, and also if it crashes again, we're going to be doing book club reading the Hunger Games today as well. So, yes. So, but yeah, if I can get all the things that we do, we'll do Hunger Games, and if I can't, We'll still do Hunger Games anyway. We'll do a little Hunger Games reading, you know? Um, so yeah. Also, if the lighting looks different, I actually put okay, so I found this ring light that I kind of always had, but I've like recently found it again. And it's just this really big ring light. And so I put it by my desk. Oh, I'm a true streamer. I'm a true streamer. I have a ring light. Um hello Kayla. Hello Kayla. Hi. um the server died as I was finishing my living room. No. Oh my god, Yali, you gotta show me what you've done. Oh, hello, Abby. Hello. Um, so yeah, if things look different, I rediscovered my ring light. I'm a true streamer. I'm a true TikToker. I'm kind of just like locked in, you know? You know what how it is? Um, anyway. So as we wait, um, so many things the ADHD is getting into me. Like I have a thought and then I lose it. I haven't used my ring light since I started YouTubing. Okay, well, this one, this tripod here, I use it occasionally. It had a ring light on top, but it broke and I got it back in like, I don't know. I think I got it when I was like in middle school, like seventh or eighth grade. How old are you when you're in the seventh or eighth grade? I don't know. Do the math. I'm 21. Do the math. I don't know how old you are during that. Um, I use ring light when I use VTuber. It helps with tea, but also I get migraine from it. That's fair. Like 13, 14. Okay, so that was a really long time ago. um okay, but yeah, so yesterday it was actually really fun. I kind of just like locked in and I did some like cooking. Again, if you missed a stream, I did a late night stream. So, but I was actually really shocked uh I just got really dizzy out of nowhere. Um by everybody, and everybody was like really talking about how excited that they were for the late night stream, b the vibes that apparently I was really giving off the vibes, which I appreciated. I didn't expect to ever really give comfort streamer, but apparently I do. The late night was so cozy. I know, I think I'm gonna have to do it again. It was really fun. I actually enjoyed myself 10 times more. But basically what we did was we just made a bunch of food for like the kids and made them have breakfast, which I actually don't think any of the kids got on. So I did that for what? I did that for what? Anyway, I'll leave it there. Uh, and hopefully the kids can get their breakfast tomorrow. Yes, but I don't know, it was fun. Sometimes I just get really into my own head about like being really quiet and all that stuff. I was like, because like when it comes to this kind of stuff, I feel like you always have to be talking. You always have to be doing something that's like entertaining, I guess. But you know what? I'm over it. I'm over it. I'm just gonna do what I want. I'm like actually tired of since we're on this tangent, something I also feel like is like the negative stigma I feel like around like streamers or social media creators in general about like asking for help, I guess, when it comes to trying to achieve the things that they want to achieve, right? So like for an example, I'm trying to reach partner hopefully before TwitchCon, which is in October. Listen, we're hoping. But I actively like I'm like, hey, if you guys want to come help out and just pop in, just lurk or whatever, you know what I mean, like, because you need to get 75 average viewers, right? Um, and I'm just like, I don't understand why there's such like a negative stigma around like just asking for help. You know, I feel like it's okay to ask like for help, especially like ask for help from your friends, especially too, because I know for a fact like my again my streamer, my social media, my content creator friends, shout out to Anna, Mel, Hoot. Shout out to y'all. Of course, there's many more. I have many more, but them specifically, like I feel like I do nothing but try to help and promote the things that they also want to do. And I feel like that's really important when it comes to being, like, I guess, again, like a content creator in general. Because I feel like from, again, I feel like from interacting with other content creators, it's really hard to find those like true connections or like true people, I guess you could say, like people who are really real and honest and truthful with you, and I feel like that is very important to have. So I'm very important to have the friend group that I do, especially because the whole reason I'm on this tangent uh is that all we do is help and uplift each other. You know what I mean? And so I feel like that's very important to also try to achieve your goals. But anyway, long story short, I just don't really understand. Um, tell them, ma'am, thank you. Uh, listen, I'm just being truthful. Um, but yeah, that's kind of my tangent. I've been thinking about that for a while, and I'm just like, I don't understand why we have such like a negative stigma about like asking your community or other communities just to help for you to achieve the things that you want to achieve. You know, get your community involved and really like make things excited. You know what I mean? Oh, hello there. Hi, Lightning. Hello, Lightning. How are you? Also, let me check if the server is back up. No, it's not. Hold on. Uh, mm, 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 mm. Please let me in, server. Let me in. I guess we gotta wait more. Lightning, how does it feel that you missed the late night stream last night? How do you feel? How do you feel about that? I just want to play. Let me in. Let me in. I was outside for 2 days without sunscreen, and I look like a reverse ginger, red skin, pale hair. I hate you. Don't bring that up. Listen, I'm just being truthful. I'm just being truthful. I'm just being honest. You missed it. You missed the late night stream. You missed the cozy vibes of just making food. Making food, you know? I also like expect more late night streams, I think. You suck. Then I suck, but I'm still your streamer. Oh yeah, Ryan Lightning and I co-parent and act together. No way! That's so cool! That's so cool. That's so much fun. I love that. I love that for the two of you. What's their name? Their name is Naomi, and she hates us. Wow. She does indeed hate us. Listen, we love an angsty little egg. You went live and I didn't get notified. Anna, I saw you. I saw you in the viewer. I thought you knew. Anna, I was actually just talking about you. I was just talking about you, actually. Oh, gee, I know. Kind of crazy, right? I know. No, wait. You want to see my new favorite emote that I found out about? Hold on. Look. It's a princess. It's so cute. I know. I know. I know it's me. I felt really, you know, connected to it. I forget who came into my chat, but someone came into my chat and dropped the princess emote, and I was like, I need that. I need that. It's me. um and it's the fucking Pokemon kid. Wait, what? What did I miss? Leica literally said the first character she was gonna play as a depressed and angsty, so I'm scared. Oh, that's fair. Listen, that sounds like tea though. Server is back. Okay. There's only a couple of people. I wait. Hello, hi, how are you? Hello. Okay, actually, no, I lied. There's a couple of people there. I join. Everyone cross their fingers, please. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, wait, let me pull up my list again. My list of things that I want to do. And I will also recap. It's loading. Okay. Bouquet. Wait, why do I have this piece of gold on me? Sanded raw gold block? Why do I have a gold? That was not. I didn't have that. That is not mine. Anyway, so basically, okay, let me recap of today's agenda. Okay, so we have gather all the needed appliances from each cooking mod. So that's something that I want to do. So previous stream, I had the appliances and all the things like utilities that you would need here, but I think I want to move them. Yes, I think I want to move them. Like a notice board for the house where you can write like messages and things. And make fairy lights writing that say breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And then the reason is because then we can display the fairy lights, and we can put them here for like the different type of foods that we have. Here, let me for the different types of food. So previously I had made donuts. So we have donuts. We have waffles. I made some waffles. Cheesecake. Duh. We have sunny side up eggs, and we also have bacon. And then I also made some drinks, which was milk, coffee, apple juice, and some tea. So that's what I did. All right. What was that? Do you have ranch? I don't have ranch. But when I make ranch, I haven't made ranch, Shauna, because there was nothing that I had I could like that I would dip my ranch in, so I haven't made ranch. I haven't. We shall get ranch. We have milk. But we should make ranch. Yeah, so I put the leftovers here, and then I put drinks in here. So that's the tea. Okay. I should stop getting distracted. I'll start with the easiest thing, I think, and I think I'll try to make the letters.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Okay. Oh wait. Okay, wait. Let's see. Fairy lights. It's the ABC ones, and I need 1, 2, 3. I need 3 of these. Okay. So let's do these because these ones are easier. Why am I picking up blocks? Why did I get sanded raw gold and dark oak planks? Who is using that? Okay. Blocks from nowhere. Is this lore? Have I been chosen? Okay. So this one will say, oops. Breakfast. What colors should we make? Maybe orange and yellow? Oh shit. Wait, shit. Can you not? I hate the color thing. Hold on. Cancel. Let me break this again and try this again. Again. Okay. It's a pain in the freaking butt. B. Why? Yeah, let me do more than one color. Oh. My question is why do we yearn for the underground? This is pleasing my soul. Oh my god, wait, Anna, have you not seen it yet? Should I show you? Do you want a tour? Okay. I will give you a tour. Let me do this. I hate myself! You know what? No fucking color. Breakfast! Isn't that cute? Okay, well, okay, let's give Anna the tour and then we can finish the other ones later. Okay, so, Anna, you know the drill. Secret room. Wait. Actually, hold on. So this is Coral City. We have a school because we do. And inside the school, you go up. I think I have an idea for how I want the cubbies to look. I want cubbies for the kids. So cubbies. This is the school. I think I'm gonna put an upstairs and maybe redecorate it a little bit. You fish. I'm a siren. I'm a siren. Am I serving? Hold on. Stylish. Stylish pose 8. But no, I'm a siren. Yes. But I think I might redecorate it, make it more school-like. Anyway. So, you go down. Boom! You're in the secret freaking hideout, man. You're in the secret hideout. And then, you open the door. And you're greeted here with this entryway. I'm still kind of decorating it. Here's the thing. I have decided, I've entered an era where I want to include the little details. I love the secret hideout with security doors. Thank you. But I have decided that I want to start adding the little details. Like we have the little trim. We have the trim. I don't know the proper name of what it's called in real life. But you know how like there'll be a regular wall and then there'll be a literal trim around on like the middle of the wall. I don't know what it's actually called. I forget it. I'm gay. As I was saying, anyway. So we have all of this. This is like, okay, this is like the living room in a way, but you know how like fancy people have like a second living room and there's like nothing in the living room besides like maybe a fireplace? This is that as a living room. We have a fountain, which will probably, I think we're gonna yassify the water fountain. Like it can be more yassified than this. We have the kitchen with the pantry, which look at this, Anna. Look at this. Look at this. I know. So we have all of that. We have our dining room. Yes. And then, we're going to add a bathroom here. Still work in progress. And then under here, I don't know exactly, but I think I'm gonna have like a chore room and just like more like play related things. I think for the kids. You know the deal, Anna. You know the deal. And hey, man. I'm giving the voices in my head also Anna the tour. Mainly it's for Anna.
Oh, hi Anna.
Yes. I'm gonna make Anna canon, so then Anna will have to pop in here.
Yes.
I'm gonna make Anna canon, so Anna has to join the server.
Anna, you should join us. Join us.
Anna
Join
wants
us.
to. Anna wants to.
Surely,
Are we trying to convince more
surely.
people?
And Anna's locked in. Anna's gonna join.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, tell Anna she's got 6 vouchers, so...
You got 6 vouchers, Anna. No, you can tell Anna yourself. Look at me in the eyes. Tell Anna yourself.
Anna, you have all the vouchers of Coral City members.
There you go.
so...
There you go. And I need my emotional support, Anna. Anyway, so there's water fountain. Boom, secret door.
We do gotta start like digging up the hallway more.
Yeah.
This is Goob's room.
Do you want, because you did the
It's not decorated
reinforcing in
yet.
the hallway, do you want to do the reinforcing in the hallway again?
Yeah, I
This
can do
is
that.
Mari's room.
I'll say.
Very cutesy.
Yeah, because we're gonna try to keep it consistent, like
Okay.
with who reinforces
There we
what
go.
areas. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I can reinforce
I
that
wanted
back
to
in the hallway later.
talk to you about that because listen, because we had to no because like listen, I did it too. It was the reason why I had the idea was because when I was going through like breaking the blocks, I had realized my name, Rain's name and your name were all like right next to each other.
Yep.
And I was like, okay, we need to figure something out, and I think we need one person to be reinforcing everything. You know?
It's either that or like having
Yeah, I
if they've
gotcha.
already reinforced the area, they just reinforce that specific area and
Mhm.
only that area, and they don't do anything else unless it's like
Yeah.
because
My
that way it's a little
apologies.
bit. No, it happens. Because I reinforce down here. Like I've done the reinforcing down here. Oh, good. Hello.
Goop has their earmuffs on.
Oh,
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Oh, and then also we have this, and then these pictures on the wall. And this is Yale, this is Goop, this is me. And then there's Indigo. Mari doesn't exist, and Rain.
yeah.
You heard it. You heard it here first, Rain. Our daughter isn't real.
Your daughter isn't real. Your daughter doesn't exist.
Surely.
Daughterless.
Yeah, I fear.
Damn. that's
Sometimes
crazy.
that happened. That's what Anna said.
Sometimes that do be what happened. Maybe she'll wake up later today.
Oh,
Who knows?
so by the way, since you guys are up, I made breakfast last night. You guys can take some.
Oh, that's cute. Oh, this is cute.
Thanks. I had the idea. I'm gonna put signs that say breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So when we have breakfast, lunch, and dinner, you can put up the sign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's also drinks over here. We have coffee, apple juice, and tea.
Oh,
Yay.
Oh,
Who's talking about alien stage in the public
shift right click.
texting chat?
Oh, there's also more in the cabinet. Check the cabinet. Cabinet
I was
under.
gonna say, yeah, shift right click, dude, cause watch what happens.
No! You're... Well, that's why I
Yeah.
changed my pickup. My
Do
pickup
the
key.
knocking thing.
I know.
Do that knock. I'm gonna actually, like, dude,
I deadass
I
just
did
thought
it
somebody was at my door. That scared the shit out of me.
really quickly. So I didn't know this was a framed door. So I was like, I can you imagine when I went
didn't
and
know that either.
I hit that. I hit
That's
it,
crazy.
and it scared the absolute shit out of me.
Wait,
I hate that. I hate
hate-
that so much.
I also hate that.
I've never left clicking on a door again.
What the?
I
Who
hate
is
that.
doing that?
That's so bad.
Okay, guys, grab your. So if you look in the cabinets under, you can grab some food if you want the food, and there's also drinks over here. I
feel
worked
bad
hard.
locking in.
I worked hard for this food. I never make food.
Is this turkey bacon?
Imagine it says turkey bacon. Yes.
Thank you for breakfast.
Minecraft cooking is hard. It is hard, and that's why I never did it, but I had to lock in. Honestly, the only reason why I did the cooking is I pictured myself as Anna. I said, will Anna do this? Yes. So I pretended I was on it and I locked it and I did it.
That's crazy.
I know. This is why I need my
Oh,
emotional
my mic
support,
wasn't
Anna.
on.
Oh.
I'm done.
Yale!
Oh,
I had
no.
been talking and no one was talking back to
Sorry,
me. It's
Yale.
fine. It's fine. I was locked
You're
in.
working hard
I
to make
finished, I finished
this house a
my
home.
room.
I am.
Yes.
But yeah, so there's donuts, waffles, cheesecake, sunny side up eggs, and turkey bacon.
Turkey bacon, my
bacon.
beloved.
We also have milk, coffee, apple juice, and tea.
I got some tea.
Yale, you are clipped into the cushion.
I know. It's my mood.
It's
I'm
my
so
You look
tired.
like a turtle.
You do a little,
So-
yeah.
So guys, I fixed my sleep schedule and then last
Ooh.
night I messed it up again.
I was gonna say, did you
That's
just wake up?
No.
Because I've been waiting for you all day.
No, I woke up
Mhm.
at like
Wait, let me make more signs. Continue.
2:30. I didn't mess it up too badly. I probably could get back on schedule today, honestly, if I go to bed at a decent time.
Let's name this
If.
one
Yeah, if.
lunch.
But I woke up at like 2:30. So like that's not
Ugh.
terrible. It's
Yeah,
not
that's-
great, but it's not terrible.
And this
so
one will
as
be
bad.
named dinner.
it's not as bad as getting up at 4 in the afternoon.
Mhm. I woke up at
Wait, though, that one's. Oh no, 8. This one's
8
breakfast.
p.m. maybe. I don't know.
I will
Listen.
say that I kind of crashed really hard though, because I had been up for 24 hours. when I
Okay,
did go to
guys,
bed, 'cause-
my letters,
Oh.
breakfast, lunch, and dinner letters will be at this top shelf
Okay.
up
Okay.
here.
Yay.
There you go.
Oh, that's actually really cool because
Isn't that cute?
we could go back to doing family dinner nights.
I'm gonna
Yes.
cry. Don't. Ah!
Family dinner.
Ah! Ah! Yeah! Ah!
But maybe we wait. Until
I want to
Anna
wait for
gets-
everyone to get here.
I was gonna say maybe we wait for Anna. Maybe we wait.
I
for
can't. I
Anna.
can't do it without everybody. Okay. Just a little mental breakdown.
The thing is that like I want Bells to join too, but the problem with it is that I genuinely do not think that Bells can handle all
I
of
fear.
the mods.
We fear. We can do a test
like,
run.
I really want Bells here,
Test
but
run.
like
Hold on, I'm reloading my chat.
Green wheel. What?
Yes. I have.
What happened?
Collective has told me about this.
Write down what
did
would
you
Anna
do?
do. Yeah, no, you guys need to write that down. What would Anna do? And it answers
did
all
you
your
do?
questions. It's okay. Bells probably could. That's what Anna said. Anna.
from what I
Oh.
from what I know, the server
That's not
runs
bad.
best with like 8 gigabytes of RAM, like, and I think anything else crashes people constantly.
It's fine.
There's
it's
also 300
fine.
plus.
Yeah, it's there's
329.
Yeah, there's 329 mods, which is more than literally any other server we've been on.
Yeah.
The
Crazy
highest
behavior.
we've gone is 289, I think. So there's like 40
Oh,
more
that's
mods than
specific.
that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
One reason
It's a
could be
lot.
candlelight. and
Let me manifest
Like-
Violet, please. That's what Anna said.
We're gonna manifest for Bells. We're gonna manifest so hard for Bells.
Prayer circle for bells.
We're gonna
Yes.
need a prayer circle every single time Bells would attempt to log in.
Mhm.
Yeah, 100%.
Unless, actually, I have an idea.
Oh.
Give me a second.
Are they doing another court case in town?
No way.
Real.
If they are, we should totally
Again?
go.
Let's go,
Right,
let's go
again?
smooth.
It seems like they're having a court case every other day.
Dude, we've
I
been here
mean,
for
let's
2
see.
weeks. We've been here for 2
Let's
weeks or
see.
so.
2 weeks. Pretty much 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Oh, also out of character conversation. Did you guys see what they posted?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you guys know? Wait, question. Do you guys know what that's about? In character or
A
no?
chain?
Yeah.
No.
I have seen the
I
change in character. I do
don't-
not know what it is about in character.
I don't know what
Okay.
it means.
Oh, Goob has his headphones up.
Hi.
Ready.
Oh,
Or
hi, Goob.
I have a sneaky suspicion it is not good though.
Oh, I love a court case. Yeah, I think like the first day I was
Yeah.
streaming, I tried to sue all men. Didn't work out
It's
well.
about the
Didn't really
gods?
start. The gods? What gods? Oh wait, yeah.
the floating heads, the guardians, or
Or
like
no,
god
I think they're
goddess?
different from.
Oh,
I don't know,
okay.
guys. We're gonna have to lock in. We're gonna have to ask questions. We're gonna need to put on a detective hat, and we need to start going around asking what the tea is.
Okay, we
What
gotta
do
go
you know?
do that now.
Now.
Let's go do that.
Okay.
Now.
Well, this was not
Let's
my
go.
agenda
Let's
today, but
go.
I guess I will do it. Like,
Listen. Sometimes our plans sometimes our plans get foiled. It's fine.
uh-oh. Okay.
Oh no.
I lagged. That was okay. We're going
Oh,
to
lag.
town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Down.
I'm scared.
I'm scared too.
I'm
but
scared.
it's
I'm
okay.
scared.
Oh, you're joking.
Where's everyone?
Are they at
I
the
need your-
Let me see.
Maybe the temple?
what temple?
We could go to
What
the
temple? What temple?
The one where we got the tadpoles.
Oh,
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's raining. You love this.
it's
don't you?
raining. It's
yes,
pouring.
I'm having so much fun.
It's
Yeah.
raining. It's
Me and Yali
pouring. The
went mining
old
yesterday.
man
It
is
was just water
snoring.
case all the way down. It was
I'm
so
going to-
bad.
Today.
I'm
was
going to
today.
attempt
Morning.
to
Yeah.
Oh my god! Guess what I did?
You got this.
By the way,
What?
I upgraded all of my spells to the max level of blood spells.
Nice.
I know.
Let's go.
I know. I know. Watch this.
Oh yeah, there's people.
Yep, I found
Yes.
everybody.
You guys can't see me.
Okay.
You guys can't see me. Now you can.
Wow.
Are you Jesus? Yes, Ginger Jesus.
That is you. What
Everyone's
is
up here, it
that?
looks like.
Oh,
No.
Detective Fedora.
I know it's.
Oh.
Oh no, it's back here.
Do we go down?
Oh, you got me a hat. Yes, let's play detective. Do I look good?
Do we go investigate?
Do I look good?
You do. You're slaying.
Okay, I feel like I need a monocle.
Hi.
Oh, hi!
Hello.
Oh, ah!
We're all detectiving.
Hi guys.
Okay, so
Where
we're
even
going
is
down,
it?
I think.
Where even is
That's
it?
silly.
Going down.
guys.
Oh,
Are
Hi.
you guys here investigating the chain?
yes, I'm a detective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Hi,
chains. What happened to
come
the
with
chains?
me.
What?
Oh, okay.
I'll show you where the chains are. There's over here.
What happened to the chains?
They're broken.
What the fuck? Oh my god.
Okay.
Is there significance?
I need a book.
So me, Maxie, and Killian. came
Someone
over
write this
here.
down.
Um, and Fruit Loop was like panicking over the chains being broken.
Is it bad that they're broken?
Probably.
Yeah.
Oh,
So, okay, I'm gonna give you guys the
gonna
full
be
rundown,
really
Uh-huh.
basically.
spill me the tea.
Okay, right. So, we found out that they were broken yesterday. Me, Rosa, and a couple other people. Dahlia as well. Oh, Jesus. So we found out there's a plague doctor, right? That
Okay.
showed up in town yesterday, and basically said, and was like, "There's an illness in this town. Like, there's a townsfolk in this town
Mhm.
that is ill, that has an illness that that only I can cure. And we're all like, okay, that's a bit strange. Started mentioning stuff like cataclysms and stuff like that as well. Oh my god. Hi Goob.
Hey, dude.
And then is this cure death? I have no idea.
Oh,
I don't think
that really
so.
hurt.
But
Why does
then
everyone hit me? What about me is so punchable?
You're
the
serving
plague
Goob.
doctor asked for
Sorry.
a member of the Crescent family.
And what?
And those are?
Queen, Grav, Sapphire, which is their child, Emerald, Ace, Ems, and I forget who the last person is. Ash.
Okay.
Not Ash Tunio, the other Ash. So I managed to call Queen over. And basically the plague doctor said to Queen, hey, your family's like in grave danger.
Oh, that's
Oh.
cool.
Oh, okay.
That's
And
Oh.
he said that it's they're gonna there's gonna be like danger soon,
It's
I
okay,
guess.
Goob. Why the long face?
Oh no, it's okay, Goob. It's okay.
Wow. my joke
So,
just went over
I don't know how
everyone's
I-
head. Okay.
Yeah. Get in the war. Get in the war. Get.
I can't.
Oh, you can't. Okay, that makes me sad now. But crying now. But
Oh.
yeah.
No! I'm being dragged down!
Then, oh my days. Then, oh god, Plague Doctor said that people broke the chains, obviously, right?
Uh-huh.
I found out yesterday, along with Rose and a couple other people, that this specific chain here was broken by Nathan.
Oh.
Because
Why?
obviously he's he was doing underwater mining and he mined right through it because in his words, I saw metal and I mined through metal. I'm not even joking. That was his word. Don't laugh.
Is Nathan one of the McKellans?
No, Nathan's the miner.
Nathan's one of the
Oh,
townsfolk.
Nathan's a minor.
He runs the mines.
Oh,
Okay.
that sounds like something
Thank you,
one of the
thank you.
McKellans would say.
I saw
We
metal
were
and I
thinking
mined
about
through
that.
it.
That was-
I saw metal and I dug through it.
I love that.
Thank you. I do my best.
Okay, so one of the townsfolk dug through this one, but there's more than one
Yeah.
chain.
Yeah,
what
the
about
other
one?
two, he did a diggy hole. Yeah, he did. He has a dwarf. Yeah, actually, I don't think he has a dwarf, but he did not dig a diggy hole. Look, he did dig a diggy hole, but he
Yes,
has no.
now!
Beautiful. Hi, Mars.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so
have an
yeah, the other two
amazing
chains have no idea who dug through them or who broke them.
Okay.
We don't even. I don't even know if like they physically did
The
it.
changes.
or if it
Oh,
was
I was gonna
under
say.
that.
I thought you
know
were
how, like-
talking about Goob, Anna.
Oh god, it's gonna sound so. Have you guys heard of Hunter x Hunter?
Yes.
Oh my
I
God.
watched it.
Heard,
Great.
yeah.
It's like that thing with like the chain around the heart, like, and like if the condition is like broken, then it gets stabbed through the heart.
Oh, yes.
I need someone to explain this to me in another way.
Okay, so there is a magic spell where basically it puts like a chain around your heart, and if you don't meet the condition that you put the spell on yourself, it just crushes your heart and you die.
Mhm.
Okay.
I don't know if
The unbreakable
they
vow.
physically-
Yeah.
Mhm,
Yeah.
Thank you.
That. So I don't know if it was maybe they physically broke through it. This one broke.
Yeah.
Nathan dug through it. Nathan mined through it.
Do you think it might just be because this one broke that all the other ones did? Is that what you're getting at?
Maybe not
What?
meet the scary gods.
Sorry,
you-
say that again?
Do you mean that like you think?
No,
that
you,
maybe just
this is
because this
well.
one
To
broke
be
that
fair,
all the
I
other ones
tried,
broke
and then
too?
nothing
Oh,
went
okay.
forward
No,
with my
no,
court
the other two
case.
did break.
Yeah, I know. That's
Have
what I'm
you-
saying.
have
Do
you
you
read
think it's
the
because this one
helmets?
broke?
Nathan
Okay.
also said something about how when they were mining through this one, they saw someone and the
I
only description
am missing
they
a
could
good
give
ass
was
lawyer.
that
I
they were
am.
screaming
Anna.
quite loudly and screaming a lot.
Oh,
Like I don't know
That's-
if it was
wait a
hysterical
minute. Okay.
screaming.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on.
This is how I get you in. This is how I get you in. I need a lawyer from out of
Who
state.
here
This
would
is shaping up to be a fun
hysterically
mystery.
Let's see a raise of hands.
So, who's hysterical?
Me.
Yeah, you and me both. But...
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Good.
Scylla is a bit.
So,
A bit
okay,
s-
let's
You're
do
just
dramatic.
silly,
let's do
silly.
let's do
Boing.
let's do truth or truth.
Boing.
Sup?
Raise your hand if you broke a chain.
Sorry, I was trying to get it for you.
That would have been really easy, but
Oh.
Great thinking, Georgia. Oh, man, when she said that.
Okay, so no,
Oh
it's
my
fine.
God.
No.
It's
Come
fine.
back.
Okay.
I'll save you. You can't drown on my watch.
No.
There
No
we
drowning
go.
in the ocean today.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I mean,
Wee.
Oh,
So yeah, basically, but we make another one.
No, let's not do that. Actually.
they're already all
We've
broken.
already unleashed like 3 things. Oh
Did
yeah.
no one hear
like-
about the weird Leviathan apparently that's down there? I don't know. I heard that there
What?
was some horror
Down
that
where?
was to be unleashed that the chains were holding on to.
Yeah,
of course
think
it's
that-
water
so-
related.
do you
That's
think
great.
Oh, no,
that's the
stop. The
bigger
voices.
Go pet it.
maybe.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
yeah,
that's the
apparently
bigger
the-
one.
If there is a
no,
big
there's
water
not
thing.
bigger one. There's probably bigger ones. We heard there
Okay.
were multiple.
Plural.
Multiple.
Fantastic.
Was it 22? Something like
22.
that.
I'm just thinking.
22.
think. Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
I
But do
I
you
think
just
we
play
come
two
back and
human
we do
beings?
it. I think we come
Like,
back
two
and we do it.
beings were being held down here.
We were told 3
And
were awake and there was 22 overall. Oh my fucking god.
There's 22 overall
guys.
and three are awake. The other
Um.
and one
hey.
of the beings is the plague doctor.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh.
Who are the other two?
Then the other two I don't know much of, but Skippy, no, not fucking Skippy. Oh, the Fruit Loop. Jesus Christ, Fruit Loop.
Yeah.
I said that one of the beings we cannot see, and the other
Okay.
one we will be able to see from a mile away.
Is Carlo
That's-
drowning?
Okay,
Okay,
there's a
so one of
really
them's
big one
really
and there's an
big, and one of them is
invisible guy.
really
Got
small
it.
or invisible.
Yeah,
Sweet.
either that or they're like rainbow colored.
Yeah.
Tay.
That's great.
You would be excited
I don't
about
know
that, wouldn't
why
you,
I-
Goob?
I was like, be who you are. Thank you. Metal.
If I could drown you right now, I would. Oh
You
my
drowned
God.
a child. I was
It's-
Oh my god!
It's good to know that the cause of our demise is accepting.
Yeah.
I love gay people! I love gay people!
Gay people?
Are you one of those
Yeah.
queers?
One of them queer.
You're one of them queers.
I want to eat the red one. Look,
Well,
they
next
lost
you're
a
on
life
the same
already.
page.
They were the first tadpole to lose a life.
Good.
What
I'm
the
glad.
fuck? I'm a rainbows. That's true. That's true.
That's amazing.
Right.
So yeah,
Whoa.
so anyone, so basically,
Lightning, I thought you were going to bed.
hysterical, loud and screaming.
That really genuinely does sound like
That really
Scott. I'm
narrows it
sorry.
down.
It really does sound like Scott.
Scott rolling up, screaming and blasting.
There are
on
big chains in my
pipes
way. Get out!
The engineer is sent you here.
Spider-Man!
Nathan said something
Where?
about Spider-Man too.
Spider-Man. Hold on.
Spider-Man.
What?
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
Spider-Man was
Like a
canon.
spider person.
Is he taking photo ops?
You can stay here if you want.
Yeah, that's a
And
good
join
question
us
actually.
later.
I think the
I'm just
mine's
going to
fumes
grab
are
you,
getting to
but
him.
you can.
Look out! Puffer
Maybe.
bomb.
Pipe bomb, where?
What is
No,
that
it's a puffer
mysterious
bomb.
noise?
Puffer bomb.
Oh.
My
Ow.
child is on top of the fish.
Spider-Man.
I don't know
that's
what
something
it
to
had
do
to
with
do.
Spider-Man.
Something to do with
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Okay, so
Who's a
maybe
super?
someone who
Wait,
had-
superhero?
Yeah, or maybe someone who
Hold
had,
on.
who could use. Oh, wait a second.
Were you thinking that I'm
Hey, we know
thinking?
a superhero.
I am.
We know a
thinking what-
superhero.
Yep.
Oh no.
dear.
We need to go
I
meet
think it's time for
Spider-Man.
him
Multiple
to-
eyes.
I want a picture.
With multiple eyes.
What do we
We
know
can-
for sure?
Maybe.
We
Think
know
it was
for sure
someone
that
wanted to
one
be
of the
like
chains was broken
Spider-Man.
by the miner, and then 2 of the chains were broken by somebody
Yeah, so
else.
maybe we
the miner
talk
claims he
to
saw
a
somebody
dummy.
screaming hysterically.
We
Where's
talked on dummy, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah. And
We
someone
reached that
hysterically
conclusion
screaming.
because he has a hero complex, which is very fucking weird.
Yeah.
And he's got
Weird.
multiple eyes. He's got like 8 eyes. Or something. I
He
think.
6.
needs 3
6.
pairs of glasses.
4. What? Wait, how many
The
eyes?
6 eyes.
He has 6
Oh,
eyes.
6.
Guys.
So I thought he had 8. I was like, your math is wrong.
What do you mean?
Grab,
Thanks,
shush.
Canadian Jesus.
Thanks,
Strikes
Grab.
again.
Oh?
No.
Canadian
Oh.
Jesus is back at it again.
Canadian Jesus.
Back at it.
again.
Oh,
Sorry.
Okay.
Do we just like? Do we just wait outside on W's house and just just wait?
Do you want me to take you back?
Just wait
Do we just jump on this?
Yeah, your name. Yes?
She wakes up. We're just gonna
Yeah.
jump him.
Okay.
Just like beat him up afterwards.
I mean, he can't stop all of us.
Well. Um. Hmm. Well, I'm here. Goob, oh Goob, where are you, Goob? La 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 la. Mm. Hello, Goob. Okay. Good nighty, good nighty. Bye, Goob. Alright, let's go back.
Baby!
Oh.
Baby! Oh,
Hey,
Okay.
Sue.
I can't pick up my own kid.
That was a jump scare.
Baby! We're gonna go
Alright,
fight
we
a
found it.
superhero, Sue. This is your villain dream.
What?
Pick one of us up and we go.
Pick us up.
We multiply, go back to spawn and grab one of us.
Okay, what's happening?
I don't know, I just got back.
Alright.
So we
Who do I have to
just
pick up
that's how
now?
come
We're
back to
picking up
spawn.
people, I don't know.
Alright, it's
Okay.
time.
I don't know what's going on, we're just picking up people, we're going on a ride.
Yeah, point
going
me
to bully
towards
on
the
Darby.
waist and
Go go.
we triple.
This is.
Yeah,
is
their
the
house
worst,
is
like,
actually
heist
up
ever.
here. I think. Yeah, their house is up.
I fear you're being lured.
Yeah.
Oh.
There you go.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man.
This is where he lives. This is not.
Ours?
Maybe we leave a non-threatening letter.
This is
We
kinda
have
sad.
to leave a non-threatening letter at his house and tell him.
Spider-Man lives
I was
here.
muted. Okay, I was asking why were you
Sign
here?
it like we're looking for you, and then just half the cast.
I only do threats.
Why are
have
we
it
fighting?
fast,
Why are we about to jump on dummies for?
Because we think Undummy broke one of the chains.
Yeah.
Cosmo,
Because he
I
was
want you to look
pretending
at
to
me.
be Spider-Man.
Cosmo, I want you to look at me real quick.
Is that everyone?
I think, I don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to get the shovel. I'm gonna need you to get the lighter. I'm gonna have to
Very
take this. You
unfortunate.
do the. We're gonna do. And Plan B. Don't worry. Plan C. Plan C.
The fuck is happening?
What is
anymore?
Plan C?
We don't tell them Plan C. We don't tell them.
I want to know Plan
What-
C. Tell me,
wanna
tell me
know
Plan
Plan
C.
Why are we whispering Plan C?
Who's that? Vomit this voice in the distance that I heard.
The army has arrived.
Oh, hello. Hi, how's it been, man?
Fine.
Here, Kobo. Swag.
It's Cobalt.
Where?
He's the
Oh.
under the sea guy.
Oh.
Under,
I am the under the sea guy.
Hello.
Hi. How
There's
are you? How's
somebody else
life?
shaking.
What you doing here?
I mean, y'all are just
Kidnap a bean medic.
Where'd my bee go?
Y'all are like just honestly waiting for Undummy to get back online.
No, we're gonna leave a non-threatening note.
No, I'm waiting.
Oh.
I don't care how much
George is
sleep I
committed.
lose.
George is
I'm
jumping
committed.
in as soon as he's on.
As soon as he
why are we
comes out
doing
of this
this?
tent, we have a suspicion.
Actually,
He
maybe
broke a
you
chain.
know. Do you know anything about the chains at the temple?
I don't know. I'm not jumping on dummy. I'm just gonna watch and see what's gonna happen. That's all.
Oh, as soon as he comes out of this tent, I'm immediately fucking going in with the crit.
Oh my god. Cosmo, if
I just here with the
Cosmo's,
popcorn,
Cosmo
man.
is not pleased with that. I want
Hitting that karate chop to the back of the neck.
He's going to log on and
Oh,
see
that's
us
a cute
all
sign. I haven't seen that one yet.
You've been expecting you.
It's like that one. It's like that one scene of SpongeBob where it's like all hell.
All hail plankton.
plankton.
All hail plankton.
plankton.
All hail plankton. Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious.
We are getting that
Yeah.
Krabby Patty formula tonight, lads.
Cosmo,
Getting
if
that
they
Krabby
run away,
Patty
Cosmo, if
formula.
they run away, hi,
Tonight.
do you want to
We're
do?
getting that
Do you want to do a spell?
This was
for
not
us if
on
I
my
track them down
original
real quick?
agenda of what to do today.
Yeah.
But
I'm
you
gonna
know
do
what?
He's in big trouble for
A couple of things to track him down.
the entire cast. in big
Yeah, that's what we need. That's what we need.
Everyone is here.
There will be others.
I find that kind of. Did someone just try to attack me with spell magic?
No.
Okay, Yale. How did you do that?
I don't know. I just crouched.
Y'all is just like, I don't know why I'm here. I just want to see.
So who's writing the angry
Wait,
note?
I want to
And
get
who's
it.
placing the
Oh,
angry chest?
So is, I don't know.
What the heck? Well, I can only go
Listen.
forward. I can't spin around like you.
All I have
I'm-
is in my inventory.
How many
So
people can fit
who's-
in here?
We need an angry book, and we need an
I don't
angry
know.
chest and an angry sign. Who's placing this?
I have.
There's millions of us
I
out
don't
here,
know.
please.
Okay, nice. A glass cabinet. That's
There's
not
like at
angry
least
enough.
It's,
20
it's,
of you
it's
here.
a little. Okay, what you got? Something angrier?
What? Wait, what did you
Listen,
say?
every single one of us are useless Cobalt, okay? I don't know what you expect from us.
That's
Listen,
self-deprecating.
I don't think I've ever been on a stream of yours
Read
that
it being angry.
things
Yeah,
go to
you
plan.
are.
That is so true.
Cosmo's just like, I can't do
Okay.
this.
Listen, I
So,
try
which
to
one of you
be
wants to write it?
organized. It never works out.
It's okay, buddy. It's okay. It's okay. I got you. I got
Who
you.
is linguistic? Ow. Me. You want me to
Kindling,
explain
you
it?
write it. You know
I
what,
just
Georgia?
wanted
You
to hit
write
you
it.
with a warhammer.
You
Okay,
write it,
I'll write
Georgia.
it.
You,
Yo, Clyde,
and then we can all leave this
I
house,
need,
and
I need
then
an angry. I need
How
an
much would I
angry
bet
book.
that shit's gonna happen when we write this note?
Oh,
Angry
All
book.
right.
you guys are so
Angry book
cute.
and quill. Anybody?
I got a book
Yeah,
and
same.
quill.
Maybe if we
Who needs it?
scream loud enough into the tent, they'll wake up.
I have a book and quill.
Sunny
Who
did it.
wants it?
Oh, he's
Val
just,
is
like,
like,
dead
why am I here?
I don't think I've seen this many
Yes,
people
you
on
said
deck
at one
already
point that you
doing
I
wanted
it.
love Val.
You're at least
I
in
What?
love
place.
Val so
I
much.
love Val.
You said
oh
earlier
my
that you wanted
God.
a book and
Okay.
quill.
How am I? So how am I? How
Did
am
I?
doing this?
Like-
Do you?
Yeah, at the temple.
Dearest undummy. We
Oh,
need you.
oh, to write notes.
Just on dummy.
Invest
Yeah.
Ultra.
Oh, sorry, I
Or-
forgot. I forgot. I'm still
ultraviolet.
trying to be. Wait,
Oh, do
let me
they-
put my hat on.
on.
Now I'm a detective.
Okay.
I feel like it's one shot.
Guys.
Yes.
Yes.
Because I'm a baby.
Okay.
Ultraviolet. Yes. Go Cobalt.
Oh, sorry. Ultraviolet. I hope
Does it tell me
this
that
finds
says
you well. We'd like
been
to have a
told to
discussion with you
Oh,
on
you're
a
recording
message.
it.
You
a
should
certain
be nice
thing
to
that we
me
suspect
because
that you
I'm
might have
baby.
Please meet us at wherever you want to meet you at.
Yeah, well,
Do we need to do a
okay, so-
course section for this too?
yeah, we just
Also?
all
Oh,
sit
boy.
angrily on the bench.
Oh no.
Hold on, Cobalt, come with me because I cannot.
I don't think we'll
hear.
fit on the bed.
Someone's gonna. I think a dummy's gonna get a lure.
Well, we can
and
be in
then
the
gonna do that.
the
I'll do
back
that.
seats as well.
Pleasure to find you well.
We can all just be angry somehow.
Okay, hang on.
Your Honor, I like to call my lawyer Cosmo here.
Ryan
Yeah,
the
he
cat
got
is
through.
laying on my desk watching, by the way. Oh my god, I'm glad that I can be a streamer for a cat. I'm glad I can be some form of entertainment.
Cosmo's done, bro. Cosmo's done. Cosmo's like they have one job.
Oh my god. Anna.
Got my angry
Anna.
I got
Anna.
told to be made angry. Yeah,
Anna.
Oh,
look.
are we putting the
Got
angry
my,
eyes on?
we've got our,
Cosmo.
yeah, we've got to get
Hold on,
our
hold on,
angry
hold on.
expressions on.
Angry
No, we got
eyes
told
on.
to
Whoa,
be angry.
careful.
Yeah,
If
angry.
Core,
We got the
if Core is not
angry
gonna
eyes
do
on.
well, we hunt them down.
I know you can.
We got the angry eyes
Guys,
on.
me and Anna are cooking.
Look,
Yeah, we
we're
do
upset.
angry.
We're upset.
Yeah, we're upset.
Oh my gosh, kindling, that's terrifying. The eyebrows are so big.
Val, can you put on your angry
know.
face? Can you put on
Yeah,
your
yeah,
angry
put on,
face?
put on your.
Anna and I are
Angry
cooking, I fear.
Put on your angry eyes, folks.
Bao just has normal angry face.
Bao, no, Bao has the what's the
Oh,
eye
gee, I'm so
twitch.
excited.
They have the eye twitch.
They have the eye twitch. Yeah, put on the
Yeah,
eye
they have
twitch.
to put on the eye twitch.
I worked and made my ears go back.
No, you kidnapped me.
Don't. Out of character, you better stop. Out of character, you better stop. I know you're in that VC laughing. Stop.
Shelly doesn't laugh a lot, but from time to
I
time
know,
they can.
but they were giggling when they were hitting me, bro. They were giggling. I know. Yeah, I called you out. I called you out, bro.
What if I Irish
Called
goodbye?
you out.
Baby.
Yeah, bro.
Meow.
Hey.
Aw. Sorry, I have to have my angry face.
Oh, it's a little baby.
You know, I can have my silly face on.
Little baby.
It's pretty little baby. Hate to break it to you.
Look at me.
Okay. I just won't correct the lyrics.
I'm so fucking serious right now. I've never been serious.
Yeah, we're all so
You think I'm
fucking
joking?
serious.
Look at me.
No, I
Does
don't
it
think- do you
look
think
like I'm
I'm
joking
joking?
right
I'm
now?
joking.
Does it look like I'm joking to you?
I'm joking.
What?
Joking.
Oh.
Oh my goodness. Mine. Look at my baby.
Bro.
Look
Look
at my
like I'm
baby.
joking to you.
I've met your
Hit the
baby.
bars.
Bouquet, I Irish goodbye. Is that a good Irish goodbye? I think I served. I think I served and I slayed. I fear. Okay. Now. Oh, I will. Okay. Okay. Let's go back to the original plan. Oh my goodness. Wait. Y'all, like, did you Irish goodbye too?
Yeah. I don't know what was happening there. Like, I thought that it was like Law and then like Spider-Man and then it was Andami.
I don't know.
I
I
don't
don't
know.
understand. I don't get
No.
it.
I don't get it either.
I love it. We all Irish goodbye.
Where's Indigo?
I don't
Where's
know.
Indigo?
Indigo can
Just
say and get our
stay
tea.
there.
I said
Yeah.
Indigo. I said to Indigo like possible Irish goodbye. Indigo said, "Oh, I'm gonna talk to."
Okay, so Indigo is
Okay.
going to be the person who gets our tea. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, the thing is that like
I'll message.
yeah. If there's any more, I don't think there's gonna be more right now. I think that we kind that's kind of like all that we could do right now. There was a god there though.
There was?
Is it?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah, someone that was
I'm-
invisible.
Yeah, someone
Man!
was just lingering there, but I don't know. Like it was. I don't know.
Here is
I
my
don't know.
evil, evil, evil plan. I'm gonna become friends with the gods, okay? And then we are gonna like, and then I'm gonna get whatever I want from them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you like that plan?
Makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I think my plan.
Oh, eat them.
Is...
Oh, wow. Wow, Anna.
That's one way of doing it.
Yeah, I guess.
I
Yeah.
guess. Yeah.
Well,
I don't know.
surely they could help us with anything that we need, right? Surely.
Get whatever we want. We
Yeah.
get whatever we want. Yeah. So like we just become besties and then we can get whatever we want. Consider? Consider.
Maybe. See,
I
part of
think
me wants
it's a
to
good
stay-
plan.
Part of me wants to stay with Indy, but like.
I know,
but,
I'm
like-
back and forth with
Yeah.
it too.
I'm just like so confused. I'm just so confused. Like, what was going on?
I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
What if what we want
if
is
you-
taking a nibble? Anna?
Oh.
But didn't they say that there was a... So the thing that I'm confused about is they said that there are 3 things that were released.
Yes.
The Leviathan.
Okay.
from
Oh, I
what
think I missed this
understand-
part. I think I zoned out. So explain it to me.
So, from what I understand, there are 3 things that got released.
Mhm.
One was
Mhm.
a plague doctor. Like a plague doctor got released
Uh-huh.
from breaking the chains. There's, I think, also a Leviathan was mentioned as like something else that got released from breaking the chains.
Okay.
And then the final thing was something that we can't see. Which,
Oh.
That sounds like fun.
if you think about it, I don't know if we can't see Cobalt, because that's what the god's name was. But Cobalt was there, but we couldn't see them.
Right.
So, is that the 3rd thing that got released? Is that the 3rd? You know? That's
Yeah.
what I'm thinking about.
Mm-hmm.
Did Cobalt get released because the chains were broken? And if so, what does that mean exactly?
We put our detective hats back on. And we find it. We find out.
Okay, but that means that we have to go back out there.
I think since everybody is there, we can go back and do our own investigation at like the chains.
Mm-hmm.
Do we do that?
Yeah, we could.
Okay, let's
We
go.
can do that.
Let me put my detective hat
hold,
back on. Beth.
I'm
Okay,
making you a Pokemon quill.
Thank you.
There you
Yes, I wanted one of those.
Oh wait, Indigo just said they are threatening this guy.
Oh,
Let's go back.
What? Let's
Let's go back to back. That. Okay.
Oh, well, you
Risk it
can.
being a bluff?
I'm not going to. You can, I'm not going to. Anybody can, I guess. If we need to use force, we can.
Sorry, Malik just does that.
But we need to think of a place to meet up with,
You're okay.
with
It'll only
Ultraviolet,
do half
and
my health.
we need to think of a group name, like a.
The Crusaders.
Has anybody got any good group ideas?
Something that
Chain.
optionally does not get you copyright, dude.
Okay.
Oh, you gave me carrots. Oh, I have food. You
We
don't have to do
absolutely do.
It needs to be
We do,
something
we
like
do.
chain related at least.
just some random dude.
Okay,
What else do we have?
Chain of command.
So 3 things were released. What else do we know?
I
Like
don't
lock and key or something, I don't know.
Oh wait, no, wait. That's wait, okay.
Ow.
Chemical
Vines?
bonds.
Chains broken by minor man
The binds? Like what binds us?
because he said they were in their way and broke it anyway. Yeah. Okay. Spider-Man is real?
As I mentioned earlier, you just end up
Threatened
if you just took the letter
Spider-Man.
If everybody included took the letter of their first name.
I don't know
Name, it would be
what Spider-Man has to do with.
Out of everybody here, we only have people with
There we go.
3 vowels.
Those are good notes, right?
That's enough vowels.
No, it's not nearly.
I'm sure those are good notes. Son's detective notes. I'm dyslexic, don't judge me.
Change of time, sorry. I was thinking change of fate.
That's not how you spell detective, but I'm gonna leave it.
Any other... Pick your ideas in chat. I think that's probably the best way to do it.
The metal charms?
Okay, so we have chains broken by Minor Man because he said they were in their way and broke it anyway. 3 things were released. A doctor, a fish, and an invisible man. Or woman. Spider-Man is real. They're threatening Spider-Man, and I don't know what Spider-Man has to do with anything. That's all I got.
Well,
Is that good?
It sounds like a biker gang, so...
Perfect. Hell yeah.
Why is
Do
Val
we get
being
leather
pushed?
jackets? Do we get matching leather jackets?
Oh my god, that's even worse!
Bo. I can come with.
Cook your kid.
It was worse.
Okay, that's good.
You like the rain.
No.
Val
Get
was
me out of
cooking
here.
themselves.
You love it.
Get me out of here.
I'm sorry, here, I'll put you back.
What about like the
Not
binding?
a rain person.
I'm allergic.
Is
I
the
don't mind that.
binding?
It's so
You don't like
nice,
rain?
though.
You don't like rain?
I love the rain.
You guys are so mean to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay. Any other ideas?
Take a dip in the
Save me from my
pool.
allergies.
A
I
trip
like the
to the
chain
spa.
links,
You know?
Also,
Persons their own little links.
also
chain.
Indigo, Mari's waking up in a few minutes.
Ooh.
We could do binding. We could do.
I'm coming with, so they're forced to eat breakfast.
Yes.
Okay. Yay.
I made that food. You
Speak of
better
the
eat
devil.
Oh, there she is.
Daughter.
it. And then take a trip
Wait, where's daughter?
to the spa. Oh, that is not them.
No, we wait.
They're waking up. They're waking up.
Oh. They're wait.
It'll be fine. Mari just looks a little different in the mornings.
Yeah, let me know when they're good.
Takes a moment to
Let me
wake
know
up,
when they're good, man.
It's a good thing I came inside.
Oh.
Yeah, see?
Mhm.
Oh, wait.
Takes a second.
No big deal.
No.
There we go.
Oh,
There she is.
Mari, I made you breakfast.
Good morning. Oh.
Just need to get back.
Good morning. I had a nightmare that I was tall and scary. I think we all had the same nightmare.
Yeah.
Nightmare,
It's
nightmare,
okay.
nightmare.
It's okay. It's just a
My head was in the top of my bed.
Oh.
That's how I'm reading
Oh.
that.
Dude, what is... I was gonna say, why is the sides being weird? Well, your
What?
nightmare's over. And it wasn't real.
Breakfast time.
Breakfast time! You ready for some breakfast? The rain is the thing that's worrying me because it's been raining for a bit.
It's been raining
It
for a
has.
while. And it's been
Yeah,
raining
like,
a lot.
Okay, we got
Maybe.
Clear
donuts.
for a few minutes and then it's raining again.
Over here, man. We got donuts. Boom, donuts. Boom, waffles. Boom, cheesecake. Boom, sunny side up eggs. Boom, turkey bacon. And then we also have tea, apple juice, and coffee. Milk, coffee.
Normal bacon is not as good.
Thank you. Thank you. And then soon, eventually, I'll have to invest in ranch.
Investing.
We'll invest in ranch.
Yes.
What's ranch? Oh,
Yes,
trust
yes.
me. We'll get some dino nuggets and you can try some ranch.
I have terrible news for you.
What?
There's no ranch.
No, no, no.
You
Before the
named
ranch was milk. It was milk and I named it ranch.
Okay.
Yeah, so you make it. It's just, yeah.
Gotcha.
You can make anything if you really want.
Also, cheesecake for breakfast. I just noticed that.
Yes! Very on brand. Oh, hi, Pinks.
I
Hello.
was gonna say, you really like sweet stuff, right? Yeah.
Oh, trust me, I also made my own. My own. Like, look. I made my own. I can make more if I wanted. I can make, like, I have, look, I have a whole ton of cheese. I have a bunch of cheese in there. I can make a shit ton of fucking cheesecake if I wanted to. In the fridge.
Oh my god.
Because you just have to turn them into slices, and then you need wheat and eggs. Like, I can make a shit ton of fucking cheesecake. You know what? Maybe I will.
Yeah.
You so happy, Mari. You got your Becky. Yay!
Yay! Also, we were trying to buy plushies the other day, but we couldn't find where we were supposed to do that. And if the place that we saw was the place, they didn't have it anymore, which kind of sucked.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, do you guys want to see my new friend?
Yes.
A new friend.
Oh.
Oh yeah. The big puppy.
he's friendly.
Oh, how did you get that?
So there's an item you could get from the pillager bags that allows you to tame ravagers.
That's
So,
crazy.
yeah, you just have to do a raid and cage a ravager, and then feed it that item. You could ride at it too, Mari. Yeah, you can get on him.
There we go.
Pretty cool, right?
Puppy.
Okay, I made more cheesecake.
Puppy.
Who wants to see how much cheesecake I made?
Oh, that's a lot. Lot of
good lord.
cheesecake.
Oh, do you want to see? Look, Rain. Look at all my cheesecake.
Oh.
I have, and there's more cheese in there. There's more cheese. I can make more if I wanted.
That's...
Yeah.
The fact that it's...
No, that's the life. That's iconic. Yep. And then you do cheesecake and coffee. Yeah.
I just have copious amounts of bubble tea.
No. It's milk coffee. Decaf.
It's decaf?
Yeah.
You can have some coffee.
Okay, you can get some coffee and we can get back. Okay, your godmother Anna says, as the godmother, please give the child just a sip of real coffee. It's good for the brain. Oh, it's the other one. I'm the aunt. Never mind. The aunt.
Yep. I was gonna say ant.
Oh god, there's a spawn. There's a raid at spawn.
Oh no. Well, that's not good.
That is not good. It still counts. Still counts, you're right. I agree with Auntie. A coffee a day makes me feel makes me powerful. Yes.
Yes, it will. It will make
You'll meet your auntie soon.
Yep.
They're my lawyer.
Probably Godma. Let's be real.
Let's be for real, man. It's Godma.
True.
Yeah. To both kids.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. Godma, Anna.
Yeah, that's Godma. I haven't met them, but I feel it.
You feel it.
Feel it in your bones. Your squishy bones.
I feel it in my jellies. I feel it in my jar.
My jar is crazy.
I feel it in my jar.
Alright.
Alright, let's go.
Okay. Where are we going? Which one?
Well,
Are we
what are we
going?
doing?
Oh. Yeah, where do we go?
Are we going to Hush Valley or are we going to the other place? Because if we're going to the other place, Mari needs to lift one of us up.
I think the other place, right?
Other place?
Or did they leave?
Oh.
I think they're finishing up over there.
Okay, then Hush Valley.
We'll go. Oh. No, I probably don't need to be picked up. We're going to Hush Valley.
Oh, there's no rain. Oh, thank God.
Oh.
But there's a raid.
Oh, but there is the rain.
Okay.
Back this way. Back this way.
All right, fellas. They're this way.
Careful.
Where?
We're fighting things.
Where they at?
He had a gun.
He has a knife.
He had a gun. That was terrifying.
Yeah, the ones with the gun are actually terrifying.
There's ones with guns?
Yes.
Yeah.
What?
Yes,
I
they
didn't
have
know that either,
pistols.
so I
you'll
ran
you'll
up.
hear them cock a gun, and then just hear a gunshot.
It's happened before.
Thankfully, it doesn't do
Never
that
What?
much damage, but it is
It
scary.
really shouldn't happen. Oh no.
You're good.
Bro, I just want to eat my fried rice.
There's probably a Ravager. Yeah, there's a Ravager. Watch out.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, calm their freaking down now. Okay.
Ow. Too far.
Okay.
Boom.
Wow.
Yeah, that explodes things, and don't you dare!
Be careful in town. We don't need any explosions.
Rain.
If we're standing here, where's the raid going
Oh.
to spawn?
It's probably gonna
Wait,
be
that
down
counts?
there somewhere.
That counts.
Oh, that's crazy.
If you cage them, it counts.
Well, Mari will
Yeah,
have a
'cause
new
they're
pet.
removing.
The
I
Ravager?
already dropped one off for Mari. I'm gonna get one for everybody.
Nice. Yeah, if
think
you
I
just
just
pick
did
them
one
up
for
in
you
a
and for
cage,
Sun.
it counts.
What?
Start of the tad.
Yeah.
What
in
is
the
happening
village.
over there?
We didn't hear the thing.
Kinda.
Oh.
I can't get on the roof.
Oh, sorry.
Over here.
It's hard to hear anything.
This guy's got a gun.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Oh wow.
I'm dead.
Bitch.
My person, I'm dead.
Witch. 2 witches.
There's one more somewhere.
One more. Oh, is he way out? No, it's a zombie.
Okay. I think there's usually about 2 or 3 more waves after this.
This is wave 4.
What was the bad omen at? Do you know?
They didn't have one when they showed up.
Oh,
Maybe it wasn't you then. Maybe someone else caused it.
Me and Will, like I had literally just Will, teleported did you have away bad from omen? spawn, came back,
No.
and
Oh, they're this way. This way.
Up on the cliff.
Up on the. I say up on the. They're...
What the?
Yeah, back.
No, he's got a piano.
Not anymore.
I had a piano. Creepy.
Oh, you get.
You alright?
Dead.
Yeah.
We want that totem.
I do.
Frozen,
Yep.
but that's
I
fine.
want
The
that
speed
totem.
we're going through them, I'm kind of
Okay,
worried
we're
we're
getting
gonna
there,
get
we
like
got it.
extra waves.
I got it. It's in my bag.
It's going up
Awesome.
again.
It's probably gonna be down in the ledge.
I want to give Maudie a totem.
There's like 12 in the terminal. So
Okay.
yes, please make sure Mari and Goop have totems on them.
Yep.
I did not fight like 4 raids back to back for them to not.
I forgot about totems.
Also, someone has me up really loud because I can hear myself sometimes.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
But I don't hear anyone else. It's just myself.
Oh.
Oh, right over there.
This way.
Boom.
Oh no, there's Vexes.
Oh,
There's Vexes.
shit.
Where's the... There he is. Oh,
Oh, sorry.
it's okay.
I got the illusioner. Ah.
There's Woker's dead. One left. Nope. Oh,
Do you have-
wave 6.
Do you have a totem yet?
Another one.
Here.
Oh,
you
sorry.
take that.
It's okay. It's okay.
Oh, Violet
can
is
grab
so
that,
kind.
No, I
In your
didn't.
backpack. Okay.
Oh,
I don't have a
I
magnet.
see what's happening. They're
I
just-
see
it's
what's happening here.
because, random people get bad omens throughout the raids. So it just keeps spawning new
Oh.
raids.
We're not getting the same waves though. It hasn't reset at all. These are
No,
still
I
new
think
waves.
it's because it
There's
gave
not
me
been any-
voluntary exile and it gave Sun voluntary exile.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
I
it
got
went
a
away. I don't
spell.
see it anymore though.
Voluntary
Down.
exile.
Yeah, I
is
don't
just-
have it
It's
either.
actually in the
It-
graveyard. Oh,
It's just for getting a guy with a banner.
Oh no.
Oh, that's a
Oh.
lot of them. That's a lot of them.
Oh, it's.
Jesus.
Okay, which is dead? There's an ice guy over here. Got him.
Yeah, the illusioner was me.
Oh.
Oh no.
Sorry guys, my magic.
Well, it's a good thing we gave Will that totem.
I killed my kid, queen.
Wait,
Someone
Will,
help
stay
me.
where you're at. Stay where you're at. I got potions.
Thank you.
No worries. There's one more
There we
somewhere.
go.
He's stuck right here. Look, he doesn't
I
have a
was gonna
weapon.
say-
He's just chilling.
You
I
got
would
the
say
totem
wait
already?
until I would say wait
Is
until
everyone
everybody's
got
done.
is everyone healthy? 'Cause this guy's chilling.
You got it?
It procced his totem. Here you go, buddy. Oh, that's my parrot.
Oh.
That's what you want.
He's just vibing.
Yeah, he's
There you go, pick that
he
up.
doesn't have a weapon, you see, so he can't actually do anything.
Oh, there you go.
Once,
Silly.
so yeah, once
Uh-oh.
they're good over there, we can
What?
keep going.
It's Scott.
It's Nigel.
Green, why did you just take out 2 people part of my family now?
Listen, man, I'm my magic. It can't
there's a
handle
raid.
it. Okay.
Okay, we're good.
Hey.
Let's go!
Ow. Why you punching me, we want?
Oh,
safe.
Will,
Okay.
Will, do you have a complete
go
second
get-
bar of hearts? Oh, who gave me a heart container?
You get one for clearing
You
the
get it
raid.
from the
when-
raid.
You get it from the raid.
Oh man, I wish I knew that. I was gonna go sooner. Hello, you okay little horn?
If you want, you can have my heart container.
You okay?
Yeah, so if anyone needs one, I don't have any use for them now.
Models are not
Yeah,
loading for me. This is
same.
not cash money.
Oh no.
Restart your model thing.
Oh.
You have to do
What?
reload model.
How do I?
Go to your gestures.
Open the worship thing.
open your Jester, and there should be a button on the right saying reload models. And then
Right, thank you. Alright, cool, fantastic. They loaded.
Yeah.
Alright.
Thank you.
Will, you ready to
Sometimes
do
it won't work.
a dungeon
now?
with 3 of your parents?
Wait, where's Kaz? Oh no, wait, Kaz
Okay.
is
Kaz is
doing lore
doing
at the
lore
temple.
at the moment right
Never mind.
now, so-
Never mind.
Yeah, I was bringing
Oh,
Will
boy.
to do lore at the temple.
Right.
Or the top.
Okay. All right. Let me see if. Mm. Let me double check if we're still doing book club. Your home is so pretty. I love the walls. Thank you. I tried so hard. Let me see at Anna. Okay, wait. Let me just throw this in there. I don't need that. Okay, let me set up a spot for these because I'm unsure of where, because like again, I had them here and I don't know if I liked them there. Maybe we can set them actually. Maybe we can put them. Actually, maybe we can put them like this. I'm missing one. Obviously, we can make a couple more, but like that's. I feel like cute and it takes up that space that was empty. So let's see. Croptopia can go there. Let's do. Okay, so this is all let's do. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, and this is also Croptopia. So we will put it there. Bouquet. Alright. I think we will be okay, I think we're gonna be doing book club now. Let's see. Oh, the bangs are not banging. Oh, hello?
Hello, let me mute stream because I was like, oh wait, I can hear the Discord. I
Oh
was very
no.
confused.
Okay.
I need to grab my phone. I forgot it. Hold.
It's
Also,
okay.
my notebook with my
I'm changing
chapter
my
notes.
stream title. I'm changing my stream title.
Okay, then I also
I need to pull up the book thingy.
Also, I'm off work on the 17th, so if anyone wants to do anything tomorrow, I'm free.
Okay.
Just putting it. Okay, run. I run. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom.
Okay. By the way, gonna because I'm talking to Mel really quickly. I'm gonna stay but we build the house and vibe while we're blank sign is what I was thinking. We could build the house, yeah.
Okay. Okay, I changed it.
Let's go.
Okay.
I run. No, but I can't tell you. I cannot tell you guys how excited I am for this. I have every day I've woken up and I've been like, ah, I must continue.
I'm excited.
Because we're getting to the like really good parts of it
Abby said, "I
actually.
got my copy of the book in my notes. I'm ready. They're ready." Wait, actually, let me retweet. Let me tweet actually saying that we're doing book club now.
Yes, I will retweet. Because we need to recap. We need to recap. See what we remember.
Exactly. I actually might get some food real quick too. And then you guys can have podcast time.
Let's go podcast time.
I'm so locked in.
Podcast.
Oh crap! If you wait, oh my god, Anna, if we didn't put the date on the book club poster, I could reuse it, but we put the date.
How did I make? Oh, hold.
Okay, holding. I'm holding.
Fucking got it. Fucking got it. Hold.
I'm so professional. I'm so professional.
Listen. This is a live show, everybody.
It is. We're waiting.
Listen, I'm going as fast as I can. I don't know why I got an accent
It's
there.
chapter 6, next one.
Yes, we're going to chapter 6.
Pulling it up.
Wait. We're at chapter 6?
We are starting chapter 6.
Okay.
Yes.
So how far are we going up to today?
Maybe like an hour or two, if anyone feels up for it. Whatever you guys want.
Wait, okay. I'm gonna. Yay! Time for my favorite audiobook/podcast.
Then I love you.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me.
See, I put in the thing that we're chapter 6, so people know. Chapter 6, page 72.
Okay, I posted it. I posted it.
He always like open the schools.
Open up your books.
The class is starting.
No, but we are actually getting into a really interesting. Like we're getting into a really interesting part of the story. Because like we've done like the first initial like they got to the reaping, the backstory, the reaping, getting to the capital, that first, and now they're going into like the training center and such, and like the tribute center, and
Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna
gets
get
really
some food so you guys can entertain chat.
we entertain. We are here to answer questions, theories, recaps.
He was here the last time.
Not the fucking Dobby.
Or he wasn't.
I can offer a quick recap. So, we met everyone. We met Katniss and Peeta and everyone. We got to know a little bit about 12. We did the reaping. Katniss volunteered. We've done the train. We have done the capital, like getting to the capital, the like remake center, and we've just finished the tribute parade. So we're really going into the training part of it and then the interviews, and we're getting really close to the games. I think we're 4 chapters away from the actual start of the actual games. So we're getting there.
Let's go.
I'm so excited. Because I was reading ahead, because I always read ahead because I had notes. The training is really good. I really enjoy pre-games.
Yes.
because it's so interesting and it's so fascinating what you can get at from, like, I've read these books a few times, and I'm like having read the prequels and going back to the Hunger Games. It's so interesting to like look at it from a more analytical lens and to see how Katniss, especially, was very early on led into like small acts of rebellion, and I found that very interesting. I made a note of it. Also, we get to like, yeah, no, she is. It's very dynamic. We also get to like talk about Avoxes. Avoxes, like this is the chapter. The next chapter is when we meet the Avoxes. I'm really excited to talk about those with Ryan, for example. Like understand, because that's the part that's very glossed over in the books and the movies. So I'm really
Okay, I'm
excited to
back
like
and I'm here, but I'm
get into
keeping
it.
Dobby up while I eat.
Girl,
I don't.
that's fucking terrifying.
Why?
Because he's staring at me.
Let him stare at you. I'll make him bigger.
Do not, please do not do
Oh.
that. No one asked for that.
I'll do it. Hold on, I'm taking out my earrings. Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you. Thank you, Bells. What if I just do this?
Why are you?
Is this good?
That's
Wow.
horrifying.
Wow.
Wow.
There we go.
By the way, Ryan, okay, what do you remember?
What do I remember? That is a good question. Um,
Girl.
no, like I remember stuff, but I need help.
Okay. So, I will read the last bit, like the last bit of the last chapter to see if you remember. Refresh our memories.
Dobby, our streamer. Yeah.
God help me, he's staring at me. Thanks for keeping hold of me. I was getting a little shaky there, says PETA. It didn't show, I tell him. I'm sure no one noticed. I'm sure they didn't notice anything but you. You should wear flames more often, he says. They suit you.
Oh my god,
And then
PETA, PETA's a freak.
The girl. And then he gives me a smile that seems so genuinely sweet with just the right touch of shyness that unexpected warmth rushes through me. A warning bell goes off in my head. Don't be so stupid. PETA's planning how to kill you, I remind myself. He is luring you in to make you easy prey. The more likable he is, the more deadly he is. But because two can play at this game, I stand on my tiptoes and kiss his cheek right on his bruise. So that's where we left off. That was the end of last chapter.
I do think, oh my god, she's so me-coded, like, I don't know. I feel like I see, that's exactly how I see myself.
No, that's fair,
Everyone
actually.
is out to get me.
But it's so, also, if you think this is PETA, this is nothing.
That's nothing. Well, compared to movie PETA, that is something.
Compared to movie PETA, yes, but the levels of Riz that this boy reaches in the just in the first book alone.
PETA's Riz only grows too.
Like, he got into the Hunger Games and he was like, you know what I'm gonna do with my life? Oh, hello.
What did I come to? So, how do I explain this? So, we have book club today. Basically, Anna's gonna sit here and read us the Hunger Games, but if you're probably more so asking about Dobby. Dobby's just a statement on my Twitch streams. Always kind of has been since I've started streaming. Why? I cannot tell you. So while I'm eating my food, Dobby is now your streamer, so you're welcome.
He's staring at me with his tiny little teeth.
It's tiny little
Tiny
teeth.
little teeth.
Understandable. I'm glad you understand.
Is this with the teeth?
No, yes. 100%.
Fuck JKR. Fuck the trans
Listen,
folk.
just because like Dobby is like, yeah. Very much heavily fuck J.K.
Crazy.
Rowling.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, are we ready for chapter 6?
I'm
Are
ready.
we all emotionally
I'm
prepared? We have our books, our notes.
I don't have a book. I have my food though.
That's all I need from you.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm
Chapter
gonna...
6.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I feel like I have, I need Subway Surfers.
Okay, well, I can't do that. So here, give me a second. I got you.
Page 72. Oh, chapter 6, page 72.
There you go, Ryan. So you
What?
can open this.
What am I doing?
There you go.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to figure out.
So you can log in.
Wait, I'm gonna have to figure out how to do that next stream because I don't know how to do that at the moment.
You can just open it just for yourself today. It's your special treat.
Watching Subway Surf, thank you. I appreciate that.
So for context, I just sent Ryan a 10-hour loop of Subway Surfers the gameplay. Okay.
Wait, hold on. You know what I'll do? Hold on. Are you looking at chat?
Yes.
There you go, guys.
If anyone needs Subway Surfers, on the side, there you go. Okay, chapter 6. The training center has a tower designed exclusively for the tributes and their teams. This will be our home until the actual games begin. Each district has an entire floor. You simply step onto an elevator and press the number of your district. Easy enough to remember. I've ridden the elevator a couple of times in the Justice Building back at District 12. Once to receive the medal for my father's death, and then yesterday to say my final goodbyes to my friends and family. But that's a dark and creaky thing that moves like a snail and smells of sour milk. The walls of this elevator are made of crystals so that you can watch the people on the ground floor shrink to ants as you shoot up into the air.
What the fuck?
It's exhilarating, and I'm tempted to ask Effie Trinket if we can ride it again, but somehow that seems childish. Apparently, Effie Trinket's duties do not conclude at the station. She and Haymitch will be overseeing us right into the arena. In a way, that's a plus, because at least she can be counted on to corral us around to places on time, whereas we haven't seen Haymitch since he agreed to help us on the train. Probably passed out somewhere. Effie Trinket, on the other hand, seems to be flying high. We're the first team she's ever chaperoned that made a splash in the opening ceremonies. She's complimentary about not just our costumes, but how we conducted ourselves. And to hear her tell it, Effie knows everyone who's anyone in the capital and has been talking us up all day trying to win us sponsors. I've been very mysterious, though, she says, her eyes squinting half shut. Because, of course, Haymitch hasn't bothered to tell me your strategies, but I've done my best with what I had to work with. How Katniss sacrificed herself for her sister, how you've both successfully struggled to overcome the barbarism of your district. Barbarism? That's ironic coming from a woman helping to prepare us for slaughter. And what's she basing our success on? Our table manners? Everyone has their reservations naturally, you being from the cold district. But I said, and this was very clever of me, I said, well, if you put enough pressure on coal, it turns to pearls. Effie beams at us so brightly that we have no choice but to respond enthusiastically to her cleverness, even though it's wrong. Coal doesn't turn to pearls, they grow in shellfish. Possibly she meant coal turns to diamonds, but that's untrue too. I've heard they have some sort of machine in District 1 that can turn graphite into diamonds. But we don't mine graphite in District 12. That was part of District 13's job until they were destroyed. I wonder if the people she's been plugging us to all day
Bobby.
either know or care. Unfortunately, I can't seal the sponsor deals for you. Only Haymitch can do that, says Effie grimly. But don't worry, I'll get him to the table at gunpoint if necessary. Although lacking in many departments, Effie Trinket has a certain determination I have to admire. My quarters are larger than our entire house back home. They are plush, like the train car, but also have so many automatic gadgets that I'm sure I won't have time to press all the buttons. The shower alone has a panel with more than 100 options you can choose, regulating water temperature, pressure, soaps, shampoos, scents, oils, and massaging sponges. When you step out onto a mat, heaters come on that blow dry your body. Instead of struggling with the knots in my wet hair, I merely place my hand on a box that sends a current through my scalp, untangling, parting, and drying my hair almost instantly. It floats down around my shoulders in a glossy curtain. I programmed the closet for an outfit to my taste. The windows zoom in and out on parts of the city at my command. You need only whisper a type of food from a gigantic menu into a mouthpiece and it appears, hot and steamy, before you in less than a minute. I walk around the room eating goose liver and puffy bread until there's a knock on the door. Effie's calling me to dinner. Good, I'm starving. Peta, Sin, and Portia are standing on a balcony that overlooks the Capitol when we enter the dining room. I'm glad to see the stylists, particularly after I hear that Hamish will be joining us. A meal presided over by just Effie and Hamish is bound to be a disaster. Besides, dinner isn't really about food, it's about planning out our strategies, and Sin and Portia have already proven how valuable they are. A silent young man dressed in a white tunic offers us all stemmed glasses of wine. I think about turning it down, but I've never had wine, except for the homemade stuff my mother uses for coughs, and when will I get a chance to try it again? I take a sip of the tart, dry liquid, and secretly think it would be improved by a few spoonfuls of honey. Hamish shows up just as dinner is being served. It looks as if he's had his own stylist because he's clean and groomed and about as sober as I've ever seen him. He doesn't refuse the offer of wine, but when he starts in on his soup, I realize it's the first time I've ever seen him eat. Maybe he really will pull himself together long enough to help us. Cinna and Portia seem to have a civilizing effect on Hamish and Effie. At least they're addressing each other decently, and they both have nothing but praise for our stylist's opening act. While they make small talk, I concentrate on the meal. Mushroom soup, bitter greens with tomatoes the size of peas, rare roast beef sliced as thin as paper, noodles in a green sauce, cheese that melts on your tongue served with sweet blue grapes. The servers, all young people dressed in white tunics like the one who gave us the wine, move wordlessly to and from the table, keeping the platters and glasses full. About halfway through my glass of wine, my head starts feeling foggy, so I change to water instead. I don't like the feeling and hope it wears off soon. How Hamish can stand walking around like this full time is a mystery. I try to focus on the talk, which is turned to our interview costumes, when a girl sets a gorgeous-looking cake on the table and deftly lights it. It blazes up, and then the flames flicker around the edges a while until it finally goes out. I
Miss
have
Quincy in this
a moment
bleep.
of doubt. What makes it burn? Is it alcohol?
Fair.
I say, looking up at the girl. That's the last thing I want. Oh, I know you. I can't place a name or time to the girl's face, but I'm certain of it. The dark red hair, the striking features, the white porcelain skin. But even as I utter the words, I feel my insides contracting with anxiety and guilt at the sight of her. And while I can't pull it up, I know some bad memory is associated with her. The expression of terror that crosses her face only adds to my confusion and unease. She shakes her head in denial quickly and hurries away from the table. When I look back, the four adults are watching us like hawks. Don't be ridiculous, Katniss. How could you possibly know an Avox? Snaps Effie. The very thought. What's an Avox? I ask stupidly. Someone who committed a crime. They cut out her tongue so she can't speak, says Hamish. She's probably a traitor of some sort, not likely you'd know her.
What the fuck?
And even if you did, you're not to speak to one of them unless it's to give an order, says Effie. Of course you don't really know her. But I do know her. And now that Hamish has mentioned the word traitor, I remember from where. The disapproval is so high, I could never just admit it.
Oh. Wait,
No, I
forgot.
guess
You guys
not.
need
I
lip
just,
gloss too.
I stammer and the wine is not helping. Peeta snaps his fingers. Deli Cartwright, that's who it is. I kept thinking she looked familiar as well, then I realized she's a dead ringer for Deli. Deli Cartwright is a pasty-faced, lumpy girl with yellowish hair who looks about as
Kayla,
much
you're welcome.
like
I
our
shared my lip
server
gloss
as a
with
beetle
you.
does a butterfly. She may also be the friendliest person on the planet. She smiles constantly at everybody in school, even me. I've never seen the girl with the red hair smile, but I jump on Peter's suggestion gracefully. Of course, that's who I was thinking of. It must be the hair, I say. Something about the ice, too, says Peter. The energy at the table relaxes. Oh well, if that's all that it is, says Cinna. And yes, the cake has spirits, but all the alcohol is burned off. I ordered it specifically in honor of your fiery debut. We eat the cake and move into a sitting room to watch the replay of the opening ceremonies that's being broadcast. A few of the other couples make a nice impression, but none of them can hold a candle to us. Even our own party lets out an ah as they show us coming out of the remake center. Whose idea was the hand holding? Says Hamish. Cinna's, says Portia. Just the perfect touch of rebellion, says Hamish. Very nice. Rebellion? I have to think about that one a moment, but when I remember the other couples, standing stiffly apart, never touching or acknowledging each other, as if their fellow tribute did not exist, as if the games had already begun, I know what Hamish means. Presenting ourselves not as adversaries, but as friends has distinguished us as much as the fiery costumes. Tomorrow morning is the first training session. Meet me for breakfast and I'll tell you exactly how I want you to play it, says Hamish to Peeta and I. Now go get some sleep while the grown-ups talk. Peeta and I walk together down the corridor to our rooms. When we get to my door, he leans against the frame, not blocking my entrance exactly, but insisting I pay attention to him. So, Deli Cartwright, imagine finding her lookalike here. He's asking for an explanation, and I'm tempted to give him one. We both know he covered for me, so here I am in his debt again. If I tell him the truth about the girl, somehow that might even things up. How can it hurt, really? Even if he repeated the story, it wouldn't do me much harm. It's just something I witnessed.
No, not your one.
And he lied as much as I did about Deli Cartwright. I realize I do want to talk to someone about the girl, someone who might be able to help me figure out her story. Gail would be my first choice, but it's unlikely I'll ever see Gail again. I try to think if telling Peeta could give him any possible advantage over me, but I don't see how. Maybe sharing a confidence will actually make him believe I see him as a friend. Besides, the idea of the girl with her maimed tongue frightens me. She has reminded me why I'm here. Not to model flashy costumes and eat delicacies, but to die a bloody death while the crowds urge on my killer. To tell or not to tell. My brain still feels slow from the wine. I stare down the empty corridor as if the decision lies there. Peeta picks up on my hesitation. Have you been on the roof yet?
Book
I
club
shake my head.
time.
Cinna showed me. You can
I don't know
practically
where I
see the
got
whole
them from. I
city.
got them years
The wind's a
ago,
bit loud, though. I translated
cute.
this into no one will overhear us talking in my head. You do have the sense that we might just be under surveillance here. Can we just go up? Sure, come on, says Peeta. I follow him to a flight of stairs that lead to the roof. There's a small dome-shaped room with a door on the outside. As we step into the cold, windy evening air, I catch my breath at the view. The Capitol twinkles like a vast field of fireflies. Electricity in District 12 comes and goes. Usually we only have it a few hours a day. Often the evenings are spent in candlelight. The only time you can count on it the only time you can count on it is when they're airing the games or some important government message on television that it's mandatory to watch. But here there would be no shortage. Ever. Peeta and I walk to the railing at the edge of the roof. I look straight down the side of the building to the street, which is buzzing with people. You can hear their cars, an occasional shout, and a strange metallic tinkling. In District 12, we'd all be thinking about bed right now. I asked Cinna why they let us up here. Weren't they worried that some of the tributes might decide to jump right over the side, says Peeta. What'd he say? I ask. You can't, says Peeta. He holds out his hand into the seemingly empty space. There's a sharp zap and he jerks it back. Some kind of electric field throws you back onto the roof. Always worried about our safety, I say. Even though Cinna has shown Peeta the roof, I wonder if we're supposed to be up here now, so late and alone. I've never seen tributes on the training center roof before, but that doesn't mean they're not being taped. Do you think they're watching us now? Maybe, he admits.
Oh, hydrate.
Come see the garden. On the other side of the dome, they've built a garden with flower beds and potted trees. From the branches hang hundreds of wind chimes, which account for the tinkling I heard.
Ring?
Here in the garden on this windy night,
This
it's
one's
enough to drown
pretty.
out two people who are trying not to be heard.
That one don't fit
Peter
there.
looks over at me expectantly. I pretend to examine a blossom. We were hunting in the woods one day, hidden, waiting for game. I whisper. You and your father? He whispers back.
I am going through all the
No, my friend
rings.
Gail. Suddenly all the birds stopped singing at once, except one, as if
I'm
it were
showing
giving a
you.
warning call, and then we saw her. I'm sure it was the
Maybe
same
in this
girl.
one?
A boy was with her. Their clothes were tattered. They had dark
This one?
circles under their eyes from no sleep. They were running as if their lives depended on it, I say. For a moment I'm silent as I remember how the sight of this strange pair, clearly not from District 12, fleeing through the woods
This one?
immobilized us. Later, we wondered if we could have helped them escape. Perhaps we might have. Concealed them, if we'd moved quickly. Gail and I were taken by surprise, yes, but we're both hunters, and we know how animals look at bay. We knew the pair was in trouble as soon as we saw them, but we only watched. The hovercraft appeared out of nowhere. I continued to Peta. I mean, one moment the sky was empty and the next it was there. It didn't make a sound, but they saw it. A net dropped down on the girl and carried her up, fast, so fast like the elevator. They shot some sort of spear through the boy. It was attached to a cable and they held him up as well, but I'm certain he was dead. We heard the girl scream once, the boy's name, I think. Then it was gone, the hovercraft, vanished into
This
thin
one?
air, and the birds began to sing again as if nothing had happened.
I think it's feather.
Did they see you? Peter asked. I don't know, we were under a shell or rock, I reply.
That one's cute
But I
too.
do know. There was a moment after the bird call, but before the hovercraft, where the girl had seen us. She'd locked eyes with me and called out for help, but neither Gail or I had
This one?
responded. You're shivering, says Peter. The wind and the story have blown all the warmth from my body. The girl's scream, had it been her last? Peter takes off his jacket and wraps it around my shoulders. I start to take a
Oh, I
step
forgot
back,
I
but
had
then I
this
let
one.
him, deciding for a
It's the
moment to
heart.
accept both his jacket and his kindness. A friend would do that, right? They were from here? He asks and secures a button at my neck. I nod. They'd have that capital look about them, the boy
There.
and the girl. Where do you suppose they were going? He
Oh,
asks.
this one's one of
I
my
don't know that,
favorites
I
too.
say. District 12 is pretty much the end of the line. Beyond us, there's only wilderness. If you
It's a
don't count the
song.
ruins of District 13 that still smolder from the toxic bombs. They show it on television occasionally just to remind us.
Can you see?
Or why they would leave here. Hamish
Focus.
should call the Avoxes traitors against what? It could only be the capital, but they had everything here. No cause to rebel.
Another one.
I'd leave here. Peter blurs out. Then he looks around nervously. It was loud enough to hear above the chimes. He laughs. I'd have to go home now if
After the
they. I'd
rings,
go home now
yeah,
if they let
yeah,
me,
I
but you
did show
have
you
to
guys
admit
that.
the food's prime. He's covered again.
Okay.
If that's
And
all you'd
then
hear, it would just sound like the words of a scared tribute, not
this
someone
one.
contemplating the unquestionable goodness of the capital. It's getting chilly, we
Yeah.
better go in, he says. Inside the dome, it's warm and bright. His tone is conversational. Your friend Gale, he's the one who took your sister away at the reaping? Yes, do you know him? I ask. Not really. I hear the girls talk about him a lot. I thought he was your cousin or something. You favor each other, he says. No, we're not related, I say. Peter nods, unreadable. Did he come to say goodbye to you? Yes, I say, observing him carefully. So did your father. He brought me cookies. Peter raises his eyebrows as if this was news.
Those
But
are
after
all of
watching him lie
them.
so smoothly, I don't give this much weight. Really? Well, he likes you and your sister. I think he wishes he had a daughter instead of a house full of boys.
Oh, and then I made
The idea
this.
that I might ever have been discussed
I
around the
made this
dinner
ring.
table at the bakery fire, just in passing in Peter's house, gives me a start. It must have been when the mother was out of the room. He knew your mother when they were kids, says Peter.
There you
Another
go.
surprise, but probably true. Oh yeah, she grew up in town, I say. It seems impolite to say she never mentioned the baker except to compliment his bread. We're at my door.
Okay,
I give back
necklaces.
his jacket. I'll see you in the morning then. See you, he says and walks off down the hallway. When I open my door, the red-headed girl is collecting my unitard and boots from where I left them on the floor before my shower. I want to apologize for possibly getting her into trouble earlier, but I remember I'm not supposed to speak to her unless I'm giving her an order. Oh, sorry, I say. I was supposed to get those back to Cinna. I'm sorry. Can you take them to him? She avoids my eyes, gives a small nod, and heads out the door. I'd set out to tell her I was sorry about dinner, but I know that my apology runs much deeper. That I'm ashamed I never tried to help her in the woods. That I let the capital kill the boy and mutilate her without lifting a finger, just like I was watching the games.
Okay.
I kick off my shoes and climb under the covers in my clothes. The shivering hasn't stopped. Perhaps the girl doesn't even remember me, but I know she does. You don't forget the face of the person who was your last hope. I pull the covers up over my head, as if this will protect me from the red-headed girl who can't speak. But I can feel her eyes staring at me, piercing through walls and doors and bedding. I wonder if she'll enjoy watching me die. And that's chapter 6. All right, damn.
Oh.
Oh man, I forgot that I was muted.
Sorry, I was walking away. I was showing my rings because they wanted to see my rings.
No, I was watching. I was watching the demonstration. Thoughts, opinions.
I thought it was very good.
You did not. You did not, girl.
Honestly, I was confused for a second because I forgot what an A-box was, but it was really
Yeah.
interesting to hear. Who's the girl?
So we don't. We actually do eventually learn her name. But I think I think that this chapter is really interesting on a couple of levels, because not only do you find out that it's the first time you see someone run from the capital, and they're running in the woods in District 12. And Katniss makes the note. There's 12 is the end of the line, unless you count the remains of District 13.
Oh.
And I think it's also like really interesting, the idea of like, this is something that I was thinking about today when I was like reading the chapter. Because we know what we know from punishments up until this point. We know that like stealing is forbidden, like just stealing will get you killed. We know that arming people, like making weapons, will get you killed. Like a lot of the punishments in the district are like pretty severe and very much like, oh well, guess you're dying. But traitors to the capital are mutilated and made to basically be slaves. And I find that a really interesting concept in terms of the Snow's view of the districts versus the people of the capital. And like, if a person in the capital rebels and becomes a traitor, they are made to live amongst everyone else and to serve them, and their voices removed. I find that really horrifying, but fascinating.
Wait, when you say voices removed, do you mean like actually?
They cut their tongues.
Oh.
Their tongues are cut out, so they can't speak. Which is like incredibly violent. Death is, of course, like killing people is. They can make sounds, but they can't speak. Because like death is violent, of course, but like it really showcases a level of like violence towards the capital people.
Mm-hmm.
Because the capital, like these are people, they can only be spoken to for orders. It's horrifying. It's absolutely horrifying.
And the thing is that if you speak, I think this is said later, but if you speak to them and you're not giving an order, you they will get punished for you talking to them.
Why? What?
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
they
bear
will
the
like get
punishment.
punished. I actually feel like this is worse than death. This fate is worse than death.
I would say so.
Well, it's almost it's a really interesting concept of, okay, the people in the districts you can just kill, right? They still kill them. They they get, the death is a punishment for a lot of things that would be considered minor. And it's a really interesting juxtaposition between the value of a capitalite life versus a district life. Because district people are you can just kill them, but you can't just kill a capitalite, but you can do worse. You can force them back. You can force them back home and make sure that they are never a problem for you again. And it's humiliation. It's like humiliation in such a deep level.
If you
It's like
think about it,
super violent.
if you think about it in the sense of like capitalites are essentially Snow's like outer inner circle, if that makes sense. Like because he has his inner circle, and then he has the outer inner circle, which would be the capital and the capitalites. That is a huge betrayal, you know. And what is the best betrayal for someone like, you know what I mean, for someone who is in your outer inner circle? Like you get all of this stuff, like you get everything that you could ever dream about, basically, is kind of like what the capital is supposed to be. It's supposed to be like this prestige utopia. Is what it's supposed to be. You get everything that you could ever dream about, and you betray. You know,
How
that
dare
is
you not be grateful for the gifts we have given you?
exactly
right.
And then you have Katniss, who it's really something that I made note of that I also think is super interesting to discuss is how, at least up until now, Katniss, like we've talked about like the transactional, like how
No,
she
she
views
says,
situations as
in the
transactional.
district, death is used to make it an example and gets rid of the problem, and supposedly puts out the act of rebellion.
Yeah. They can't rebel if they're dead.
Yeah.
They go, well, that's not a problem anymore.
Nope.
This chapter, I'm always fascinated that it ends with, I wonder if she'll enjoy watching me die. And I think it speaks a lot to like Katniss's transactionality at this point in the story. She's like, she owes Peeta. She feels like she owes Peeta, and she doesn't want to owe him. And everything is a give and take. Everything is transactional. And I find it really interesting that she's like, I feel responsible that I couldn't save you. I feel responsible that you asked me for help, and I didn't provide it, and now you are here serving me. I wonder if you will enjoy watching me suffer. Like that transactionality, I find super interesting at this point of the story.
I also want to say, I feel like this Katniss is a lot different from movie Katniss as well.
Yes.
It's very different. Like, I feel like with this Katniss, you can actually tell that this is like a child. Like,
yeah,
you know, seeing things for the first time. Like, I want to go back to the elevator and I want to press all the buttons. You know what I mean? So it's very interesting that they didn't do that in the movie as well, but kept. I feel like movie Katniss was very like, what's the word I'm looking for?
Stoic, I guess, to an extent.
Like stern almost. Like they weren't like, you know, like to give an example, like if Katniss was like on a forward line, I feel like Katniss would be very much be like, I'm never gonna get off the line, you know?
Yeah. I think that I do think that it's the issue with adaptations is that portraying how Katniss feels like she is coming off, because I think that, and that's something that I find interesting with the movies and with Katniss as a character, because like how she thinks she comes off as and how other people see her is completely different, and then her inner thoughts are completely different. So you have kind of like three realities when you're reading, which is the things that she doesn't realize because she's blind, she just does not see how other people perceive her. You have how she thinks that she's coming across, which I think she feels like she is coming across like movie Katniss. And then you have her inner thoughts where this is a 16-year-old child, and you can tell that this is a 16-year-old child.
Right.
And in even like little details like how she describes food. she's so like centered, and because of her trauma, like this is just a kid who's finally getting
Right.
food.
But like I feel like even then, I feel like, for example, like when it comes to kids, especially, I feel like when they're really excited about something, even if they don't aren't like very like saying anything or fully showing that they're excited, I feel like oftentimes you can tell that a kid wants to go ahead and do something if they're like fixating on it or looking at something for a long time. Do you know what I mean? Like there's different ways that I feel like you could notice you know a kid wanting to do something, and but again, I feel like with movie Katniss it's like not even really there. You know?
No, I do feel like that's something that she comes across a lot older, and to an extent that was kind of the goal, because there was a huge conversation when the movies were being cast about age, not just age appropriate casting.
Mhm.
Um and I think that lends itself a little bit to it, because Suzanne Collins was very against them being 16 in the movie, like being portrayed by 16, like by younger actors, because of ultimately it's kind of capitalized, like it's using children in a way that didn't feel particularly right.
Right.
But I do think that it takes away a lot of who Katniss is.
Yeah. I felt like, and that's the thing is too, is like I felt like even if they were to just add those tiny details like I explained, where if Katniss was really excited to go ahead, for example, they were in the elevator, right? And in the one movie, they were in the elevator. You can see that. If, I don't know, Katniss was like hyper fixating on pushing all the buttons in the elevator, like it's just the little details that they could have done that
Yeah.
they didn't, you know? Because obviously Katniss is like going to try to put off a stronger exterior, right? But that doesn't exclude the fact that Katniss is still a child, right? And you
Yeah.
can't really fully hide all the emotions and feelings that a child is trying to hide, right?
Yep.
So, I don't know, that's just my thought process on it. Like, I just wish that there could have been just a little bit more to it, those just little details that they could have done, but they didn't, you know? And come
There's a
on, they
scene coming
totally
up.
could have made PETA have a little bit more riz. I don't know. I don't
No,
understand
they
why
could
they didn't do
have. They could
that.
have done.
I don't understand why
There's
they didn't.
a scene coming up here soon that's gonna be, that I think really showcases Katniss as just a fucking terrified 16-year-old that I'm sad they cut.
Uh-huh. I don't know. I feel like Josh would have done so good with PETA's no, 100%. Let him do
Also, no,
it.
see, I've been reading. I read what you said. Because no, see, continued.
Oh.
Where is it? Let me scroll up. Oh, it's not scrolling. My mouse.
Hold on, let me see.
The Avox comment.
Oh,
Oh, I found it.
and then in the capital, the avoxes are used as the examples to show what happens if anyone steps out of line from their life of privilege and luxury. It prevents rebellion because you kind of have to be put in a position like a person from the districts which to many uh, capitalites is worse than fate. Oh, interesting.
Yeah. And I think that it's also like the humiliation of having them on display, right? It's
Yeah.
confronting the rest of society with this could be you. It's very much a fear tactic, right? They scare the districts with death, and they scare capitalites with fall from grace. Which we do learn later that there is, the capital isn't there is class, like the capital is not without a class system. Not everyone is as rich as everyone else, not everyone has as much prestige as anyone else, and to be confronted with such a fall from grace is kind of their worst fear, right?
Also, something I want to mention because something I saw that I thought was really interesting, was the fact that in the Hunger Games there was capital propaganda, which means that the capital, basically the colors, etc., that they would wear basically all look like candy,
Mm-hmm.
which I thought was really interesting when I saw that, because I was like, oh, tea, like that is such an interesting detail to add for the fact that the way that they're dressed look like candy.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's all the capitalite fashion. Like the capital is super interesting, and I think that it's something that I don't think is talked about enough because I find the capital fascinating. Because again, we talked a little bit about this in the last book club meeting.
Right.
But the idea that like capitalites are as controlled and propagandized, and they see the districts the way that they see districts because of propaganda. The only time they don't visit the districts, the only time that they have contact with the districts is during the games. And I think that the fact that everything is candy colored and everything, like the buildings, the cars, everything is artificial.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of the metaphor there, right? It's
Right.
the candy, when Katniss talks about the colors of the capital when she sees them on the train, the yellows that hurt her eyes, the greens that are too green, the pinks that are too bright, everything is artificial. It's
Right.
this perfect, rich, wealthy, shiny, beautiful to an extent city with people that are extravagant and rich. It's all artificial. It's as much a show as everything else. And I find that a really, really interesting metaphor for the capital itself.
No, I do as well, especially not for the fact that it being candy like as well, but I think it's also really even more interesting for the fact that the people that they are sending into the games are children. What do children like? Candy. So I don't know. It's very interesting. Oh yeah, Nosi also said, I love her and her thoughts because the position of the oppressed, there's many twisted ways of viewing the world, but also when so many acts of words have consequences, a lot of the most important pieces are of the true character on the inside.
And I think that, like, I think the beauty of the especially the original trilogy, we are learning of Panem and of the world through Katniss's view. And not only is Katniss an unreliable narrator because she is a very autistic, traumatized girl who does not have a lot of people skills. She doesn't. But also a lot of what she knows, like she sees things and she sees the oppression, she sees the unfairness, she sees the violence. But fundamentally, she is still a child who was raised on propaganda. So it's not that what she sees is true, what she believes is true. But it all goes back to that one point I made in the last book club, which was when she talks about how the way that they talk about, like in school, the things that they are taught in school, she knows they're probably not the entire truth, but the truth is not going to get food on the table. So she's not going to question it. And I think that's a really interesting detail to always keep in mind.
Yeah. Which I feel like
Are
is
we
a
ready
little
to-
bit like real life anyway.
Oh, fully. Like we are the people that we are because we are our experiences in the world around us.
Right.
But I find it super interesting that the story that Suzanne chose to tell in the year of our Lord 2025 was propaganda. Because Sunrise is the message of Sunrise on the Reaping is basically a dissection of propaganda and how propaganda is used and how skewed our views can be of an event because of propaganda. And I think that's very topical.
What do you think the next book would be about? And who?
Plutarch.
From Plutarch.
I think that most likely Plutarch, because I think that there's a couple. If we get another book, I am fundamentally against the notion of a Finnick book. I think that I personally don't think that any of us realistically want to read about a 14-year-old child who wins the
No.
Hunger Games and then gets trafficked. That's just
I
not a
will
story.
say that with and listen, I understand that everyone who gets sent into the games is essentially a child, but I feel like having another book that isn't necessarily about another child, but more so the inner workings of how the capital necessarily works. Hence Plutarch. Because Plutarch, it's like you said, but you said that Plutarch essentially is more capital than Snow.
Oh, yeah, he's the elite of the elite.
Right.
And I think that especially because so there's a couple of reasons.
Well,
So
and
Suzanne
that's what
Collins
makes it so
has
much more
this
interesting. Because if he is the elite of the elite, and it's the book about him and the way that he finally realizes the propaganda that he's been told all these years, I feel like that would make the most sense.
I think so too, and I've had this conversation with Bells because sometimes I just yap at Bells about Plutarch Heavenly and this series, but we were talking about a potential sixth book, and I don't see in terms of messages that have been. Suzanne writes when she has something to say.
Right.
The Hunger Games trilogy was an exploration of just war theory. When is a warfare? When is a war just? And when does, especially, and this is something that we'll get into when we get to Mockingjay, when does a war stop being a just? When does a just war stop being a just war? Because that is in the just war theory, there are things that can turn a just war into an unjust war. With Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, you explored morality. With Sunrise on the Reaping, you explored propaganda. And I think that there are two very interesting messages that could be spoken about with a book on Plutarch. Number one, intent. So a very Kantian view. Kant with Kant.
Okay, I was gonna say what? Curty.
Yes, I mean to be fair, but he is. But no, I think that you could do like a utility and rules of morality, sort of not morality in and of itself, but this is something that we learned in philosophy because we have to take philosophy in high school, and we learn about Kant and Mill and utilitarianism and when is morality moral, right? So if you do something, it's kind of the idea of if you do something for the right reasons, is it inherently moral? Or, comma, what matters is the effect. It's very much kind of a cause and effect sort of situation. And I think that's an interesting story that could be told with a Plutarch book. But more than anything, I think that a Plutarch book could very much be a book about how people in positions of privilege can and should use that privilege to change the world because a lot of the times we get farther because of inherent privilege.
Right.
And I think that is a very topical story to tell. Moreover, I do also think that we know the games. We have seen the games through Katniss's perspective. We have witnessed the fall of this empire, of Snow's empire. We have seen the beginning of Snow's empire. We have witnessed. We kind of seen the middle ground there with Haymitch's with the Quarter Quell, with Haymitch, with how things shifted because I think Sunrise is a really interesting book because it provides you a very interesting middle ground to what we see in the 74th through Katniss and what we saw in Ballad. Because you can see that there is a deterioration. Like you can see that people are poor, but they're not as poor as they are when Katniss is born. So that's super interesting. We are just missing the capital viewpoint, and we are missing the capital viewpoint and a lot of what happened in Mockingjay. We don't know how we got there.
Right.
And I think that a Plutarch book is the only thing that can answer that.
Yeah, no,
Someone clip this and send it to Suzanne Collins.
And also make sure you have on in the writer's room. Is it
No, send me in. Send me in. I'll write a script.
Yeah.
I'll help Suzanne.
And I'll act. I'll be Plutarch Heavensby. Actually. I will be Plutarch Heavensby.
Honestly?
Listen, I talked about it. I think Plutarch's character is genuinely so very interesting to me. I think playing like me talking about it as if I'm gonna play Plutarch. I'm manifesting. I feel like I could do a really good Plutarch. I mean, genuinely, playing that type of character would be so interesting to carry on, you know, to figure out the inner workings of this guy's brain. Seeing it on the outside of how he works, seeing how he was basically manipulating these higher people of power the entire time. But really, he was really working under his own motives. And it's so interesting.
And I can only imagine. Oh, go ahead, Viola. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just gonna say it's so interesting because because I'm gonna be totally real with you. You can see him manipulating Snow. You can see him manipulating Coin. I don't think he really cared about either of them being in power. Like he doesn't feel like he just, from what I can understand, he just wants to free the districts. But why? That I don't understand what he gains from freeing the districts.
And that's what I find so interesting because he gains nothing. He gains more. He would gain more from perpetuating the system. He gains nothing from freeing the districts. And we kind of get a hint that he was radicalized by literature, and by education. But
everyone click on the link. Me for Plutarch Heavensby, okay? Everyone repost. Everyone get Suzanne Collins on this.
It's crazy.
I'm serious. Continue.
I will say my fan cast for Plutarch before, like my absolute
before
fan
you met
cast
me?
for Plutarch.
Sorry.
Before I met you was Brennan Lee Mulligan. I don't know if anyone in chat knows Brennan Lee Mulligan, but he would have been a perfect Plutarch, and I stand by this. And we lost something the day that Brennan Lee Mulligan was not cast as Plutarch Heavensby. Yeah, the sass. It would have been I can't. No, but that's the thing. He gains nothing from helping. He gains absolutely nothing. And not only is he helping, there would not have been a rebellion without him.
Yeah.
He is the linchpin in everything. He is the mastermind behind the liberation of the district. Why? How?
How does he get into it? Why does he do it?
Well, didn't you say that they had? Sorry about that. I'm just trying to remember what Anna said so I can get confirmation. Didn't you say that they burnt the majority of their books, and so like the only people who really had books was him?
Yes. So, and this is, I don't think this is a little bit of a spoiler, but not really. So when the Dark Days happen, and the Dark Days in the history of Panem are the first rebellion. It's known as the Dark Days. The districts rebelled against the capital. They were at war for years. The capital ended up winning. District 13 went to shit. That's how it ended. And that's what led ultimately to the Hunger Games. During the Dark Days, people in the capital were so poor that they had to burn their books for fire, for warmth. They had to burn something to keep warm, and the only thing that they had were their books. The Heavensbys had a library, and they did not burn their books. So the Heavensbys have a full library.
Well, I wouldn't be
of
surprised if that's the reason why he became so radicalized.
most likely. It's kind of what's implied, that it was access to literature, access to education, access to literacy in terms of like, and not in terms of, the basic reading and writing, but like having access to these works of art. And we see this a lot with Suzanne, right? Art as a means of rebellion, art as a means of radicalization. We see it with music throughout the entire series. We see it with fashion. Um which is something that I love, by the way. I love that Suzanne Collins, like, a lot of revolutionary movements rely on art. They rely on literature, they rely on music, they rely on fashion, and it is implied that that's what radicalized him to an extent. But I wonder if there's more, and I wonder because it either could or could not be. I don't think that it necessarily would be a better story if it was just the books or not just the books.
Well, to be
because I think
honest, I also agree that I don't think it was the books 100% either, because for an example that I had said, but then Bellis was like, well, maybe it's a good thing they didn't have the book if they did. But like the example of like the Handmaid's Tale, right? If they
Yeah.
had that book, I feel like if Plutarch Heavensbee was an evil man, could have seen that and rolled with it. But clearly there's already some morals there. Where I feel
No,
like
there are.
Plutarch Heavensbee could have read that book and been like, shit, this is not good.
We do have almost confirmation, and this is kind of a headcanon, kind of a conspiracy theory. And a minor spoiler, I'm not going to go into detail because we'll get there eventually, but in Mockingjay, you have Squad 451. It is highly theorized that that is a reference to Fahrenheit 451.
I don't know what that means.
So Fahrenheit 451 is a dystopian novel. It's
Okay.
another dystopian novel about, like, it's a world, it's future America. Books have been. I actually haven't read it, but books have been outlawed, and firemen burn any that are found. It's inspired. It was inspired by the book burnings in Nazi Germany.
Oh, okay.
So it is. It could have been coincidental that the squad that in Mockingjay he names the squad 451, but I think that when it comes to Suzanne Collins and the way that she weaves narratives, I would find it very unlikely that it was an accident.
Yeah.
Which would imply then that Plutarch not only had access to books, but he had access to books like Fahrenheit 451, and enough to use that in a way. Oh, that's super. I did not know that. The title comes from the fact that 451 Fahrenheit is the temperature paper burns at. The
That's
more you know.
crazy.
I need to read it. It's been on my list for years, but I just yeah, we saw some rebellion through fashion with Cinna. Not just the outfits he and Portia made for Katniss and Peeta, but not being altered and dressed casually, even soft-spoken and bubbly fake. Yeah. I mean, I think fashion, I love the way that the Hunger Games treats fashion, music, and with Plutarch, we also have the touch of literature. I find that beautiful because I think that's something that these sorts of that YA dystopia tends to forget, and I really love that Suzanne Collins takes that seriously.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, Violet. Did you want to finish what you were saying? That comment
I
went.
don't remember what I was
Oh, I'm
saying.
so sorry. I just was like, oh my god, wait, I need to say this before I forget.
No, you're good. You are good. Sorry, I was just reading something. Well, cause it'll be it's an interesting thing later. Cause I was thinking about it. If the Heavensbees all like if they all had access to information, I'm just wondering why Plutarch was the first to like do something about it.
Well, we don't know.
Give us a
That's
Plutarch
true.
book. Give us a Plutarch movie. Put me in.
It's like I'm just part of me is wondering if like the family itself has been rebels for generations, you know? Like
On the
since the
DL?
dark
Well, we know that not necessarily. We get a little bit of an idea that not necessarily. At least one of Plutarch's ancestors that we see in Ballad does not seem like much of a.
Oh, that's true. I forgot.
No, man.
You
It's
can
kind of
see
like, you know.
a lot of them. All of them are fucking cunts.
Yeah, no, they were.
Why do you think Snow married a woman that that he hates?
Because love. But it is interestingly enough, it is like one of like Plutarch comes from the line like his his direct ancestor, one of his blah blah blah, blah grandfathers is Trajan Heavensby, who is honored as the father of Panem.
Oh.
So when I say that he is more elite than Snow, we don't know exactly. We don't know enough about the history of Panem to know exactly what the fuck happened. But you would assume that by him being quote unquote the father of Panem, he most likely was the first person to make Panem into Panem. So we are talking about like generational, like and he says, if I remember correctly, I am his great great. I can never remember how many greats. Anyway, he was one of my grandfathers. So it's really interesting. The idea that like one of you have the father of Panem and it was one of his ancestors that completely changed it. And I find that fucking like one of his descendants, I find that fucking fascinating, which is why we need a Plutarch book. Ultimately, this episode of Book Club is sponsored by Dear Suzanne. If you're gonna write more books, please make it Plutarch.
And hire me.
Please, we need to understand this man.
No, we do.
But the thing is that at the same time I'm kind of like, but doesn't that also make the character more interesting because we don't understand his motives?
I personally, and I think that really is very much a thing that depends on it very much depends on the person. I don't agree. I think that he's interesting in the mystery of him, but I don't think that knowing at this point in the story and at this point with every, with all the information that we have, I think that it would be a full circle in a way that we have like the prequels. I find that the prequels have been tying up loose ends. And I think that with Ballad, we got a lot, right? With Ballad, you understand Coriolanus now. And with Sunrise, you understand Coriolanus now a little bit more, but it ties up a lot of loose ends in a way. And I think that to round it all out, it feels incomplete and not it look, if we never get another book, I'll be happy. But it does feel incomplete to be so in the dark about the rebellion when it is such an important part of the story.
That's true. Yeah, no, I agree. Because I was just thinking about it. Because I know that some people probably will make the argument of, oh, well, doesn't it kind of already add to like his mystery of like not knowing what his actual motives are? And I'm like, yeah, it does, but like I also would love to like be able to understand every aspect of the story. Because the thing is that, like you said, we learn and understand like how Snow got to where he is at the point that he's at now. You don't agree with it, but you understand how he got there.
Yeah.
And then uh with Sunrise, we have we understand Snow even like you said a little bit more, but we also understand Haymitch and a little bit more about Plutarch. and
Mm-hmm. No, we do.
how long he's actually been in the rebellion. But
Nosi said, I mentioned wanting a prequel that's about the formation of Panem, or the climate disasters that led to it, or the original war before the Hunger Games, but honestly, I think that could be a cool message to explore how fascism rises to power and how a dystopia could form realistically. That, but also reality of the outcome of climate disasters like we're starting to see IRL too.
It's why I will say this. I don't think we would ever go that far. Because I think that it would hit a little bit too close to home in a way that I'm not entirely sure. Because I think we can see the through line really well, right? I think that it would be a Panem history book would be really interesting, but I think that we can see the parallels and we can look at the world and go, oh, I can see how he would get there. I will say this. I think we already and this is something that I personally find interesting. I think we already explored how fascism comes to rise. And I think we already have the Hunger Games have already explored how everything started. And I think that happens in Mockingjay. I think that is the purpose of Mockingjay. Not just the war, but how very quickly you can fall right back into the next one. Because someone once said, like, I remember I was watching TikToks. My TikTok is mostly Hunger Games and Sabrina Carpenter, but mostly Hunger Games.
We need to get you on your TikTok grind.
I need to get there.
Sorry, off topic.
But I talked too much. No, but and someone said something along the lines of, I really want to see how I'd be really interesting to be in the room when the Hunger Games were first, like, they said, let's do this.
Mm-hmm.
We already were. In Mockingjay, you are in the room when that happens. You know exactly how it started. You know that it started because people were angry and hurt and wanted to inflict that anger and hurt and to make the people that hurt them pay. And that is exactly how it started the first time. Not with the idea of them fun, but with how a group of people said, all right, let's do this. We already saw that. We already saw the parallel. So I do think that it would be an interesting book, but I don't think that that would be the book that we would get.
No.
Also, sorry, I get on my soapbox about this about the Hunger Games, and I do not stop.
There's only two books that I could see, and the first one that I'm thinking of, like you said, is a Plutarch book. I think that one makes the most like sense to finish out everything, to tie it up in like a neat little bow. The other one is just more for like is um is like an epilogue far like for in the future. You know what I mean? Like far in the future but I don't really see a point in doing that because like we already know that it's ended pretty good. It's kind of like it would be more to see if people are falling into the trap and people are getting corrupted again and all that stuff. Like seeing if the cycle is continued or if it's truly broken. But if it's truly broken, there's no point in doing that book, you know? It would
And
be
I
only
think
if the
that
cycle is repeating.
and I think that if the cycle were to repeat itself, I think that that would, while I and this is something that Plutarch says in the last book, that, let's see, because we like, basically, TLDR, humans like to fuck each other over.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that it would really be, I think I would struggle with that book. Like, if there was a universe where shit hit the fan again, I think that I would struggle with that book, because I think that the message of the Hunger, like, ultimately the Hunger Games, especially the original trilogy, through all the pain and the heartbreak and the sorrow and all the shit that Katniss goes through, it ends hopeful. It ends in a really positive light. And to then, like, be like, well, everything turned to shit again, and be like, God damn it, there's no hope in this world. And I don't think that that's fundamentally the message.
No.
I just want to see of course we want to see how Katniss and Peter are doing, how the kids are doing, how's the family. But oh shit, spoilers. I forgot.
Well, the movies have been out for a long
Come
time.
on now.
Like,
And come on now, guys. There's no such thing as the love triangle in this series. It's not a triangle. It's
It
Katniss and
literally is
Peeta and
not.
Gale is over there, I guess.
and then there's him.
All the edits of Gale to Man-Child have really
I have
made
yet to listen to that song.
You haven't
Damn,
listened to
I've never
Man-Child?
seen the movie, guys. What the hell? Damn. I'm sorry. I'm sorry we spoiled it for you. I'm sorry.
Unfortunate. I'm so sorry.
Hmm.
Also, do we want to do another chapter, or do we want to continue yapping?
I'm
We
fine
could
with
do another
either.
chapter.
Yeah.
I think we can do another chapter.
Okay. Chapter 7, page 85!
Okay. Chapter 7. My slumbers are filled with disturbing dreams. The face of the red-headed girl intertwines with gory images from earlier Hunger Games, with my mother withdrawn and unreachable.
Oh, wait,
with
there
Prim
an ad's about
emancipated-
to start in like literally a minute.
Fuck.
So I don't know if you want to wait until after the ad.
We wait. I'm not gonna. If you don't crunch your ads, if you don't want to crunch your ads, check. You might have a Prime. You can sub. You could get access to wonderful emotes. I'm just saying.
Prime's free. If you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe for free. Or watch your ads. Or sub. Whatever you want. But eat them up. You guys have 16 seconds. Till the ad monster
no.
comes to get you.
Crunchy ads. No, but Brian, you need to listen to Man-Child. It's.
Should I put it on right now?
I mean, yes.
Okay, ready? Live reaction to Man-Child. Wait, I need the lyrics. Oh my god.
I know.
Okay. I do like it. I like the beginning a lot, but
Listen, I
I
love a
think it's
country. I love a country moment.
yeah, you do, don't you?
All right, call me a slur next time. Jesus Christ. You do, don't you?
You do,
God
don't
damn it.
you? I know. Listen, all I'm gonna say is I know how you feel about cowboys and cowboy hats.
God forbid you like, you like cowboy boots and a cowboy hat and Levi's and an accent. God forbid. You know. I read too much Nora Roberts at a very formative age.
You
And
stare at
it
guys'
stuck.
asses, don't you?
Why do they have them if not to stare at?
Hello, hi, welcome in. Hello, hello. That's a wow, crazy time for you to come in.
Sorry, that is your first impression.
That is.
I'm so sorry that is your first impression of me. I swear, we were having very intelligent discussion like 5 minutes ago.
What did I turn into? I am so sorry. No, I'm not.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not. I'm just exposing Anna. I apologize. That's crazy. Did I interrupt
Can't
something?
believe you do this. No, it's fine. It's fine. Listen.
Okay. The odds are over, so we can actually continue reading the book.
Okay. Let's go. My slumbers are filled with disturbing dreams. The face of the red-headed girl intertwines with gory images from earlier Hunger Games, with my mother withdrawn and unreachable, with Prim emaciated and terrified. I bolt up screaming for my father to run as the mine explodes into a million deadly bits of light. Dawn is breaking through the windows. The capital has a misty, haunted air. My head aches, and I must have bitten into the side of my cheek in the night. My tongue probes the ragged flesh, and I taste blood. Slowly, I drag myself out of bed and into the shower. I arbitrarily punch buttons on the control board and end up hopping from foot to foot as alternating jets of icy cold and steaming hot water assault me. Then I'm deluged in lemony foam that I have to scrape off with a heavy bristled brush. Oh well, at least my blood is flowing. When I'm dried and moisturized with lotion, I find an outfit that has been left for me at the front of the closet: tight black pants, a long sleeved burgundy tunic, and leather shoes. I put my hair in a single braid down my back. This is the first time since the morning of the reaping that I resemble myself. No fancy hair and clothes, no flaming capes, just me, looking like I could be headed for the woods. It calms me. Hamish didn't give us an exact time to meet for breakfast, and no one has contacted me this morning, but I'm hungry, so I head down to the dining room hoping there will be food. I'm not disappointed. While the table is empty, a long board off to the side has been laid with at least 20 dishes. A young man, an Avoc, stands at attention by the spread. When I ask if I can serve myself, he nods assent. I load a plate with eggs, sausages, battered cakes covered in thick orange preserves, slices of pale purple melon. As I gorge myself, I watch the sun rise over the capital. I have a second plate of hot grain smothered in beef stew. Finally, I fill a plate with rolls and sit at the table, breaking oil bits and dipping them into hot chocolate, the way Peta did on the train. My mind wanders to my mother and Prim. They must be up. My mother getting their breakfast of mush. Prim milking her goat before school. Just 2 mornings ago, I was home. How can that be right? Yes, just 2. And now how empty the house feels even from a distance. What did they say last night about my fiery debut at the games? Did it give them hope or simply add to their terror when they saw the reality of 24 tributes circled together, knowing only one could live? Hamish and Peta come in, bid me good morning, fill their plates. It makes me irritated that Peta is wearing exactly the same outfit I am. I need to say something to Cinna. This twins act is going to blow up in our faces once the games begin. Surely they must know this. Then I remember Hamish telling me to do exactly what the stylist tells me to do. If it was anyone but Cinna, I might have been tempted to ignore him. But after last night's triumph, I don't have a lot of room to criticize his choices. I'm nervous about the training. There will be 3 days in which all the tributes practice together. On the last afternoon, we'll each get a chance to perform in private before the game makers. The thought of meeting the other tributes face to face makes me queasy. I turn the roll I have just taken from the basket over and over in my hands, but my appetite is gone. When Hamish has finished several platters of stew, he pushes back his plate with a sigh. He takes a flask out of his pocket and takes a long pull on it and leans his elbows on the table. So, let's get down to business. Training. First off, if you'd like, I'll coach you separately. Decide now. Why would you coach us separately? I ask. Say if you had a secret skill you might not want the other to know about, says Hamish. I exchange a look with Peter. I don't have any secret skills, he says. And I already know what yours is, right? I mean, I've eaten enough of your squirrels. I never thought about Peter eating the squirrels I shot. Somehow, I always pictured the baker quietly going off and frying them up for himself. Not out of greed, but because town families usually eat expensive butcher meat, beef and chicken and horse. You can coach us together, I tell Hamish. Peter nods. All right, so give me some idea of what you can do, says Hamish. I can't do anything, says Peter, unless you count baking bread. Sorry, I don't. Katniss, I already know you're handy with a knife, says Hamish. Not really, but I can hunt, I say, with a bow and arrow. And you're good? Asks Hamish. I have to think about it. I've been putting food on the table for 4 years. It's no small task. I'm not as good as my father was, but he'd had more practice. I've better aim than
So
Dale, but
we're
I've
currently
had more
doing a
practice.
book club
He's a
reading
genius
of
with
The
traps
Hunger
and
Games.
snares.
So that's what
I'm
we're
all right,
reading.
I say. She's excellent, says Peter.
Well,
My father
Anna's
buys
reading
her
and we're
squirrels.
listening,
He always comments on
and
how
I
the
have my
arrows
live
never pierce
reaction.
the body. She hits everyone in the
Because
eye.
I've only ever
It's the same
seen
with the
the
rabbits she sells
movies.
the
I've
butcher.
never
She couldn't even bring deer down.
read the
This
books,
assessment of my
and
skills
Anna's
from
always wanted
PETA
me to
takes
read
me
the
totally by
books.
surprise.
So this is the only
First, that
time
he
that
ever
Anna's gonna
noticed.
actually get me to read
Second,
the
that he's
books.
talking me up.
If Anna reads them to me.
What are you doing? I ask him
I fear my
suspiciously.
ADHD is too
What are
bad
you
for me to
doing?
properly sit down
If he's
and
going
read a
to
book
help you,
myself.
he has to know what you're capable
So
of.
this is
Don't
the
underrate
next best
yourself,
thing.
says Peter. I don't know why, but this rubs me the wrong way. But you, I've seen you in the market. You can lift 100-pound bags of flour, I snap at him. Tell him that. That's not nothing. Yes, and I'm sure the arena will be full of bags of flour for me to chuck at people. It's not like being able to use a weapon. You know it isn't. He shoots back. He can wrestle, I tell Hamish. He came in second in our school competition last year, only after his brother. What use is that? How many times have you seen someone wrestle someone to death? Says Peter in disgust. There's There's always hand-to-hand combat. All you need is to come up with a knife and you'll at least stand a chance. If I get jumped, I'm dead. I can hear my voice rising in anger. But you won't. You'll be living in some tree, eating raw squirrels and picking off people with arrows. You know what my mother said to me when she came to say goodbye as if to cheer me up? She says maybe District 12 will finally have a winner. Then I realize she didn't mean me. She meant you, bursts out Peter. Oh, she meant you, I say with a wave of dismissal. She said she's a survivor, that one. She is, says Peter. That pulls me short. Did his mother really say that about me? Did she rate me over her son? I see the pain in Peter's eyes, and I know he isn't lying. Suddenly, I'm behind the bakery, and I can feel the chill of the rain running down my back, the hollowness in my belly. I sound 11 years old when I speak, but only because someone helped me. Peter's eyes flicker down to the roll in my hands, and I know he remembers that day too, but he just shrugs. People will help you in the arena. They'll be tripping over each other to sponsor you. No more than you, I say. Peter rolls his eyes at Hamish. She has no idea the effect she can have. He runs his fingernails along the wood grain in the table, refusing to look at me. What on earth does he mean? People help me? When we were dying of starvation, no one helped me. No one except Peter. Only I had something to barter. Oh, once I had something to barter with, things changed. I'm a tough trader, or am I? What effect do I have? That I'm weak and needy? Is he suggesting that I get good deals because people pitied me? I try to think if this is true. Perhaps some of the merchants were a little generous in their trades, but I always attributed that to their long-standing relationship with my father. Besides, my game is first class. No one pitied me. I glower at their roll, sure he meant to insult me. After about a minute of this, Hamish says, Well then, well. Katniss, there's no guarantee that it will be bows and arrows in the arena, but during your private session with the game makers, show them
No,
what you
these
can
children
do.
are
Until
really
then,
so
stay
freaking
clear of archery.
traumatized.
Are you any good at trapping? I know a few basic snares, I mutter. That may be significant in terms of food, says Hamish. And Peeta, she's right. Never underestimate strength in the arena. Very often, physical power tilts the advantage to a player. In the training center, they will have weights, but don't reveal how much you can lift in front of the other tributes. The plan's the same for both of you. You go to group training, spend the time trying to learn something you don't know, throw a spear, swing a mace, learn to tie a decent knot. Save showing what you're best at for your private sessions. Are we clear? Says Hamish. Peeta and I nod. One last thing. In public, I want you by each other's side every minute, says Hamish. We both start to object, but Hamish slams his hand on the table. Every minute. It's not up for discussion. You agree to do as I said. You will be together. You will appear amiable to each other. Now get out. Meet Effie at the elevator at 10 for training. I bite my lip and stalk back to my room, making sure Peeta can hear the door slam. I sit on the bed, hating Hamish, hating Peeta, hating myself for mentioning that day long ago in the rain. It's such a joke. Peeta and I going along pretending to be friends, talking up each other's strengths, insisting the other take credit for their abilities. Because in fact, at some point, we're going to have to knock it out and accept we're bitter adversaries, which I'd be prepared to do right now if it wasn't for Hamish's stupid instruction that we stick together in training. It's my own fault, I guess, for telling him he didn't have to coach us separately. But that didn't mean I wanted to do everything with Peeta, who, by the way, clearly doesn't want to be partnering up with me either. I hear Peeta's voice in my head. She has no idea the effect she can have. Obviously meant to demean me, right? But a tiny part of me wonders if this was a compliment, that he meant I was appealing in some way. It's weird how much he's noticed me, like the attention he's paid to my hunting. And apparently, I haven't been as oblivious to him as I imagined either. The flower, the wrestling. I have kept track of the boy with the bread. It's almost 10. I clean my teeth and smooth my hair back again. Anger temporarily blocked out my nervousness about meeting the other tributes, but now I feel my anxiety rising again. By the time I meet Effie and Peeta at the elevator, I catch myself biting my nails. I stop at once. The actual training rooms are below ground level in our building. With these elevators, the ride is less than a minute. The doors open into an enormous gymnasium filled with various weapons and obstacle courses. Although it's not yet 10, we're the last ones to arrive. The other tributes are gathered in a tense circle. They each have a cloth square with their district number on it pinned to their shirts. While someone pins the number 12 on my back, I do a quick assessment. Peeta and I are the only two dressed alike. As soon as we join the circle, the head trainer, a tall, athletic woman named Atala, steps up and begins to explain the training schedule. Experts in each skills will remain at their stations. We will be free to travel from area to area as we choose per our mentor's instructions.
I'm curious what they mean
Some of
by
the
saying
stations
that
teach survival skills,
that
others fighting techniques. We
Peeta
are
and
forbidden
Katniss
to
are the
engage in
only ones
any
dressed
combative
alike. I thought they
exercise with
all wore
another
like the same
tribute.
thing.
There are assistants on hand if we want to practice with a partner. When Atala begins to read down the list of the skill stations, my eyes can't help flitting to the other tributes. It's the first time we've been assembled, on level ground, in simple clothes. My heart sinks. Almost all of the boys and at least half of the girls are bigger than I am, even though many of the tributes have never been fed properly. You can see it in their bones, their skin, the hollow look in their eyes. I may be smaller naturally, but overall, my family's resourcefulness has given me an edge in that area. I stand straight, and while I'm thin, I'm strong. The meat and plants from the woods, combined with the exertion it took to get them, have given me a healthier body than most of those I see around me. The exceptions are the kids from the wealthier districts, the volunteers who have been fed and trained throughout their lives for this moment. The tributes from 1, 2, and 4 traditionally have this look about them. It's technically against the rules to train tributes before they reach the capital, but it happens every year. In District 12, we call them the career tributes, or just the careers. And like as not, the winner will be one of them. The slight advantage I held coming into the training center, my fiery entrance last night, seems to vanish in the presence of my competitors. The other tributes were jealous of us, but not because we were amazing, because our stylists were. Now I see nothing but content in the glances of the career tributes. Each must have a 50 to 100 pounds on me. They project arrogance and brutality. When Atala releases us, they head straight for the deadliest looking weapons in the gym and handle them with ease. I'm thinking that it's lucky that I'm a fast runner when Peeta nudges my arm and I jump. He is still beside me per Hamish's instructions. His expression is somber. Where would you like to start? I look around at the career tributes who are showing off, clearly trying to intimidate the field, then at the others, the underfed, the incompetent, shakily having their first lessons with a knife or an axe. Suppose we tie some knots, I say. Right you are, says Peta. We cross to an empty station where the trainer seems pleased to have students. You get the feeling that the knot tying class is not the Hunger Games hotspot. When he realizes I know something about snares, he shows us a simple, excellent trap that will leave a human competitor dangling by a leg from a tree. We concentrate on this one skill for an hour until both of us have mastered it. Then we move on to camouflage. Peter genuinely seems to enjoy this station, swirling a combination of mud and clay and berry juices around on his pale skin, weaving disguises from
Which
vines
how
and
the hell
leaves.
did he even
The
do this
trainer
in
who
the
runs the
movie?
camouflage station is full of enthusiasm at his
That
work.
was so detailed.
I do the cakes, he admits to me.
You're not gonna
The
have
cakes?
paints on
I ask.
you.
I've been preoccupied with watching the boy from 2 send the spear through a dummy's heart from 15 yards. What cakes? At home, the iced ones for the bakery, he says. He means the one they display in the windows, fancy cakes with flowers and pretty things painted and frosting. They're for birthdays and New Year's Day. When we're in the
Yeah.
square, Prim always
Like,
drags me
how
over
do
to
you
admire
know that
them,
you actually
though
look
we've never
good?
been able to afford one. There's little
Like, how
enough
was he
beauty
like,
in
you know what,
District
this
12, though,
eats?
so I can hardly
You know,
deny her
especially
this.
in the movie when his face
I
was
look
like
more critically at the design on
in the
Pita's arm.
rock.
The
How do you
alternating
know
pattern
that
of
you
light
look
and
blended
dark
in?
suggests sunlight falling through the leaves in the woods.
He was
I
like,
wonder how he knows
I
this,
just know I
since
look
I
so
doubt he's
good
ever
right
been beyond
now.
the fence.
You know?
Has he been able to pick this up from just that scraggly old apple tree in his backyard? Somehow, the whole thing, his skill, those inaccessible cakes, the praise of the camouflage expert, annoys me. It's lovely. If only you could frost someone to death, I say. Don't be so superior. You can never tell what you'll find in the arena. Say it's actually a gigantic cake, begins Peta. Say we move on, I break in. So the next 3 days pass with Peta and I going quietly from station to station. We do pick up some valuable skills, from starting fires to knife throwing to making shelter. Despite Hamish's orders to appear mediocre, Peta excels in hand-to-hand combat, and I sweep the edible plants test without blinking an eye. We steer clear of archery and weightlifting, though, wanting to save those for our private sessions. The game makers appeared early on the first day, 20 or so men and women dressed in deep purple robes. They sit in the elevated stands that surround the gymnasium, sometimes wandering about to watch us, jotting down notes, other times eating at the endless banquet that has been set for them, ignoring the lot of us. But they do seem to be keeping their eye on the District 12 tributes. Several times I've looked up to find one fixated on me. They consult with the trainers during our meals as
Weirdo
well.
creep!
We see them all gather together when we come back. Breakfast and dinner are served on our floor, but at lunch, the 24 of us eat in a dining room off of the gymnasium. Food is served on carts around the room, and you serve yourself. The career tributes tend to gather rowdily around one table as if to prove their superiority. They have no fear of one another and consider the rest of us beneath notice. Most of the other tributes sit alone like lost sheep. No one says a word to us. Peter and I sit together, and since Hamish keeps dogging us about it, try to keep up a friendly conversation during the meals. It's not easy to find a topic. Talking of home is painful. Talking of the present unbearable. One day, Peter empties our bread basket and points out how they have been careful to include types from the districts along with the refined bread from the capital. The fish-shaped loaf-tinted green from seaweed from District 4. The crescent moon roll dotted with seeds from District 11. Somehow, although it's made from the same stuff, it looks a lot more appetizing than the ugly drop biscuits that are the standard fare at home. And there you have it, says Peter, scooping the breads into the basket. You certainly know a lot, I say. Only about bread, he says. Okay, now laugh as if I've said something funny. We both give a somewhat convincing laugh and ignore the stares from around the room. All right, I'll keep smiling pleasantly and you talk, says Peter. It's wearing us both out, Hamish's directions to be friendly, because ever since I slammed my door, there's been a chill in the air between us. But we have our orders. Did I ever tell you about the time I was chased by a bear? I ask. No, but it sounds fascinating, says Peter. I try and animate my story as I recall the event, a true story, in which I'd foolishly challenged a black bear over the rights to a beehive. Peter laughs and asks questions right on cue. He's much better at this than I am. On the second day, while we're taking a shot at spear throwing, he whispers to me, I think we have a shadow. I throw my spear, which I'm not too bad at actually, if I don't have to throw too
Is it
far, and see
real?
the little girl from District 11 standing
It's
back a bit, watching
real.
us. She's a 12-year-old, the one who reminded me so of Prim in stature. Up close, she looks about 10. She has bright, dark eyes and satiny brown skin, and stands tilted up on her toes with her arms slightly extended to her sides, as if ready to take wing at the slightest sound. It's impossible not to think of a bird. I pick up another spear while Peeta throws. I think her name's Rue, he says softly.
Rue!
I bite my lip. Rue is a
I
small
bite my
yellow
lip.
flower that grows in the meadow. Rue, Primrose. Neither of them could tip the scale at 70 pounds soaking wet. What can we do about it? I ask more harshly than I intended. Nothing to do, he says back, just making conversation. Now that I know that she's there, it's hard to ignore the child. She slips up and joins us at different stations. Like me, she's clever with plans, climbs swiftly, and has good aim. She can hit the target every time with a slingshot. But what is a slingshot against a 220-pound male with a sword? Back on the District 12 floor, Hamish and Effie grill us throughout breakfast and dinner about every moment of the day. What we did, who watched us, how the other tributes size up. Sin and Portia aren't around, so there is no one to add any sanity to the meals. Not that Hamish and Effie are fighting anymore. Instead, they seem to be of one mind, determined to whip us into shape.
My ship.
Full of endless directions about what we should do and not do in training. Peeta is more patient, but I become fed up and surly. When we finally escape to bed on the second night, Peeta mumbles, "Someone ought to get Hamish a drink." I make a sound that is somewhere between a snort and a laugh, then catch myself. It's messing with my mind too much, trying to keep straight when we're supposedly friends and when we're not. At least when we get into the arena, I'll know where I stand. Don't.
Katniss, please.
Let's pretend there's no one around. All right, Katniss, he says tiredly. After that, we only talk in front of people. On the third day of training, they start to call us out for lunch for our private sessions with the game makers. District by district, first the boy, then the girl tribute. As usual, District 12 is slated to go last. We linger in the dining room, unsure where to go. No one comes back after they've left. As the room empties, the pressure to appear friendly lightens. By the time they call Rue, we are left alone. We sit in silence until they summon Peeta. He rises. Remember what Hamish said about being sure to throw the weights. The words come out of my mouth without permission. Thanks, I will, he says. You shoot straight. I nod. I don't know why I said anything at all. Although if I'm going to lose, I'd rather Peeta win than the others. Better for our district, for my mother and Prim. After about 15 minutes, they call my name. I smooth my hair, set my shoulders back, and walk into the gymnasium. Instantly, I know I'm in trouble. They've been here too long, the game makers. Sat through 23 other demonstrations, had too much wine, most of them. Want more than anything to go home. There's nothing I can do but continue with the plan. I walk to the archery station. Oh, the weapons. I've been itching to get my hands on them for days. Bows made of wood and plastic and metal and materials I can't even name. Arrows with feathers cut into flawless uniform lines. I choose a bow, string it, and sling the matching quiver of arrows over my shoulder. There's a shooting range, but it's too limited. Standard bullseye and human silhouettes. I walk to the center of the gymnasium and pick my first target, the dummy used for knife practice. Even as I pull back on the bow, I know something is wrong. The string's tighter than the one I use at home, the arrow's more rigid. I miss the dummy by a couple of inches and lose what little attention I had been commanding. For a moment, I'm humiliated. Then I head back to the bullseye. I shoot again and again until I get the feel for these new weapons. Back in the center of the gymnasium, I take my initial position and skewer the dummy right through the heart. Then I sever the rope that holds the sandbag for boxing, and the bag splits open as it slams on the ground. Without pausing, I shoulder roll forward, come up on one knee, and send an arrow into one of the hanging lights high above the gymnasium floor. A shower of sparks spurts from the fixture. It's excellent shooting. I turn to the game makers. A few are nodding approval, but the majority of them are fixated on a roast pig that has just arrived at their banquet table. Suddenly, I'm furious that with my life on the line, they don't even have the decency to pay attention to me, that I'm being upstaged by a dead pig. My heart starts to pound. I can feel my face burning. Without thinking, I pull an arrow from my quiver and send it straight for the game maker's table. I hear shouts of alarm as people stumble back. The arrow scores the pig The arrow skewers the apple in the pig's mouth and pins it to the wall behind it.
8.
Everyone stares
Devoured.
at me in disbelief.
Served. Slayed.
Thank you for your consideration,
Queen.
I say. Then I give a slight bow and walk straight towards the
Slight
exit without
bow.
being dismissed. And that is chapter 7.
Bro, she ate.
She ate. She devoured.
She ate. She devoured. She slayed. She served.
Like, it's... I really like this chapter.
No, that was a good chapter.
It's a long one, but it's a really good one.
I was gonna
There's,
say,
like,
I
a
felt like
couple
that
really
was
interesting
longer
ones.
than usual.
Well, I don't know if it is. I'll need to look if it actually is longer, but it feels longer because I think you have a lot of like exposition. Like, she's basically running you through the 3 days of training.
Right, yeah, like he said, she said, shit, you know?
But it's like a really interesting. There's a couple really interesting things. Number one, the line. I have not been as oblivious to him as I imagined either. The flower, the wrestling. I have kept track of the boy with the bread. Girly crush on him. I am so sorry. No one is ever going to convince me that she hasn't had a crush on him for years and she just does not understand the concept. That's my
She
take. That's what I
probably,
believe.
honestly, like, I feel like she probably doesn't, considering also the fact, like, regardless, it is Gale, right? But considering the fact that she just thinks of Gale also as just, like, a hunting partner, which is possible, like, but, like, I feel like a lot of the times, and I feel like, maybe this is just me, but I feel like when it comes to certain friendships, I'm like, maybe, and then it's like, never mind. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like you at least think about, like, wait, maybe, but then,
To be
you know.
fair, you never know with Katniss, but like I find this episode, like this chapter, is so fascinating because Nosi said these children are so traumatized. That's the thing, they are. Like, she's like, he can't possibly be complimenting me. Like,
Yeah.
her thought process, which is why I'm like, we can't take anything she says at face value because Girly doesn't fucking know.
She doesn't
He's like,
know.
she has such a good effect on people, and she's sitting here like, he thinks they hate me. He thinks they pity me. He thinks I'm weak. And I'm like, no, he has a crush on you, my guy. Like, I'm so sorry. He's in love with you. Unfortunate. I don't know what else to tell you.
Yeah.
Anything that's
But also I feel like it makes sense for the fact that, like you said, that they are so traumatized. So much has happened to her since she was basically born. You know what I mean? I feel like there's also the constant need of finding self-worth, which she clearly doesn't have much of, which is why she thinks everyone's out to fucking kill her. And especially for the fact of, like, the fact of the Hunger Games itself, you know?
And I mean, to be fair, we see that, like, there is reason for her to be concerned, right? Because I think that we can't discount the fact that, you know, she is in a better position that her and PETA are in a really good position from, like, as District 12 tributes, because PETA is the baker's son, which means that he has at least gotten consistent meals and, for better or worse, exercise. She has been hunting. She has, you know, they've starved, but they've also, you know, she's active, she's strong, and she has been able to get food for the family. So they are physically in a better position, but something that you don't see in the movies because Josh Hutcherson is a short king and Jennifer Lawrence is tall, which makes it really funny. But Katniss is supposed to be teeny tiny. Like, Katniss is like consistently the shortest person in the room. Like, she is tiny. She talks about how
It's
almost
giving. I'm sorry, I just haven't mentioned, but it's giving, like, Wattpad MC. I can barely fit into my sweater. The sweater is so big on me. I can't, you know what I mean? And then my boyfriend is so tall. He's almost 7 foot. Like that. I'm sorry, but that's what it's giving. I mean, I guess during that era, what was it? 2012, 20. When did the book come out?
2012. To be
Okay,
fair, we
so
don't
I'm
know if Peter is
correct.
tall. We don't know if Peter is tall. We know that he's stocky because he's strong. Poor Josh Hutcherson. He couldn't make up it for his height, but he put on, I think, he put on like a lot of weight and muscle.
And you know what?
Like so he looked stocky.
And you know what? He could have ate with the fact of him being a short king and him being a flirt.
He did the best with what they gave him.
Redo, get them back. Get them back in the studio.
One of my favorite PETA moments. No, see, I will get to you in a second. One of my favorite moments is when she goes, "It's lovely. If only you could frost someone to death." And he goes, "Don't be so superior. You can never tell what you'll find in the arena. Say it's actually a gigantic cake." And she's like, "Let's say we move on." The boy is like, "Could be a giant cake. How the fuck do you know, girl? You don't. It could be a cake." And then it's so like the way that like he's very snappy, and I really like that.
I also like that. I love like a man with attitude, sass.
No, he has so much
snappiness. You know.
Nosy said, "I still feel the line about struggling with the social expectations at the moment and just wanting to get into the games because she'll know what to expect from her and where her and Peter will supposedly stand. It's so autistic, it's so relatable, even for an insane, horrific situation." That's kind of the thing it is. Because she's like, this is too much. She's like, I don't know what to do. I do not know how I am supposed to act. Can we just like go kill each other? Because then I'll know. Because then we'll have to kill each other. Because I don't know this friend.
Oh my god! Now what I'm thinking about is what she's going to be thinking when she's in that tree, and he's with all the other fuck ass hoes.
Girl.
I know damn well she's like, I knew it. This motherfucker. I know it.
You'll have to wait and see.
I know
You'll
that's something I keep thinking about every time she mentions it. He wants to kill me. I know. I just know it. She's gonna be like, I fucking knew it.
I'm like, to be fair, fucking fair enough. I'd be like, this bitch ass man. You can never trust the blonde. I did want to mention something. So I find it really interesting. Because Rue is a wonderful character. But I really like
Rue was mentioned and we all went, Rue!
Yeah. I like the Rue is a small yellow flower that grows in the meadow. Rue Primrose. Rue as a proxy for Prim is so interesting to me because she sees Rue, and of course it becomes about Rue. But initially it's all about Prim.
Yeah.
And I always find it super interesting that in the first book we are given Rue, who is a proxy for Prim for Katniss. And I always feel like for the audience, Rue is such a perfect proxy of every single child in the district.
Mm-hmm.
Like this little 12-year-old is kind of the culmination of the horror of the games. And she's who Prim would have been, right? If Katniss hadn't fought. If Prim didn't have a Katniss, that would have been like Rue would be Prim. And I find that so fascinating. Like the way that she looks at Rue and goes, small yellow flower, Prim. That connection between the two. It's why it hurts so bad.
Yeah.
The next chapter is interesting though. I'm excited for when we get to the next one. I think you'll really enjoy. I think you'll really like it, Ryan.
How come?
Because the next chapter we see, I think it's one of the most, like, especially in the first book, I think it's one of the most, oh shit, this is a 60-year-old moments we ever get. And I'm really sad that they cut that after. Like, I'm really sad that they cut that from the movie. I totally understand why they did. It doesn't make sense for the narrative that they have in the movies. But it's fascinating to me. Like, which is basically what her reaction is after what she just did.
What did she just? Oh, to like.
Yeah.
Her shooting the apple in the pig's mouth. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I see.
Also, I have to bring attention to this because of our conversation before this chapter.
Yeah.
Where is it? When she's talking about the game makers, watching them, they do seem to be keeping their eye on the District 12 tributes. Several times I've looked up to find one fixated on me. It's never confirmed. I always, after having
Wait,
read
say that again?
all of them, they seem to be keeping their eye on the District 12 tributes. Several times I've looked up to find one fixated on me.
Huh.
I've always read that as Plutarch.
Oh.
Because we know that Plutarch is one of the game makers that is on the team.
Is he
We
there?
find that out. Yes, he is.
Yeah,
we
he's
have
there.
confirmation for that. We get confirmation of it. I don't know when we get the confirmation, but he is in another
All I will say is it's in Catching Fire.
Yes.
During a party. That is the only, because
Yeah.
there's a lot
Also-
more going on in that moment.
Yeah, he's also the one. I think we get a throwaway comment in the next chapter about him. That is also about him. I don't think it's a big spoiler. One of the game makers falls into the punch bowl. It's Plutarch. Plutarch got startled and fell into the punch bowl. So Plutarch is there. Plutarch's fucking vibing.
Oh.
But I love the idea. I think, like, again, in retrospect, with what we know, especially from Sunrise, that he's been at this for a really long time. One seems to be fixated on me, and I like it could have been Seneca, sure, but I've always
Yeah.
very much read that
I
one
don't think-
specifically as Plutarch.
I don't think it was Zina.
It seems
what's
very
his name?
intentional.
Whatever.
Like going back and reading the book, that seems so incredibly intentional that that's Plutarch.
Yeah, I agree. I've always read that as Plutarch, which makes sense because my question is, I wonder if he saw Haymitch in her.
Oh.
Young Haymitch, my beloved. Old Haymitch, my beloved. Haymitch, my beloved.
Haymitch. I love that man.
Dude,
ahead.
Ryan, the pain and suffering. Oh.
When we get to Sunrise, listen, we'll get there. We'll get there.
I mean, like,
all the
I
books have
know-
27 chapters, except for Ballad that has 29. So we are what? We're going into chapter 8. So we're nearly there. We'll probably be there anytime. give me give me the
Honestly,
coffee and
like, I feel like if we did it, well, we did 6 chapters the first time around. Like, if we continued doing 6 chapters without the very long talks in between, I think 100% we can get through this book, like, pretty quickly.
I mean, I think it'll just, like, it's going to depend on the chapter. Because, like,
that
there's
too.
chapters that we're just going to be like, well, that happened anyway. And then there's chapters that, like, are going to require conversation. But we're almost at the games. So the games start at chapter 10. We are going into chapter 8.
Okay.
So next book club, we will definitely get into the games.
I can't wait. I'm so excited.
I actually, if we're down, we could do we could do it where we could do the 2 more chapters, so like chapter 8 and chapter 9, and then start right at the games.
I would love that, but it is 2 a.m.
I was gonna say, I
No.
think it's really late for Anna.
I don't know
fair.
when Ryan is planning on streaming next, but I do have it's the 16th. I have the 17th off, so my ass will be free tomorrow night
Okay.
until late. So
That sounds good. We can
some
plan
rest.
something. We can totally plan something.
also, everyone is enjoying book club, right? This isn't just us yapping 3 hours.
No, I definitely think a lot of them are excited. I think next time, yes. I also
Yeah.
I mean, Kayla had mentioned that they fell asleep last time. I think your voice puts people to sleep.
I've been trying. Listen, I've been trying to make it a compelling story with emotion and shit. I'm sorry.
No, it's not that.
No,
I think it's just like your voice is very relaxing, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
It is.
Also, one more, like, I will say this. After we get into the games, up until like the later like chapters, for the most part, you'll kind of be able to just skip through a lot of it. It'll be like very specific chapters where we might
Yeah.
have more long discussions. But like the games itself, they're kind of like there's
They are
not a
what they
lot to
are.
talk about. Yeah, there's not a lot to talk about.
Someone else said I'm working on a uni project. This is good background noise. See?
That's all we truly I think the pinnacle of streaming is being someone's background noise.
Honestly.
And I'm not being
listen,
sarcastic, genuinely.
I appreciate that. Honestly, have me on as background noise. Feel free to lurk. You know, I'm try and reach partner here. I need 75 average viewers. I appreciate it.
Ryan's just like, girl, just put me on in the background.
Just put me on. Just make your different accounts. Put me on. I'm kidding. Twitch, don't ban me.
That's so funny.
For legal reasons, that is a joke.
That was a joke. Oh my goodness.
No, but I'm so excited. To be fair, okay, I actually did disagree with you, Violet. And that is
What?
because we are going to get into Peter Riz territory in
Oh,
like
I'm
halfway through the
scared.
games.
Oh.
So Ryan will have a lot to say. Ryan is gonna be like stopping me halfway through the chapter, like, girl, because like PETA in these games, like everyone is fighting for their lives, and PETA's literally like, anyway, what if we, go on a date? And, like in the vibe, he's very much like he is such good. I will say this: Peter Millark, fantastic television. If I was like, you keep thinking like, because I always, when I read the games, sure, we know that there's editing and propaganda, blah, 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 and the shit is not exactly as it's laid out. But like, I always think like, PETA was probably such good television. Like,
yeah,
the Capitolites were probably like glued to their screens. Like,
I mean,
this kid.
I mean, yes, he is Lucy Gray Baird. People felt the
He
same thing with
is.
Lucy Gray Baird. I guarantee you, up until they got Lucy Gray Baird, Lucy Gray Baird probably gave them the most TV they have ever fucking seen. Ever.
Yeah. Holy shit, we've just finished page 101 out of 366. Okay, see, we're making good fucking progress.
We are doing.
We've
so
only
well.
done this twice. And we're like, isn't there only like 300 and something pages in this? In these
366.
We are like nearly 13.
Yeah, we're already
Next
a third
time
in.
we
That's
do-
crazy.
Petition to have him
Yeah.
as a bachelor. People are like on the Bachelor.
Not Peter Millark with the roses.
I'm dead.
Ugh, I'm so excited. No, Ryan's gonna lose her shit.
And guess what? You know who would be so jealous if PETA was on The Bachelor? Gail. Gail would be like, I want to be that. You know?
Girl, Gail is.
I hate Gail. I hate him.
Listen. I don't get down with Gail. Down with Gail again. Never, because I totally understand Gail's why Gail is important to the narrative and his importance as a character. He is still a fuck ass man, and I do not fuck with him. But like, can you imagine? There's this Bells and I were talking about.
They
this
should just
today.
kiss and get over it. No, that's too good for Gail. Sorry.
Yeah, actually, I agree.
Gail
I do
doesn't
have to agree.
deserve that.
But someone, Bells and I were talking, and Bells said the last thing that he says to Katniss before the games is, "Katniss, remember I," and then he gets cut off because they slammed the door. And like, we all know, like, objectively, he was like, "Remember I love you." And Bells and I were sitting like, does he think they're dating? Do you think that Gail thinks that they're dating?
Probably.
Like-
If honestly, and because Katniss is autistic, she needs
I don't think she would notice.
actual verbal communication saying we are dating.
like I wonder if Gale is sitting there like thinking that they're dating.
Yeah.
I've always wondered this. Like, does he think Gale as if you snatched a Twilight character and threw them into the Hunger Games, the possessiveness, the pettiness, the general emo vibe?
Don't do that to
Yeah, I
Twilight.
don't.
I'm joking.
Like the thing with Gale is, and to be fair, Gale in the Hunger Games not as bad. Gale in Catching Fire, I want to punch him in the face repeatedly. Gale in Mockingjay, I want to like fucking full on WWE like
Oh my
throw a
goodness.
chair
I'm
and
scared.
myself at it. Like
I'm
hell,
gonna hate
like
him 10 times more, aren't I?
no, it's you are going. You do not
Oh.
understand the level of hate.
I
you're
don't think
going to
I don't think I do. Like I'm like thinking about it. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna hate him. But I don't
And
think
I
I
will
actually do.
say, it's fucking weird to me because Hunger Games TikTok has some weird takes. Like people are like Gale defenders, like oh, like all of a sudden there's like oh I hate that I have to defend Gale. Like Gale's political views are not the issue. The issue is that Gale is just a shitty friend and a
Yeah.
really toxic male. Like he's a very toxic boy. Like bitch is toxic as fuck.
Yeah.
And I think Magnus deserves better.
No, I agree.
Good. I'd love that this is the takeaway. we end book club with
We hate
the
Gale.
fuck you to Gale.
Yeah.
We hate Gale.
Hate! Hate!
It's so fascinating to me though, like the one very like quick thought. It's so not a love triangle. I literally wrote in my notes, I wrote in quotes, I have kept track of the boy with the bread, comma, love triangle my ass. There's no triangle. It was always PETA. It was PETA from the second. Like it's very much like an invisible string sort of thing, Taylor Swift style. Like she
I see
sees
it.
PETA gives her the bread, and she equates bread like bread in the Hunger Games. And we see that more coming forward too. But like when she talks about the bread, she talks about like putting the bread under her jacket and pressing it against herself and feeling the burning, but like knowing that this means they'll survive. Bread is life.
Right.
It's very much this like bread has this really interesting symbolism in the Hunger Games, and PETA alongside it, like bread as life, and then the dandelion. The dandelion in the spring, the hope. Like PETA symbolizes life and hope for Katniss from the very beginning. Gale, I think, if we are going like metaphorically, I think Gale is very much. And there's a line in one of I think the next chapter. There's a line that I think kind of is the thesis for that I'm about to say. But Gale is survival. And Gale fills a void in Katniss's life that was left when her father died, right? Because her mother went catatonic, which justice for Astrid Everdeen. She fucked it up, but she was fucking catatonic. And if she'd had her medicine, she would have been okay. Fascinating character. Side note. But like Gale fills that void, right? He's companionship and he is survival. But survival is not living, and it is not hope. That's what PETA is. He's life and hope versus survival and companionship.
Yeah.
And which one weighs more? Yeah, Gale does just give middle school mix. He really does.
He does.
Yeah, I see that.
I will say this about like like Katniss's mom. I kind of understand why she went that way because it's very much it's very much implied that if because like thinking about it logically, it's that Katniss's family was clearly they had no connection to that family, like that side of the family, you know, because I don't know, and it's kind of like so they either died, which doesn't make sense because they were a merchant family, or that Katniss's mom was disowned
Which
for
is the most
marrying.
likely scenario.
Yeah, that's the most likely
Wait,
scenario.
why would she be disowned?
Because she married a boy from the seam.
She didn't marry a merchant boy.
Mm.
And there's a couple of things that that hint towards this. First of all, there's a couple of throwaway lines in Sunrise that kind of allude to this, but she talks like Katniss in the beginning talks when they talk about when they're getting ready for the reaping, and Kat and her mother lays down one of her dresses. Katniss talks about how important that is to her mother because how much she cherishes her clothes from her last life. Like, we're very much talking about a girl who was from a relatively well-off family that held a lot of, like, in District 12, an apothecary is kind of the closest thing you have to a doctor. She came from a really well-off, in terms of District 12, which is not well-off at all. But all things considered, she came from like a pretty decent family in District 12, and she gave that all up to marry Katniss's father. She gave that all up for love. And we get to see a lot of her enough of her backstory in Sunrise to already give us, like, it's already heartbreaking, the loss that she has experienced and the things that she has gone through when she was younger. And then she marries and I think it's not a big spoiler, her name is Astrid, his name is Katniss's father's name is Burdock. We get this in Sunrise because Katniss does not fucking tell us. Katniss is like, that's not relevant information anyway. But
yeah, because she calls them mom and dad.
yeah, she's like, yeah, I don't fucking know. That's my mom and dad. But we know that, like, Astrid married Burdock and moved into the Seam and started a family with him, and then he just dies. And I think that it's a really interesting Astrid. I find a very interesting character to look at as an adult because I think that as a tween and a teen, you kind of, I think it's easy to empathize with Katniss either way. She was a child and she was left alone to fend for herself and to fend for her family, and her mother was not there for her. But as an adult looking at Astrid's character, and there's this line in one of the after the reaping when they're saying goodbye, when Katniss tells her mom, like, you can't go away again, like, you can't disappear into yourself.
Yeah.
And her mom snaps back at her when Katniss raises her voice and she says, I couldn't help it. If I'd had the medicine I have now, if I'd had access to what I have now, I could have stopped it. She's depressed. And she's not just depressed, she is fully catatonic. There's moments where Katniss describes her in the earlier chapters as like, the first time that Katniss brought home a hunt, like something she'd hunted, her mom got up and fixed it and then was confused and went back to bed. Like, she made a stew and then got confused and went back to bed. She's completely catatonic. And I think as an adult, it's such, like, she is such a in the context of the trilogy, she's very important to Katniss. That's her mother, but you don't really know her. You know that she let Katniss down through Katniss' perspective. She let Katniss down, and that is her mother, and she loves her mother, but she has a lot of trust issues. As an adult, looking into this woman that, like, gave up everything, right? Gave up her life, most likely her family, her her security, which in a world like Panem and in District 12, to give up the like little bit of financial security you have. Because it's not like, oh, I'll be a little bit poorer. It's very easy for a family in this team at this point to starve.
Right.
It is very easy for them to be in a position of starvation. And she gave up the relative financial security that she had, which was what was going to allow her to survive in a way that wasn't just the bare minimum. And she gave that all up for love. And she got married and she had a family, and then he died. And she completely lost ground. Because at the end of the day, when you look at Astrid Everdeen, when her husband died, when Burdock died, who did she have left? She had her daughters. But I've always wondered this, like as a grown adult, like when this woman's world completely collapsed, all she had was her daughters. She had no one else.
Yeah.
She had like, uh, they said, here's a month worth of money, go get a job. Of course she should have, but she was sick. Like, she was depressed, she was sick, and she couldn't. And it's so fascinating to, like, I don't know. I just find her a really fascinating character as an adult to look back and like see all the layers that Katniss, as a traumatized 16-year-old who is understandably deeply upset with her mother and completely distrusts her for good reason, but she sees her in such a specific light that us as adults can look at and see the layers and like pull back the layers of this woman and see both sides and understand just how like all of us, if not all of us, understand depression.
Right.
And like I can't imagine like being in that position. Like I can't say how I would act because I don't fucking know. Like I want to say that I would have been able to like be there for my children in a meaningful way, but you never know with mental illness. And like being able to like peel those layers off her character I find super interesting. I don't know why I
Yeah.
went on this tangent. I'm so sorry.
No, but like no, I understand. It makes sense. And it's interesting cuz like me personally never really, because like the only thing they really mention in the book, I mean not the books, the movies, is like Katniss's dad died and then their mom just wasn't really there.
Yeah.
And I feel like you
Yeah,
don't
that was
really
so
get that
true.
added depth to it.
Mm-hmm.
And which then it makes sense, especially what you're saying, right? If Katniss's mom essentially got disowned because she married this man, right? And then that man dies that she basically gave up her whole life for. Like I get it. Like, well, I don't get it, but like I understand is what I mean. you know? Um so like I can understand her to an extent, but still like I don't agree with what she did to her children. But I also understand like it is very hard. She was depressed, but also it's like you still had your children.
Oh, and mind you, I don't agree. Like, I don't agree with her leaving
Right.
her kids to fend for themselves. They were children. Like, Prim was what, 9, and Katniss was 11. Like, these are little kids. I
Right.
just find it interesting to like look at as an adult, looking and being like, oh, there's so much more here that I couldn't see when I was like a teenager. There's so many more layers to this.
No, I very much do agree with that though, because I felt like again, my only thing was the movie. So I remember like when I was younger being like, what the fuck? Like why weren't you there for your children? But even with like the added context now, and especially knowing being a psych major and all that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? Like uh having that added depth is definitely very good to have in the context of it all, you know?
Yeah, because like her mom isn't her mom. It's one of those things where it's kind of like if you look at all the things that you've lost and you already have depression, because I'm gonna guess that she already had depression.
Yeah.
Like, because going full catatonic, that probably she probably has like other issues going on, and that's most likely depression, which makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. But looking at that, and then losing like one of the only things that like you really had, and that person was your main like supporter and financial person, and then being expected to just kind of move on without like properly grieving, because a month is not a lot of time, you know, to do anything. And that's kind of where I was like, looking at it now, like looking at it as an adult, I'm just sitting here kind of like, it wasn't right. She left her 2 kids alone, like to fend for themselves. But at the same time, you kind of see it in the sense of like, this is a woman who lost nearly everything. And she kind of just gave up for a while there.
And I do think that it's a good illustration of the world of Panem, right? When we talk about it in the sense of like, in an ideal world, this woman loses her husband horrifically, mind you. They have nothing to bury. He dies in a mine explosion. They have nothing to bury. She loses the love of her life in a horrific situation. Her children lose their father, and in an ideal world, she would have been given the bare minimum levels of support. She would have been given, like, but at the end of the day, in a world like Panem, in a district like District 12, where the only like people are working for the bare minimum of survival, like every day is a struggle to survive. It creates an environment where you don't have time for grief. You don't have time to emote. You don't have time to like look at your mental health and take care of your mental health, because at the end of the day, you're starving, or you could, or if you are not starving, you are always 2 steps from starving. You don't have time for your mental health. You don't have time
Right.
to prioritize that. You don't have time to grieve, because the world of Panem and District 12 as the most overlooked district is the one that's worse off. Like I think Astrid is a character and what she goes through and her struggles with mental health. And the fact that we know that she did not have access to the thing that she could have used to fix herself, because Katniss says maybe she was right. I've seen her pull people back from uncontrollable sadness before. So we know that as like her training in the apothecary means that she has access, or could have had access to, herbs and concoctions that have worked on treating depression to an extent before. She didn't have access to that. She couldn't ask for that because she had no support, and she was completely catatonic. And it's just, I don't know, I think it's a really interesting, I think it's very indicative of Panem. I think it's very indicative of the world that these people are living in, and how the only thing that you can truly strive for is survival. It's the bare fucking minimum. You don't have time or means or the luxury to grieve. You don't have the luxury of considering your mental health. And I think that's such an overlooked part of the narrative, but one that I do think is very important.
No, I do agree. It's very interesting to actually sit here and like learn more of the depth that it goes into.
This is why I am reading you this book aloud. I have read you 101 pages out of love. Like,
Okay.
This is the most, like, never say that I don't like. There is not a universe
Don't
where you
act
can
like
say
you
that I
don't
don't
like it.
love you to death.
Don't act like you don't like it. Don't act like you wouldn't have read it
Oh,
in
I
your
love
own
it.
spare time anyway.
Oh, I would have read it to you, like, again, we're doing this on stream. I would have done this off stream.
I know you.
I've been like, I would have sat down and be like, okay, come here, we're reading. But like, this is why because I knew that you would love it. And that's the thing, like, I knew you'd love it. I'd be like, she's gonna fucking love this shit.
You know me so well.
I do, because it's such an interesting story, and there's so much. The adaptations are good. They are genuinely good movie adaptations. You lose a lot still.
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
as
like,
good as they are.
I still very much enjoy the movies. Again, I do think that there were points that could have, like, yeah, they cut out a lot. But in my personal opinion, I think a lot they could have done with trying to, because again, we're hearing everything of Katniss's thoughts, so obviously that's very understandable. You can't really do that, right? But what you could have done, and that's what I was explaining earlier, is um you what's the word I'm looking for? Um when it comes to, I'm not saying obviously they're great actors, by the way, I'm not saying that they're bad actors, but as an actor, what you could have done was just add those little moments again, as the example that I used previously. Katniss talking about the elevator and wanting to push all the buttons. Why don't you have Katniss like fixate on the buttons? Yeah, Katniss might not be overly an exciting person, or may not show that much emotions or feelings towards a situation or a thing, but the point still stands. She's probably still like looking at the buttons, like over fixating on them. Do you know what I mean? Like there could be something.
Yeah.
You know, get me back in the
I
fucking
think
studio. Give it to me. Give it to me, Rachel.
because I think that ultimately I think that the way that they approach these movies, and again, the actors did fucking amazing. I think that
Yeah.
there was a lot of controversy with the casting of Katniss, which is understandable. Even at the time, there was controversy because people from the team are heavily implied to be, or the overarching read of people, especially from the team, is that they are Native American. Um, that has been or at the very least, because Suzanne Collins has stated that the race in Panem is very different from race in our current society.
Okay.
That's why there are very few, like it's very few times that race is specified. We have Rue, who is blatantly in the text a black girl. But there's
Baby.
no like this person is this person is that.
Right.
Because race in Panem it's 300 years in the future, so things are a little bit more muddled. But it is implied that Katniss is a person of color, and so the casting at the time was controversial.
Mm-hmm.
But if we ever want,
Which I guess, which I've learned now, obviously, because I had zero idea about all of this, especially because I never had Twitter until like last year. So I get I read Twitter now as a news article, so
that
now I
was
actually get learn. But I didn't know all of this until literally like recently, that in the books, like you say, Katniss was implied to be what, Native American or whatever, which then the context of who's the Lulu, is that their name?
uh-huh.
Um and they're from the same district what Rue came from?
Yes, so that is a fascinating conversation.
Uh-huh.
Because it's complicated, because
Again, I have zero idea. This is literally just from
so
what I've seen off of Twitter. Which then
I will say this.
okay.
When I read Sunrise, I read Luella as a person of color.
Yes.
I read Luella. I read Luella and Lulu as black. Um, However, comma, it is not like it would have been preferred, especially with Luella, that Luella was a person of color. But it is like it's a complicated situation because in the movies,
Yeah.
District 11 is predominantly black.
Right.
In the books, the I think Thresh is specified to be black, and I know that Rue is. I don't remember exactly with Thresh, but I know that Rue is specified to be black. I think Thresh is as well. So then in the and it's also the fact that when you get into the story, District 11 has, I think, the heaviest numbers of peacekeepers. Like there is conversation about race and District 11.
Right.
That is not overt, but it is there.
Yeah.
So it kind of leads into a difficult situation when the casting comes around.
Well, that's the only reason why I brought it up, right? Because like you said, there was even controversy around Katniss being who Katniss was.
Yeah.
But then the cast comes out for Lulu, and they're also white, which then from my understanding, from what I've learned, is that like the reason why they did it that way is because apparently Lulu resembles Katniss or something. From
Luella reminds image of Katniss. Now,
Yes.
that doesn't necessarily mean that, like, what I think that they tried to do,
Mhm.
and this is one of the, like, it's a really nuanced conversation, because
Hold on,
there's,
Sirius.
you
Keep
know,
yapping, I can hear you. Sirius keeps meowing at the door. I have to go let him out.
like, it is not necessary that Luella is a white girl to remind Haymitch of Katniss. And we have the example of Rue, right? Rue is Prim's proxy for Katniss in the book. Rue is black, Prim is blonde with blue eyes. White blonde with blue eyes. So, and she still reminds Katniss of Prim because they're 12-year-olds and they're petite, like they're tiny and they're gentle looking. So there's no, like, it's not a like, you know, they don't have to be white to make the connection. I think
Yeah.
what the casting directors did is this is a movie that is not going to have a lot of time, because here's the thing, Sunrise is going to be a hard one to adapt. Sunrise is packed with details that connect to everything else, and like, it's a very detailed book, and they, from what the screenwriter has said, a lot of the characters are included, so there's going to be, like, a lot of rapid fire.
Yeah.
From what I could, like, there's going to have to be a lot of rapid fire, and what I think they tried to do was make the connection between Luella and Katniss perfectly apparent, because when you look at the actress who is playing Luella and Jennifer Lawrence, they look alike a lot. Like, they look alike a lot. So I think that that was an attempt from the casting director to quickly make that connection in a way that is going to resonate with in an audio-visual medium rather than the written word. Because with a book, you are able to connect things very differently, and I think that they tried to simplify it for an audiovisual medium such as a movie. Now, would I have done it that way? No. I do think that first and foremost, and that, to be fair, the rays are lovely, and we've had this covered, like, it pains me a little bit that I know that both of the actresses for Luella and for Lulu are both active on TikTok.
They're what?
And they're both active on TikTok.
Oh,
Very
are
active on
they?
TikTok. Yes. So my primary rule when it comes to casting and things that are not what we wanted is that first and foremost, especially if these are child actors, um, the takes need to be very carefully written and very, very carefully stated, because we can argue representation is incredibly important. Accuracy, especially in adaptations where that representation matters a lot, is important. I think that we need to be very careful when we talk about it, because there are kids that are very excited to get their big breaks and they'd have nothing to do with this. They auditioned for a role and they got it.
Right.
And, like, they are so excited. And I think they're gonna do great. Like, I'm very excited to cry. But
Can't wait to cry.
can't wait to
Make me
cry.
cry. Try me.
But I was like, I kind of struggled a little bit because I'm like, these kids can see everything. Please be kind to them, especially in the Hunger Games fandom. Because I was there when the lore was written. I was watching this shit develop live back in the day, which makes me sound old as balls. But when Rue was cast, it wasn't great.
Really?
Even though, yes.
Even back
so,
then? Even
so
back
even
then?
though,
I didn't know
Yep.
it was crazy like that back then.
So the problem was, when Rue was cast, and Rue is explicitly written as a black girl. Like, Rue is black.
Don't hate
It
on my
is in the
girl.
text.
Don't hate on my girl.
When Mandela Stenberg was cast, it was bad.
Oh no.
It was really bad. It was very, very bad. It was the way that they treated this little girl, like this child. The way that they treated this child was fucking horrific. the amount of racism when
Oh
this
my
casting
god.
was made was horrific.
Are you
And we are
serious?
yes, and we are talking about a character that is explicitly stated to be black in text. And people, for some reason, ignored the written word and pictured Drew as white. And so when Amanda was cast, and it was vitriolic, and even the parts that weren't vitriolic were still very racist in context because people were like, oh, I pictured her more innocent, which is like, Amanda was a child and looked so gentle, and like this idea, it was bad. Um,
Dude,
but they
people
fucking bullied
suck.
this kid. They do, and they fucking bullied this child for no good god.
And I'm
Like
gonna be so honest, I feel like it's only gotten worse. Like I feel like people think that they're so opinionated now, especially when the case of like social media expanding. Do you know what I
I
mean?
I do. I think that I can't believe we completely lost the plot, but I
Listen,
think
we're soft
that
launching our
everyone has
podcast.
opinions. Look, I think that everyone has opinions, and
Yeah.
I think that
But those opinions can be
everyone is
wrong.
in. Those opinions can be wrong, and I think that everyone is entitled to express their opinions. But I think that people do not exercise common sense when it comes to where to express those opinions.
Mhm.
Listen, I can have a lot of opinions. I have a lot of opinions. The group chat is always popping.
It is. And
I'm constantly
frankly,
like, girl.
I read the group chat as again, there's two things I wake up to in the morning, and then there's two things I read. No, three, okay? And that is Twitter, TikTok, and the group chat. And I read all of them as my newspaper, and that's what I do.
And I just feel like sometimes I have opinions and I don't go to say them on the internet.
And you're right.
I go to my friends and I say, blah, 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 blah. And I keep them as inside thoughts. And sometimes I verbalize my thoughts to my friends and I go through them in my head and I think about them and I get to a point. And then if I feel the need, I will make that point publicly. But I feel like there is this like, just because you can does not mean you should. Just because you have a phone with a camera doesn't mean you need to speak on everything. I think that I think that we as a society need to think before we speak a little bit.
That's hard.
Because apparently it is. Like I think the conversation, listen, I think the conversation is important. I think that debate is important. I do. But I think that people sometimes completely miss, just because you have places like Twitter and TikTok where you can go and you can tell everyone everything you think at all times. There's something to be said about thinking something and then thinking about what you thought and then like considering the implications of what you thought. And then only after you've sat on it for a little bit and understand exactly what you are going to say, should you either tweet or make a TikTok. That's just my opinion. What the fuck do I know? It's one of those things where
me who tweets and makes TikToks.
Listen. What do you think about them? Like, for example, I've been having thoughts about something that's happening on TikTok, well, primarily, and also on Twitter. And what did I do? I talked to my friends about it. I talked to my partner about it. I
Oh my god, I do the same.
got into arguments in TikTok comment sections about it.
Okay,
I processed my feelings, and then I made a couple of tweets on my private where I'm like, "This isn't a lot of people. Here are my thoughts."
And here's
Who
what I'm
cares?
gonna say to you. Anna is rarely wrong. Me, rarely wrong too. So when you have both of us agreeing on something, we're just not wrong. That's how that works.
Ryan's like, listen, think for yourselves, but also we're usually right.
I mean, I'm not to toot my own horn, but sometimes being a psychic medium it pays off.
No, and you know what it is also. I'm gonna be honest. I think
that's
people live.
That's real and true. That's exactly how it works. That's what they said. They agree.
I will say on the topic of this, I feel like we are witnessing a phenomenon that is baffling to me. because it makes me feel like sometimes I feel genuinely insane on the internet because and this is just an overall thought. Just because someone says something in a TikTok comment section does not make it true or real or
Yes.
nuanced. Like I feel like we've lost the ability to nuance, and I
Here's
feel
what
like we've lost the
I will
ability to
also
like.
say about TikTok. TikTok is so far gone, like not like in the way that like half of the time the way that they get their information, like we can get something now because we have Twitter, right? You get Twitter and you can get the information, you'll find out something that just happened off of Twitter. TikTok, they won't hear from it either a couple days or weeks from when Twitter has said it.
And the crazy thing is, like, there's no. I worry. Like, it baffles me that there is no like. Someone will say something, and then people will go, "That is the truth," and no one will do a lick of self reflection or just like fact checking or getting to be educated on whatever it is you're saying. Especially in topics that require a lot of nuance, which is another thing that, like, listen, I have been on the internet for far too long. I am 27 years old. I am going to
You're
be
how
28
old?
this year. Girl, you knew this. I'm 27. Um, I've you were aware of this. you were
I'm
you were
just a
there on my birthday.
baby. I'm just a baby.
Like, I am 27 years old. I have been on the internet for far too long. I was on Tumblr in 2013.
With the Tumblr.
I have seen all of the I have seen all of the discourse, right? All the fucking TikTok discourse and Twitter discourse for that matter. I was there when it was written. On Tumblr, everyone did that, processed it, and moved on from it like 5 years ago. But apparently the same conversations just keep happening on a loop.
Yeah.
Which is fair. It means that there are topics that people find the need to discuss. Totally fair. However, the lack of nuance that exists, there's two things that baffle me. The lack of nuance, which is fortunately, or actually fucking fortunately, most topics are not black and white. Most situations are not black and white, especially situations that relate to people. Now, there's things like if you're a racist, if you are a transphobe, if you are a homophobe in general, if you are a Zionist. Like, I'm sorry, I don't give a shit and I will listen to your opinion. You're like human right, anything like human rights are non-negotiable.
What Anna said, like I said, Anna's always right.
Like, that is something that is just a non-negotiable for me. That is not politics. That is literally like a human rights. Period. I don't care if you are any of those things. There's the door, bitch. We're not engaging in.
There's the door.
I do not know. But when
Anna,
it
you
comes
understand
to
Spanish, right?
Yes.
You can write in Spanish.
I
only know little bits.
But like the vast majority of everyday real life situations have a lot of nuance because people are complex and people are not monoliths and people make so true, so fair. But like, you know, there's nuance in everything, and I think that we are reaching like, I think that there's, and this is coming from an autistic person, but the lack of nuance and the amount of black and white thinking that is done right now is kind of baffling to me because that's just not how people work. People are not right or wrong without discussion or like an attempt to understand at least their point. And between that lack of nuance and the fact that apparently, okay, you weren't allowed to dislike something without needing your dislike of it to be morally justified. You are allowed to just not fuck with something. You're allowed to say, I don't like that. And someone be like, why do you not like that? And be like, I don't know, man. I just don't fuck with it. That is like, you are allowed to dislike things. You are allowed to just not fuck with a song, an artist, an album, a movie, a TV show. You can just not like something. You don't need a moral justification for why you dislike it. You don't need it to be bad and morally incorrect and problematic for you to dislike it. Because I feel like we get really into like a witch hunt into why something has to be bad for you to dislike it. You can just not fuck with something, my guy. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I do agree.
I sometimes just don't like things. We've lost the plot. I don't know how we got here.
But this is us soft launching our podcast. Like I've been saying this, book club is just us soft launching our podcast. Like the podcast day will come.
God, oh boy.
We can wait for this certain episode that we've talked about. It doesn't have to be right away. Okay?
No.
We're gonna wait.
We'll need security detail that day.
We need everything on lockdown. God forbid two girlies want to share their truth.
No, but like, long story short, I will say like on the casting of it all, I will say like one thing, which is, y'all need to balance the number of men podcasts.
No, we do.
There's too many of those. With too many with wrong opinions. Some opinions are just fundamentally wrong.
Good thing mine are always right, so.
I don't understand what happened. Like, all of a sudden, everyone gave white boys a microphone. And I don't think that I don't think we need all that many.
I think men shouldn't have opinions. And that's just my opinion. So don't get mad at me for my opinion. Oh, okay.
Okay. Diego's sitting here like, all right. Fuck me.
You know what, Diego? I give you a star. I give you a star and opinions.
Oh my god, Diego has opinion rights. Also, Violet, yeah, like, you guys are here. We're sorry we yap a lot. You guys know we yap a lot, but you can always
We do.
interrupt us.
You can. I'm sorry.
No, I have been listening very intensely.
listening to the yapping.
Congratulations on your first star, Diego.
I was also eating tuna, so.
Ooh.
Slay.
Yeah. I was eating it with crackers.
Also, sorry for taking away your opinions to speak. Sorry, just had to say that.
Can I get a star?
But here's my apology star for you, Yale.
Let's go.
Apologies. I was also trying to keep Kat from trying to eat my tuna.
Oh, they love tuna. Love it.
Yeah, I know. So one of them drank all the juice. So basically, I put all of the juice into like a bowl for them both to like share. One of them drank all of it, so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna give the other one like some of like the canned tuna. So like,
yeah,
I just had some of it in like the can, and I just put it on the floor and like was like here, and then I made sure the other one like left him alone to eat. And get some of his share.
I do that with my cats too. Sometimes just as a little snack, and then they go crazy.
Oh my gosh, they were like me. Earlier, I was getting meowed at too when I was making food earlier to eat.
You would think that they've never eaten before.
Yeah, so
just sitting there
true.
like, guys, you just got fed at 8 o'clock.
But what if they did?
No, there's
Speaking of cat, hold on.
If you don't feed them every second of every day, they are in fact going to starve, and you are the worst person in the world. That is how I'm cat sitting Dorothea, and God bless her. She screams at everything. Today, I gave her water. She had water. She was meowing loudly at me. I said, "You have water." She stared at me. She tried to go drink from the toilet bowl. I grabbed her. I said, "No, no." I switched her water out because I was like, maybe it's not cold enough for Her
I've met
Majesty. I switched
cats
her water.
who
She
only
like
drink out of
looked
the
at
water
it.
bottle.
Listen, she usually drinks fine. She was like staring at me and at her bowl like, I'm not gonna drink this. She tries to like jump into the bathroom sink, and I'm like, okay, fine, you want to drink from the bathroom sink? Sure, whatever. I plugged it and I filled it with water for her, and I picked her up, and she just fucking clawed the shit out of my arm and ran away. And I'm like, you know what?
She just had to
That
get
was
out
fucking rude.
of her system.
Oh no.
Maybe you're
Sometimes
her
they
enemy.
maybe sometimes they like moving water. Like they don't like
Yeah.
drinking still
Still
water.
water.
Yeah.
Yeah. We need one of those. We need to get her water fountain.
Yeah.
Diego?
Getting anything on this island, God help me. Takes like 2 business months.
Diego said a dog would never.
Okay, here's the thing. I am a dog person primarily. I love cats, but I make emotional connections easier with dogs than cats.
That's
It's so
fair.
funny because I don't know why I always pictured you to be a cat person.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Listen, I love cats, but
Good,
I just
because I was gonna
always
start saying some things. If you're like people who have genuine hatred or dislike for cats, why? Tell me. Why?
Oh, I like cats, and I love cats, but they like it takes me a really long time to build a genuine like emotional connection, right? Because
Yeah.
I think that there's liking an animal, and then there is feeling a deep personal connection with an animal, and I
Mhm.
think that those are 2 different things, right? And with
Yeah.
cats, I struggle to make that like really deep emotional connection. With dogs, that happens to me very, very quickly.
Well, that's because dogs are stupid. Who said that? Sorry.
No, here's the thing. And to be fair, I think it is a very like a psychological thing where like
Yeah.
I like it's a feeling that I first of all I'm a tactile person. I like cuddles, and I'm very
Yeah, that's
affectionate,
fair.
and like dogs give me that energy back in
Mhm.
a very like enthusiastic way, and a bitch sometimes just wants to be loved, bro.
Yeah, no, that's
That's
incredibly
all.
fair because with cats it's like you have to what's the word I'm looking for? Like
It depends on the cat.
it depends on the cat. Yeah, like them it's more like you giving them giving you attention.
Mhm.
They'll give
Yeah.
you attention when they feel like it. But like that's
Like
fine with me.
True.
I have
See,
4 cats. One of them's going to give me attention while the other 3 are doing something. You know?
see,
that's fair.
so there's a thing. Bill is more of the I will give you attention because I want to. But George, he will just let me lay on him. Like, not like fully like put my weight on him, no, obviously, because he's tiny compared to me. But like he'll just let me like gently essentially I could like put my arm on him and he'll just lay there and just purr. He loves cuddles
Maybe. Oh
in
my god.
comparison to Bill. Bill does not like cuddles
Wait,
at
Violet, you
all.
know how we were talking about how like human names for cats? Today on my For You page, I totally meant to send it to you. There was a cat named Bob. Bob.
I saw a baby named Larry.
Oh.
It's like I get it because the Larrys have to come from somewhere, but I was like, huh.
Not in
Yeah.
not in this age.
Well, there's kind of, you know what? I'm
There
happy
needs
that like
to
in 80 years there's gonna be an old man Larry. You know what I mean?
You're
Good for
telling
Larry, I
telling me
guess.
that old people aren't just born and already named Larry?
That's how it felt like. That's the first baby I've met that was like that I've seen that was like a Larry.
That is really funny.
Who
Like
would
Larry.
do that? Is there
I
a
just feel
reason?
like
Like, is there like a
I just
person? Like, is it a
no,
family
I think they just
name?
wanted to name him Larry. And to be fair, he looks like a Larry.
Oh, was he ugly?
But
No, babies are ugly.
no, to be fair, newborns all kind of look like
Not
Larry.
listen. I'm not gonna lie though. Not my baby brother, and I swear to God, I'm not biased.
Your baby brother's beautiful.
I swear to God, I am not biased because I would have. Listen. I have
No,
a
you would have
very
been like that bitch ugly.
yes. Well, because like we all know, listen. I have a very hard time with forming like emotional bonds with people. So I'll just be freaking honest. Like this baby, very cute. You know.
No, your brother's really cute. It's been very fun to watch your brother develop thought. You can see it in his eyes.
You
It's very cute.
can. You can. He's.
You're
You
like,
know
oh
what he
shit,
did?
he's thinking now.
Oh, you know what he did recently? He discovered his hands. He
Mhm.
discovered his hands.
Oh.
So
Same. It happens to all of us.
he's been grabbing hair. He's been grabbing hair.
Oh.
I went to bend down to pick him up. He grabbed right here in the front of my bag, and I was like, "Let go of me!" He was whipping me around. I was like, "What the fuck?" Dude, people
They have like really strong grips. Babies
people
have really
the
strong
baby
grips.
the baby grip is so strong. I don't get it.
It's crazy.
Yeah, no, it was really funny.
Yeah, the throw everything phase.
Uh,
Yeah, the throw everything phase.
listen, he's only
To be
3
fair,
months old. We have time.
to be fair, I think the worst, like for me, the worst age. Like I like babies. I like toddlers. When they're like too and fucking insane, I'm like chill with them. I that 6-year-olds. I don't fuck with 6-year-olds. 6-year-olds scare the shit out of me.
Okay, I'm gonna be so honest. Children from the ages of like 4.5 to like 15, don't talk to me.
I think
I'll never have
5-year-olds
kids.
can be cute.
Dude, and they're annoying. They're mean. Kids are mean.
No, kids are really.
They have no filter.
As a former child, as former children, I think we can say that kids are mean as fuck.
I'm gonna be
They
so
have no
honest.
filter, but they also don't give a fuck.
I'm gonna be so honest. As a child, I was very, very to myself. I never spoke back. I never like said anything mean to anybody. I only recently, at the age of like 16, 17, actually found my voice, and that's why I don't shut the fuck up now.
I was a pretty chill kid. I was a very autistic kid, and I actually like I can't complain because I actually had like a decent experience in school.
Mhm.
So like it was actually pretty okay. I got to like 15 to 7 the 15 to 17-year-old me was the devil incarnate.
Really?
I don't know what happened. Girl, I don't know how I graduated high school. To this day, I'm like baffled and shocked.
I don't know how I did either.
No, I didn't go to class.
I
did not
skipped
go
my
to
whole
class.
senior year besides prom.
Yeah, okay, same. Yeah, no, I skipped the entirety of my high. I don't know how I passed high school. I was just like, who gives a shit? And I'm just like, I was a fucking idiot. Like, God. Sometimes I'm like, I don't understand what happened to me between like 15 and 17. I must have like hit my head.
Mars said I dropped out. Guys.
We're not allowed to.
You're not allowed to drop out of school? Or like get your GED?
No, well, to be fair, there were programs that allowed people because you can technically not finish 12th grade. But you have to be over 18. And it's not because it's mandatory. Finishing at this point in Portugal, finishing 12th grade is mandatory.
Really? That's
Yeah.
interesting.
So like you can technically not do it, but like
Is that like legal troubles and shit? Is it
not
like illegal?
No, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's kind of made it into when they switch because it used to be that the obligatory schooling age was 9th grade, and then it moved to 12th, which kind of means that unless you have unless you finish high school, you're not getting a job. Like for anything, they will
Oh,
not
okay,
hire.
that makes sense.
Oh.
I mean,
So
I
like
guess
on
to an
principle.
extent that is kind of the same here, which is why it's said that like again, obviously if you don't graduate you're screwed, but what you can do though is get your GED, which is basically the equivalent of giving your high school diploma. You just technically just graduated early.
Here you basically have to
But like you also
you
can
have
just
to
drop out and
finish
not get your
classes.
GED. So
Here you have to finish classes. Like you do not have an option. You have to finish classes. What they offer sometimes is basically programs where like you can take like 3 years of math
Mhm.
in like 3 months. That is what they offer you, but you still have to finish every class. Also, Abby,
That's
I
really
also was just
interesting.
friends with my teachers. That's how I passed PE.
I was also
I did not go to PE. Like I literally sat down because I switched cities after 1 month of 12th grade. Wonderful experience. And I did not wish to participate in sports, let alone with the people that I was participating with them in. So had a conversation with my PE teacher, and I was like, listen, I'm not going to do this. So, how about I bring you the paper, and then I give you the paper, and then I can sit here on my phone. And he was like, that seems decent. And I passed PE with a 13 out of 20. I did not one pass.
Okay.
They're just like, here you go.
Are the grades there the
It's
same
crazy.
ages as the grades in America?
Well, we start school at 6, first grade.
You guys don't have kindergarten?
Sometimes you can. We have preschool.
Yeah, we have preschool too.
Our preschool is I think for when you're 4 and 5, and then you have daycare before that.
Oh, okay. This
But
is
you
how
have
it is for us. We have like daycare, right? That's technically the first, right? And that's from like 2 to 3, 4, whatever. And then there's kindergarten, which could be like 5, 6. And then first grade, which is like 7, 8.
No, I actually started school at 5. But my mom had to get like special permission from this like the Ministry of Education to let me start school at 5 because my birthday's in December, and
Mhm.
usually they only let you start at 5 if your birthday was in September.
Yeah, that's how it is here too.
Yeah, so my mom, to enroll me in school at 5, my mom had to like write the Ministry of Education, be like, please let me get this bitch in school because I cannot handle her at home. Because I was driving my mother insane. I wanted to learn how to read, and I was like, I bothered my mother so much that she was like, fine, you want to learn how to read? I'm gonna write a letter. I'm gonna get you in school. So I started at 5. So I started college at 17.
So then I'm assuming you were really young for your grade then?
Yes, I was always the youngest.
I was always the oldest. Because
That's
again,
fascinating.
our cutoff was like I think like October 1st or 2nd. Something like that. Around there.
Oh yeah, so you had
And
to wait
my
an extra year.
birthday being October 29th, I had to wait a whole year before going into school. So yeah.
No, I was always the youngest. Cause I started and there were some people that started at 5 too, but very like their birthdays were in September. So, which like I don't odd experience. Mostly, I think the weird part was going to college
Mhm.
at 17.
Oh my
Basically.
god.
Yeah, because I started college at 17 and I turned
Right.
18 in December.
Oh my god.
Well, university, I guess. I still don't understand the difference between college and university, and at this point, I'm too afraid to ask. Like, I know
Yeah,
there's a
I'm
difference,
not gonna I'm
but I
not
don't know.
gonna say anything. Like, okay, I recently also learned. Okay, so here's what I learned. College is basically university, but here in America. Okay, that's college. But then, from what I heard of, like in other places, college is just university. But then, like, our high school would technically be college. Does that make sense?
No.
That's what I found out recently. Don't quote me on that. Because I was also confused. So, because the way that I remember it, though, is that it's basically like behind us. Because, like I said, okay, so their college is university, their high school is college. I don't know what their elementary is, though.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's just what I've learned. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a stupid American. I don't know.
Girl, anyway, I got there at 17. I was like, this was a terrible idea. And it was a terrible idea. I was, in fact, correct when I said, guys, maybe, because I wanted to take a gap year, because I was like, I don't know what the fuck I want to do with my life.
I also don't know what the
And
fuck I
my
want to do with
parents
my
were
life.
like, no, 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 you're going to college. And I was like, I'm not sure I should. And they were like, no, no, you're going. So I went to law school, and I was like, oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate it here.
And then that's when I realized that college is a scam.
Here's the thing. I really enjoyed uh I hated my university. Like, I hated the environment. To be fair, the college that I went to has a really shitty environment. It
Mhm.
is where the vast majority of Portuguese politicians graduate from, and it shows. It is incredibly toxic. It is downright abusive. Like, it is downright abusive. We have oral exams, and you are literally insulted. Your intelligence and your worth as a human being is insulted in front of 90 people who are waiting to go after you.
What?
And you are completely humiliated. It's awful. Like, my first oral exam, I had studied for a month for it, and I got there and I barely passed. And the teacher, so basically, like, you get there, you open your books, like your codes, right? Your civil code and your legislation, and they ask you questions and you answer them, and that's all you can kind of look at. You have to, like, answer on the spot. And my first oral exam, I was fucking terrified, and I get there and she starts, like, she ignores all the rules that exist for them, confuses the shit out of me. It's a shitty exam. And then she asked me a question. I'm stalling because I'm trying to remember the answer. And she turns to me and she says, well, I don't know why you're here anyway, because the only thing easier than asking you this would be asking you who teaches the class. But since you don't know the answer, I bet you don't know that either. So, not a fun experience.
What? That's crazy.
But I did really, like, I did 4 years of law school, and I did 2 years of psychology.
I love psych.
I really liked psych.
The problem with psych, though, is that even okay, you can do the 2 years of psychology, which can technically get you your associates, but the problem with that is that you can't really get any jobs with that. So you'd have to go back to school for 4 more years.
That's to be fair, I think that when you get to that is that things really differ here. So, for example, here it is degrees, unless they are a few specific degrees. They are all 3 years.
Mhm.
So then, of course, certain degrees ask for, like, different sort of accreditation. But, like, for example, the psychology degree is 3 years, and then you can, like, do exams to become, like, then you have to follow, a whole process to become a therapist, for example, a
Mhm.
psychologist.
Yeah.
But law school here is 4 years, and then after that you need to do your bar exam. um the medicine is the only one that tends to be longer. So medicine as a degree, like med school is 4 years, and then you go and you specialize and do all their training.
Mhm.
But for the vast majority, it's like 3 years and you're done. I did 4 years of law school, and I was like, I can't do this to myself. I'm leaving, so I dropped out, and then I did 2 years of psychology, and then I was like, you know what? I really love learning. I really, really enjoy like the knowledge that I have acquired and the life experience that I've acquired over these years. However, I am too autistic for the current system that is in place for
Yeah.
teaching like higher quote unquote higher education.
Yeah.
It just was not survivable for me. Um Learned a lot though. And now I'm a two times college dropout. Not a lot of people can say that. To be fair, it also helps that our we in Portugal you pay 100 euros a month for college, so
Oh
I
god.
think it's like 140 maybe. So you're a year of college is 1,000 ish, I think. So there is a much bigger luxury in making
So
mistakes and
like you don't have to
switching
pay for
around.
individual classes?
No.
What the fuck?
You pay for the year. Like you pay, I think, I will Google it.
Girl,
Quanto
that's why
é
I stopped school because
a
that's
university?
why I stopped going because I realized how much money I had.
So in Portugal, I pulled this up right now. And this is all without
Guys,
some
we're
people like you
going to
can get
Portugal.
state help. You can get state help. So for a bachelor's and a master's are around 1,250 a year, and PhDs are between 2,500 and 3,000 a year.
Well, see,
Keeping in
so
mind,
here's
of
the thing.
course.
The only reason why I was able to go to school was because I was under like the FAFSA. Do you know what the FAFSA is?
I Google it.
FAFSA is basically like help from the
It's
government,
yeah.
like
Yeah.
financial aid, right? That's essentially the only reason why I was able to go. But then I realized and I learned that if you fail a class, you have to pay. Your financial aid does not help you. Which again, the only reason why I was going was because of my financial aid, and that doesn't mean that's besides the point of like because I always did my work, I always did my shit, right? But it's just still kind of the point of if you fail a class, you owe. And that's on top of the fact that you also have to pay for your books, you have to pay for your classes, you have to pay for extra shit, right? And it also doesn't help the fact that recently I got an email saying that they were changing the way that they were doing their financial aid, all because of the Trump administration stopping funding and stuff. So I don't think I'd ever go to college anymore.
It's just
Bro, that's not even a
access to
semester at
education as a
community
human.
college.
Like,
I know, Mars.
I mean, to be fair, like I will say this, right? We do have like the right to education is protected, like in our constitution. Bless you. Like
Well,
in our
man, even if
constitution,
it was
the right.
in our constitution, do you think we're giving the current of the United States that they would give a
not
fuck?
in late stage capitalism. But like for example, like it is unfortunate that like for example, there are things that make things a lot difficult here because for example, the Portuguese minimum wage is 840 euros a month. Rent, I've been looking on and off at prices of rent, and there are rooms for rooms at 950 euros a month. A person cannot live alone at this point. It is unfeasible. And the problem that occurs is that we don't have a lot of like student accommodation, right? So
Mhm.
I was lucky when I went to college because I lived an hour away from Lisbon.
Yeah.
So when I went to Lisbon, I took the bus. And mind you, my bus pass was 160 euros a month. It was more than, it was about the same or more than my tuition.
Mhm.
But I was lucky enough that I could do that and live at home. People that have to move for college, yes, college itself is cheap. It is quote unquote affordable. But then, for example, in Lisbon, there is not a lot of student accommodation at all. Not everyone gets it, and the people that don't are facing like rooms with literal toilets in the room
Oh my
that are
god.
600, that are 6 and 700 euros, which then when you add everything together, like it is for people that I think the salaries in Portugal average are not very much above minimum wage. I think they average around 1,000 euros. If you are sending a kid to college and they are going to college away from home, you are paying like 150 of tuition plus 600 or 700 in room, and that is not counting books and food and like it becomes like it's becoming really like it's unfortunate that even though it should be something that is affordable with the way that things are going, it's but a lot of people are having to drop out because like can't do this,
Mhm.
which makes me so upset because here's the thing, and this is my radical take for some reason. Apparently, it's mind-boggling. I think that people should be. I think that food and roof above your head should just be a basic human right that everyone gets.
Yes.
Because the fact that people have to work 60 and 70-hour weeks to eat and not sleep outside is fucking insane. And I don't know why it is such a radical take to think that people should fundamentally be given, because it is their human right, a place to live and
Well,
food.
at that point, you're not
Period.
living, you're just surviving.
I mean, that's what's happening.
Mhm. Very much so.
And this is what happens when the neurodivergents sit together. We've gone so far from the Hunger Games.
I mean, I feel like what we just ended on can go back to the Hunger Games.
I mean, yeah.
True.
Again, we're not that far off.
We're not.
Like the way it's kind of horrifying looking at the news and reading these books at the same time. Especially, you know what it is? How can you read a book and side with the rebellion? Like, how can you read the Hunger Games, side with Katniss, agree with Katniss, and then turn around and all you spew is hatred? And you are
Real.
bending down to fascist regimes. Fascism is growing everywhere.
Mhm.
Like Portugal, within the next few years, Portugal will most likely have, unfortunately, with the way that things are going, we're gonna also have Nazis in power. Like if it keeps going this way, and the rise of fascism and alt right everywhere. I'm like, why do we not? Did we not learn? Why are we doing this, my guys? Why do we want 1,000 President Snows in power? Please.
Literally, man. No, they're stupider than Snow, man. Let's be for real.
Oh.
But
And
still.
that's the sad fucking part,
I
because we
know.
can't even have, like, I'm sorry, not only are you a fascist, you're a dumb fascist. You're an idiot. Jesus Christ. You can't even do it that right.
Stupid man. Stupid man. Sorry. My hatred only grows. Sorry.
I will say, I felt very, yesterday, watching TikTok yesterday made me really happy.
We should have TikTok time. I need to figure out how to set that up so like the VOD doesn't
Ooh,
get Like the VOD's it's gonna be muted, but so the audio track doesn't save. I'll have to figure that out.
It's possible. Split audio for well, theoretically you could split audio.
I mean, I can do it. I do it with Spotify. It's how I listen to
I think what you could
Spotify.
do is I don't know if you can split audio for a browser tab though. That's the thing that I don't know if you can do.
You can mute technically. You could, if you have the browser, you can technically mute the browser in your audio mixer, and then have like then make another audio source, and then keep that, and then just untick it. I'm just lazy.
Yeah. No, but it felt really. I was honestly watching all the protests yesterday. I was like, slay. Good. It's given me surprisingly, even though shit's been really horrible, my faith in humanity has kind of grown lately. Because in the face of like fascism and alt-right movements and women getting no rights, AFAB people, actually, let me correct, AFAB people getting their rights shat on and transphobia rising and like all this fucking fear mongering.
Yeah.
And like watching what's happening to Gaza, the way that people have come together and said, we will not be gaslit by any of these bitches. Like, we know our rights. And not only that, we are still able to, while focusing on our own shit, show kindness and compassion and support for other people has really like my faith in humanity was really low at some point, like at a point there, and it's actually like grown a lot recently.
Yeah. Yeah, I see it.
Plus, we got the wonderful video. I need to send it to you guys.
Oh my god, wow, we
There's a
reached
video.
5 hours and this wasn't even the 5-hour stream.
Oh shit. Well, you promised it. There it is.
There it is.
It ain't what we did.
Well, I did promise to finish it, so.
Yeah, you did. You fucking finished it.
Next is the subathon.
God help us all. To be fair, I will say, as someone who has done a 12-hour stream, surprisingly, like, a lot easier than it seems. I think that after you pass, like, the 6-hour mark, you're like, fuck it, at this point. Why not?
You become a little bit delirious. It's also a lot easier when you do have people with you, you know?
Oh, yeah.
So.
Oh, yeah, the only way I could do the 12-hour stream when I did it was literally because I had everyone and their mother, like...
Yeah.
You guys dragged me over you guys dragged me over that finish line. I think I streamed for like 13 hours actually, because I still continued streaming.
What were you? Wait, was I there? I don't really remember
know
it.
if you were there that day. I remember the kids because I remember that. I remember the kids.
The catacombs. The last.
We were at the
then you ended
catacombs.
there. Yeah.
I don't. Maybe I wasn't there.
I think you must. No, you were you working?
Was I working? Was I?
Maybe. I do.
Was it a weekend?
You might have been working.
Was it a weekend? If it was a weekend, then definitely.
I don't remember. I just know that like I was so delirious at some point that I genuinely like I felt dragged over the finish line. And then like after I hit the 12-hour mark, I was like, oh shit, well I could kind of keep going. I think I streamed for like another hour. It's just the like I think that there's marks that are hard. Like I find like 3 to like 5-hour mark hard.
I'm not gonna lie, I always find the beginning of streams harder.
Yeah.
Like the hour, the first hour, I'm like, you know.
And like if you don't get through the hump, which I can't believe we're sitting here like and you're like, yeah. Because like here's the thing, streaming is like such an interesting thing because I love streaming. I need to get back on the grind eventually. But I just get like working 6-day weeks has been the death of me.
What days are oh, and then you just you have 1 days off?
Yes, kind of depending on the less busy days. we can kind of like sneak one in.
I was gonna say you can stream
I'm
on the days that you just don't work, but I understood also like just taking a day off because it is
yeah, like
exhausting.
that's the thing. What I'm gonna try to do, I've been trying to like get myself in a routine, like really established,
Yes.
so that I can then get home, like eat and stream,
That's
even if it's like a
that's
couple hours a
how
week.
I've been recently. I dealt with what I had to dealt with, and then figure it out. You figure it out, and then you learn how to go with the routine of everything.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I'm just trying to like get into it, but I find like I find the first like the beginning of streams tricky, and I feel like if you don't get over that hump at like the 2 hour mark, because it's very easy for me to go 2 hours, 2 hours and a half, and be like, okay, I'm done.
Exactly. Yeah.
If I get over that hump, I'm totally fine. Because there was a time like towards the end of the big lore thing, in that server, I had like 8 hour streams, like a few of them, because like you get into it. It kind of depends also on what you're doing.
Yeah.
Like,
no, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I did a really late night stream yesterday, and that went for quite a bit. I definitely could have also went for longer, but it was also just fun to sit there, no cam. I just had Dobby. I just had Dobby up,
yeah,
and then just
you're
doing
stronger than me.
whatever.
My ass could not do live. Like I do. I'm sorry. I am hunched over my desk like a shrimp. Like I love my cubs so much, but y'all are I'm not
Dude,
doing
I
face cam.
changed. I don't. Well, I change. To be fair, I move all the time. I change positions. I'm like I'm uncomfortable moving, so it's like
Yeah, but I feel you know what it is. I love the Cubs. I don't wish to be perceived. Like y'all can
that's
perceive me
fair.
a little bit. I do. I'm thinking about eventually when I have the ability to getting a PNG tuber.
That would
At
be
least
so
for some
cute.
stuff. But the problem is that you know me. So I would want like if I can't coordinate my PNG tuber to my Minecraft skins, is it even worth it? And then that's a whole can of worms.
Yeah, that too. I
What do you
get
got?
that because I also have the problem of trying to coordinate everything. And what if the skin that I'm wearing isn't matching my PNG tuber?
Yeah, like I'd be like, this is wrong. This is incorrect. I must change everything.
You're right. Well,
this is
Yeah,
I cannot believe
VTubing
that people have been
VTubing thing is really tricky. Like I have been doing it for a couple of years at least, and it's still like, man, could be better. But also like, I'm just been enjoying like not having anything, you know, because it is the perceiving thing. Like, I love being like, just the Minecraft guy or whatever I'm doing, and then
I
yeah,
also think it to an extent it's a lot easier too, like not doing face cam and not having a
mm-hmm.
PNG or VTuber also because when it comes to like the community and what your community does to you, I feel like it's just a lot easier to an
Yeah,
extent because then they have the creative liberty to go ahead and do basically whatever they want for you. Where then I feel like if you
yeah,
do have you show your face and you're like if your Minecraft character is like relatively kind of the same, but again if you show your face, you're gonna get like the same kind of things. Do you know what I mean?
yeah,
So I definitely feel like because and then you guys have more like creative you guys as creators because you guys don't show your face have more creative liberties there with what you
mm,
guys can do. You know.
yeah.
I just
That's so true.
it is. And also like I think that there's a freedom. At least that's how I feel.
Yeah.
Because I knew that I wasn't gonna do face cam period. I'm not I would feel too perceived. I would not have been like I would not have started streaming
Yeah.
if like if I felt pressure to do face cam, because like I would not have. Like I don't wish for perceiveness. I you can think I'm a blob floating in space for all I care. Like I
Anna,
don't.
what are you
I
gonna
would
do
not have.
when we go to the streamer awards? You gotta come with me.
Oh no, I'll be there. I'll be there. I'll we'll blur my face. Like we'll put an emoji over my face like a toddler. No, that's I'm kidding.
But what about when they get
Like
you
I don't think.
on the cameras? What if they get you on the cameras?
The thing is, I would not be like I'm not girl. Like I think I deleted all of my. I had photos on Twitter for a really long time, but I
Your
deleted all of
profile
them. I think.
picture was, I think. Your
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. And like, because it's not about a face reveal sort of thing. It's just like it doesn't matter. I'm a
Yeah.
blob. Like I don't.
I post
But
pictures of
I
myself
do.
everywhere, and I post TikTok, so I was like, you know what? Here's my face.
No, and it's a great face, a wonderful face even.
You think I'm pretty?
Of course, I think you're pretty.
You're very pretty.
How do
You're
you
very
think
pretty.
I'm pretty?
Of course, you think you're pretty.
How do you think I'm pretty?
You know this.
I do.
Um, well, like I do like I would like like I've been thinking about the PNG tuber because I do feel like I don't know. Sometimes I'm like maybe it's not enough on the
See,
screen. You
and
know what
what
I
you
mean? I'm like
could
maybe it's
do,
not.
and maybe instead of Minecraft, like for when you do Phasmo, right? Like games that isn't
Yeah,
necessarily your character, right? You can just do your
yeah.
basic emote, like what you have for your emotes. You can do for other
Hmm.
games, like if you do Repo, Dead by Daylight, Phasmo, you can do your VTuber or PNG model, whatever. And then like for Minecraft,
And then
just have
just not
nothing.
do it for Minecraft. Especially because I'm gonna be honest. Like I'm gonna be so honest. I like and this is to someone who watched way too much Bad Boy Halo for almost 2 years. I like, you know what? I like my Minecraft content. Like I don't. Just give me the Minecraft.
Yeah.
Just give me the like I just full unadulterated Minecraft in the vein.
Which I'm not gonna
Um.
lie, after again doing that late night stream, having no cam and it just being Dobby basically, I see why people can literally sit there and just like stream for so long because I'm
Mhm.
not gonna lie, I get in my own head about like how I look, and like other things about like myself
Mhm.
when the face cam is there, you know?
I also find roleplay a lot easier. I don't think that I would find roleplay as easy.
I don't know how
Like
I did it. I was crying on stream with face cam.
I don't know. Like you are braver than the U.S. Marines.
I'm an actor.
Um.
What can I say?
Like I couldn't. Like it's something like I really, especially in roleplay, and we have done some heavy roleplay.
Mm-hmm.
My ass has cried on on the stream many a time,
Yeah.
sobbing, screaming, crying, throwing up. But that's the sort of vulnerability. Like I couldn't. Like I'm not
Yeah.
at a stage emotionally where like I could pull that off if I had face cam. Like I couldn't do that. I could not do that.
Mm-hmm. That's incredibly fair.
Like if I don't like it's like it's sort of a like
I
I don't
guess
exist. I don't have to perceive myself or worry. I'm just not there.
I guess also I think I'm just like used to it to a degree because
Mhm.
when I was uh like between the ages of like 16, 18, I did like audition for like I told you this, right? Like
Mhm.
I auditioned for Walmart. I auditioned for Marvel. You know what I mean? So it's like those are the kind of things that you have to do. So it's like I don't know,
Mhm.
just kind of used to it. But I do 100% agree with what you're saying though. It is definitely very like
Oh, also, give me a second. There is a bug.
ew, not a bug. Also, Violet. Is that still here?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. So was talking with Anna about a couple of things, and if we make Anna canon, um, on chorion.
Mm-hmm.
Anna is also fellow sea witch we have coven. We're missing, cause you know how like in like witches are always like, oh, you need the three, right?
Mm-hmm.
When did that eat?
Yeah.
When that eat? I think that ate. We need our coven. We need our coven back. That's all I'm asking for.
I'm actually really excited.
Anna,
We
Anna is
really need
canon. Anna
Anna.
is real.
We need Anna so bad.
I know. I know. I know.
We need
Miss
Tub.
Anna.
We need
We do.
Tubs.
We need the whole gang. Honestly, we need the whole gang. Say
Tubs.
Where's
less.
everyone?
Guys, show up. Pull up. Oh, good night, Diego. Thank you so much for coming in the stream today. I appreciate it so
I'm gonna
much.
say
Good
this
night,
now,
get
by
some
the way.
rest.
I know.
Good night.
I know. It was going to be a little bit more of an annoyance thing for me. I don't want to do like super long hallways like in the past.
I don't think I want to either. I think I kind of want to like just figure it out. But I also don't want a lot of children.
I'm thinking hopefully we only get up to 4. I'm praying that we
Well,
only get up to
here's
4.
my thought process. If us keep one, right? So like me and Yale have Goob, that's one.
Mm-hmm.
You and Indy have one, Mari. And then if Anna joins with whoever, that could be one, and then Tubbs with their child, which is another, which is 4.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's
Unless
like,
they put them together, but you know.
I don't know, cause like I know that so Onlo, Tubbs, Ken, Mike, and Jam are all applying, and I
Oh, okay,
think
that would make that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. So, well,
yeah, so
still
it'll probably
same.
be
There's
them.
4 there. There's 4 there. I'm also so excited. I need to lock in. I had plans today. Instead, I got hit with Lore. I joined.
A
I'm
little
like,
bit confusing law.
yeah,
Dude,
it was fun.
I need to figure out we need to interact more. We're such recluses, which is so sad because we want to interact more. I might just put out a thing like, please bring me in. I'm good.
Listen, I would be
need to make
down to bring in more people, but I need to like have our town look presentable.
No, yeah, we have been trying to change the dirt into like much
I might
better looking.
I might put in like lore chat. Hey, if you see Rain on and you want them to come hang out, like if you want to hang out with them, just
I'm scared.
ask. Like, just
Mhm.
at me. Just ping
Also,
me.
we need to get our business going with the therapy thing because it would be so funny. It would be so funny.
Me
You're a little asshole. You're a little asshole. Yeah. He knows what he's doing. He's being a pain. Oh, there he goes.
Oh, hello, Alana.
Okay.
Oh, did he kill a bug?
No, it escaped. I am inanimate. I'm behind enemy lines.
Yeah.
It's fine.
You got
I did
this.
want to say it 3:30. So I think I'm gonna head
Sarah,
off
you're
to
going
bed.
Okay. Good night.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Good night, Anna. Good night.
Good night.
Tomorrow. Bye, Rays. Good night.
Good night, Anna. Love you.
You.
Bye bye.
Okay, I think for me, I actually think I'm gonna continue streaming, but I think I'm gonna end this
Ooh.
here and then start up again. I think, and do what I did yesterday. Probably no cam again because I feel like, yeah. So
Okay. Are we getting
I'll
back on?
see you guys
That
in
sounds
game.
good. Yes,
Bye
sounds good.
bye.
Bye bye.
Okay. I will be ending the stream here, but I will be right back. So hold. Stay. Stay. Don't leave. Stay.